monotonous stream, be advised. This is no longer a monotonous stream, this is Helix 6 taking command. It's also no longer a Half-Life Alyx stream, this is a Half-Life Combine stream. Anti-Citizen 2, previously 505 has been eliminated. Peace has been secured in City 17. This is Helix 7, out. I don't know unless you guys want me to do the entire stream this way. Could just talk about things, how the OTA is engaged in a Code 3 responding to a 10103 residential block. 7 Alpha is under Sky Shield watch. Really looking forward to those anti-fatigue ration, 3 milligrams. Not looking forward to permanent off-world reassignment. Perhaps increasing rank privileges, some non-mechanical reproduction simulation is in order. At least I hope so, if Overwatch agrees. You'll have to be in character the entire stream, it definitely will not get old quickly.
Alright, well, I just have to deal with this boring old voice instead. Desiccated water something or other. I always forget what it's called. Desiccated water tablets? I don't know, something along those lines. I was really hoping that someone would have come up with a system that I could do like a third person sort of view as a rigged Combine character throughout the game. Actually, there are a lot of mods that are available for Half-Life Alyx, of course. And maybe I'll visit those in the future. But what I'd really like to do here is just revisit Half-Life Alyx, but I'm going to have the developer commentary on the whole time, which there's over 3 hours worth of commentary that plays while you play the game, and I'm really looking forward to hearing all of that. And because I love game development and things like that, especially VR, and especially Valve. And for those of you that don't know, Half-Life is the most important game series in terms of my own life. Not only do I just enjoy the games as games, but I played so much of Half-Life 1 growing up. It was by far the most influential game from my life because it encouraged me to learn about game design. It's what got me into doing some level design, which led to 3D modeling. The first social group I was ever involved with was one in a Half-Life 1 mod called Team Fortress Classic, which I'm sure some of you have heard of. Had a server going on for a long time there. Just a lot of my childhood is owed to the existence of the Half-Life series. And then just the games on their own are amazing. But yeah. Hello and welcome everybody who's coming through here. So something I forgot to mention about during my VR chat stream that I kept almost bringing up and then getting distracted because I talked about like everything in my 10-hour VR chat stream a couple days ago is that one of the biggest things that got me into VR chat again is that there's a Combine RP group, which is where I learned to do the pretty spot-on voice changer effect. That one is not voice mod, that's its own like special thing. There's a group called the Universal Union, which are Combine RP kinds of people, where ultimately Well, first of all, it's a huge group of people. I think we're up to like, is it like over 800 members or probably more? I'm a part of Helix team, which is the infestation control team. When I get to that point of the game with all the infestation hazmat sort of stuff, the quarantine area, I want to take a lot of screenshots for references. Like a challenge I might want to take on is to make a little hazmat-oriented world. Microphone, please. For VR chat, because we have the Nova Prospect world, which is just really well made. It's all custom. So what we do with the Combine RP is a lot of different things. What most of the groups do is you go around the public worlds. We'll have a designated day where everybody goes out in the public worlds and we ask people for different things. Depends on the group. And when they don't have those things, we tell them that they're being detained and we drop a portal to Nova Prospect, and we have groups that rotate out, 2 different teams at a time that run Nova Prospect, and then people line up there for processing. So, it's an RP thing. So it's all about give and take and improvising and just kind of having fun with the fact that you're doing this, like, you're in this dire, depressing world in a game like VR chat. So we have like lines of like weird furry and anime avatars and stuff lining up outside this grim dystopian prison, and all the Combine characters, avatars and stuff, which are taken from Half-Life Alyx, most of them. A lot of people have custom ones too. Are all very tall, and they just tower over everything, and we just like have them all in cells, and they have different routines, or bring them out where everyone has lunch together, and then we like bring them out into the field, and then a lot of them are separated for further questioning. There's different cell blocks. There's like cell block green. Well, there's processing, and there's green, and then there's, I think, blue? I don't remember, but the big one is red, which when you get put into cell block red, that means that you're a very high value or a high danger target. There's also like isolation chambers and interrogation room. And, 1800. Oh, Oxidane. Oh, you must be part of the Union. Well, welcome to the chat, by the way. I haven't seen you in here before. Yeah, so you're aware of all this. I think blue, yeah, I think that's the mental ward, which seems a little nicer just to call it isolation, but because it is just big padded rooms that are hidden far away. And there's like a City 17 world in the works, which is going to add a whole different dynamic to the roleplay, because it's not just a dominant Combine space. When you have City 17, it's kind of a mixture of, we have like rebel activity, Combine activity, so people are going to be more allowed to just like roam freely, and depending on what people choose to do, they may or may not be detained. All kinds of stuff like that. Alright, so let me turn on ambience. And a big warning here. Well, let me get the sound on before I forget. Big warning about this stream is that this is going to be a spoiler stream. I've already played the entire game. The longest amount of time I've ever spent in VR at one time was in Half-Life Alyx. Actually, wait, no, second longest, where I had a 11-hour VR stream, was on the day of its release, and I binged it hardcore. And the only reason the stream stopped was because the power got cut out to my house. So I was forced to go off stream. And then the following streams are all pretty long too. They're like 8 hours, 10 hours, and stuff like that. And that's all on YouTube if anyone cares about my first impressions. My computer was a lot worse back then too. I have a much upgraded computer. Back then, I played the whole game and streamed it on a 970 GTX 970 with an i5 processor, and I, beginning of this year, upgraded to a RTX 3060 Ti, and processor is a Ryzen 3700X or something like that. So a huge upgrade, and I'm on like a solid state drive and everything like that. Much faster internet, everything is a big upgrade. Only downgrade is I'm in a smaller room than before, so I'm probably going to destroy stuff by accident. Oh, and I have index controllers now. When I first played, I only had the Vive controller, so this will be my first time playing Half-Life Alyx with index controls, like how it was intended. And, well then, yes, I'm using the Vive headset. Oh yeah, and this is gonna big spoiler stream. You don't want plot points, I'm just gonna freely talk about stuff that happens later in the game and all that. And the developer commentary is gonna be on the whole time, so we're gonna be spending time listening to people talk about the game. I'm still gonna get into it. I'm not just gonna like cheat through the game, because I wanna go hard. And my first run of the game was on hard mode, and I got through pretty well. And I'm gonna do this on hard mode as well. So, let me know about volume levels when things get started, because this game has a lot of dynamic audio where it can be extremely loud and extremely quiet. And I want loud stuff to be loud, and it's fine if something is louder than me talking, because I generally won't be talking when something loud is happening. But if you just can't hear me at all, be sure to say something in chat. Index controllers are a lot better in your opinion, especially used to continuous movement. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Alright. So, starting from the beginning. Here we go. Be sure to let me know about any interesting mods Half-Life Alyx has, because in the future I'd like to check those out. And there's a list that's like sanctioned by Valve that's available out there too. There's like a compound bow mod where you can play through the game using a bow. There's a lot of custom maps. There's even one where you're on the Combine side fighting zombies and stuff. I want to check that out. Oops. One thing right away I forgot to do already. There we go. Sorry. God, I love the music in this.
Hi, my name is Gabe Newell, and welcome to Half-Life Alyx. To say this product was a challenge would be an understatement. It's our first Half-Life title in over 10 years, and it's our first one in virtual reality. In addition to it being a great VR experience that still felt like a Half-Life game, we wanted Half-Life Alyx to serve players who've been waiting to find out what happens after Episode 2, and at the same time, provide an on-ramp to anyone who hasn't played a Half-Life game at all. Ultimately, whether we succeeded in any of that is up to you to decide. But hopefully, this commentary mode will give you some insight into the set of problems we faced and how we chose to tackle them. To listen to a commentary node, pick up the floating hologram of a radio headset in front of you and simply put it on your head. Once you're done listening to the commentary, you can take the radio headset off or simply put on the next one. Please let me know what you think. I can be reached at gaben@valvesoftware.com. While I'm unable to reply to all the emails I receive, I do read them all, and they're a critical part of the feedback we use to evaluate our work. Thanks, and have fun.
But what's your favorite class in Team Fortress 2, Gabe? And like I always say, I read everything you guys say in chat. Don't always have anything to say, but feel free to repeat something if you're asking a question and I didn't answer it. It's totally cool to repeat it again. The mod for Half-Life 2... Alright. Hopefully it was worth the wait. Already, this is nice being able to move fingers independently. And every time I see this radio, I have to mention it. Oh, I was really involved with this radio when the game first launched because it's a number station. And anyone that doesn't know, I love ARGs. I love any kind of like mysteries hidden within games and stuff like that. And there's a whole video on my channel talking about the process we went through to try to see if this actually was anything. And spoilers, it turned out not to be anything. And Gabe himself sent an email out saying there is no ARG in Half-Life Alyx, and it disappointed us all. But it was fun analyzing this, turning on developer mode, and we could see all of like the entities working in real time and trying to analyze how it all worked. And oh, it was weird. It's a good time though. Oh, here's what we were talking about earlier. Desiccated sustenance bar. I just have to get used to the index control here a little bit in the beginning, then I'll go quicker. Ah. Okay, this is nice. And a little bit of spring before you toss things. I'm used to VR chat where it's like, alright, let me toss it. And it's just so hard to throw physics things in VR chat for its own reason. I mean, VR chat is not a good example of like physics in a VR experience, but in a gelatinated calorie paste. Oh, and here's the thing that you couldn't do on the Vive that you can do with index controllers. Nice. And there are lots of weird random secrets and stuff. Like this is Kleiner's book that he made. And this is new since I played. Wait. Oh, this one's intentionally empty, never mind. They added the water physics. Is this... Or is it not on? Oh, jeez. Oh, here it is. But this bottle's too full, you can't see. Fine. Not used to walking around my room in VR. VR chat has kind of gotten me used to just sitting down. But I used to be all standing all the time before VR chat made me lazy. And all these citizens and stuff, these people that you barely see, there's like a whole big complicated thing. A big like random person generator, and there's like so many variations of how the citizens look and all that, and you almost never see them throughout the game. Alright. Oh, it is on? Okay. I gotta change my... Here. I gotta increase the opacity of my chat window, because I just noticed when I'm in a bright place, it's so difficult to read the chat that's on my hand. I want to increase that so I can read you guys better. It's cool how the world turns all like gray and black when you pause out of it like this. So immersive. Chat's just too transparent. Okay, where's opacity? I swear to God. I had it earlier. Where did it go? Am I not seeing this? Match to left hand position rotation. Oh, a what? Oh, there we go. All right. Anyway. Yeah, I like the void world. Okay.
As in the case of any Half-Life game, the first hour of Alyx must convey a lot of information to the player, hopefully in a natural and entertaining way. Players need to know who they are, where they are, what kind of world they're in, who the other important characters and factions are, and so on. At the same time, they need to learn how to actually play the game. How do they move? What can they interact with and how? What should they be trying to do, etc. Figuring out exactly what information we would try to convey in these first 2 levels, and how it would be conveyed, took us over 2 years of playtesting. It's tempting to try and include everything we think a player should know, but all information has a priority, and the more we include, the more chance there is that a player misses something important because they're distracted or confused by something less important. So over the next 2 levels, we'll use commentary nodes to point out some of the specific places where we grappled with conveying information to the player. In between these nodes, you'll likely be able to spot many other examples for players to find, if they're interested in paying closer attention and understanding more.
I think there's a way to get subtitles on stream better. So like they're on the window for you guys, so I'm not like chasing the subtitles around. Show subtitles and closed captions only in spectator window? Well, I want both. Subtitles and closed captions. See if this makes a difference. You see the captions fine? Well, I'm trying to look at the OBS at the same time. Looks like they're like chasing him around or something. Well, here we go. This is awkward. Okay, there.
One of the pieces of important information we struggled to convey was exactly when Half-Life Alyx is set within the series timeline. Whilst we tried to reflect it carefully in many of the world details, it was never 100% successful during playtests. Eventually, we decided it was too important to be left to the players to figure out, and so we put it in our opening text crawl. The Citadel's incomplete state did provide us with an early opportunity to reinforce the timeline visually. Half-Life Alyx takes place 5 years before the events of Half-Life 2, in which the towering Citadel represents the Combine seat of power. As we see here, however, early Combine infrastructure is a cluttered mess of cables and unusual structures sprawled all over the city, surrounding the Citadel's construction, and served as a useful indicator of the time frame. We went on to reinforce this impression in other places throughout the following level. Combine architecture tends to be abstract in scale and form, so we included some familiar visual cliches of human construction: the large external scaffolds, some distinction of floor levels, rows of small lights, and the tidying of the silhouette into more structured vertical elements, try and strike a balance between capturing the alien nature of the Citadel whilst grounding its construction in enough familiarity to better understand its size and state. Large, sweeping vistas such as this one proved an interesting challenge in virtual reality. Their distance from the viewer means they don't benefit from stereoscopic vision the way that small close-up objects do, Because of this, the small objects on the balcony often draw the attention of the players before they've even noticed the imposing structure in the distance. If we moved the citadel too close, it felt absurdly huge and difficult to take in. Yet placed alone on the horizon, it felt two-dimensional and flat. We found the solution in filling the space between the viewer and the distant structure with many scale references. The city itself, huge supply cables leading towards the vanishing point, large repeated combine buildings, heavy pollution fog, careful lighting, and all the animated elements, especially the helicopter whose sound begins in the fade-in. All these were carefully composed to help draw the attention of the player to the citadel first, before letting their attention wander to take in the details of the city, and settle ultimately on the inviting items here on the balcony.
Nice. I love this opening scene so much. Remember when I first played the game, I sat here for like 30 minutes. Alright, so I saw someone in chat. Leaf Riston. He says you are a deaf person. Glad to have you in chat. Oh, here. There. Then I don't know how to draw very many shapes. I really like how, like, if you stand in just the right spot, you can get all of these drawings to align. So I know you guys are seeing out of my right eye. Like right now, my fingertip should be at the pupil of the all-seeing eye. So if I line this up just right, get like the perspective of all of this aligned with the background information. Now, so I know this whole sequence has been memed to death because this whole graphic that happens here is all in the background. I mean, it's all like a WebM file or something like that. So people have put just a million different things in there. Alyx. Let's see. Uh-oh. Putting put on the spot to try to remember what Helix's logo looks like. I don't have dark blue. Well, here. Okay, I think it goes like this. Oh god. Oh no, it's so terrible. I don't know, something like that. Alright.
In these first areas of the game, we grappled a lot with the density and prioritization of the information we were conveying to the player. Playtesting showed us that players in VR were easily distracted, often due to better peripheral vision, such that they'd focus on one scene element while losing track of others. This was exacerbated in these first rooms because players were acclimatizing to being in VR, often for the first time. In addition, different players progress at different speeds. We saw some players spend 30 seconds on the opening balcony and others 30 minutes. As a result, we did a lot of iteration over the set of opening areas, each time changing what information we tried to convey and where. Initially, the video call from Eli took place in the later refuge room with the Snarkin camcorder, but players were often too engrossed in interacting with all of the detail in that room to pay attention to the conversation between Eli and Russell. We moved the video call out to the starting balcony, but there it distracted from the establishing shot of City 17 and the Citadel. It also came at a time when players were still figuring out core game elements like movement and hand interaction with the world. That collision made simple things hard, like when to show the player a movement tooltip if they immediately started the video call. Eventually, we settled on inserting the greenhouse between the starting balcony and the refuge, which allowed us to move the call to an area with a slightly obscured vista and fewer interactable objects. This avoided the distraction problems and ensured players were past the initial gameplay moments of figuring out their hardware and movement setup. It also had the bonus of allowing us to add further detail to the opening balcony and Alyx's refuge without fear of creating distractions from the video call.
Distractions from the video call. Alright.
Alyx! How's it looking up there?
It's good, Dad. Metrocop movement is normal. Same for the Combine patrols. How's it going in the stockyard?
One Combine mini reactor from a shipment of 4,000. They're never gonna miss it. Here, see for yourself.
And not only that, someone's hacked into the Combine construction network.
Don't get greedy, guys. We're not made of time here.
1 minute and I'm out, guaranteed.
Oh, also, I spotted the Combine moving supplies into the quarantine zone. That place has been deserted for years.
That is all. Well, we'll look into it when we get back. Meet back at the safe house, baby. We'll be there soon.
It looks like...
What is it, Russell?
What'd you... Terrific.
There was a video online that showed off how Source Engine 2 can much better handle a container full of things. Because that was a big thing I remember from first Source Engine. It was always, you'd have a box and you put physics things in it, you pick up the box, and then the things inside just launch into space. But now, I mean, there was a box out there full of stuff that you can pick up and move around, and it actually works fairly well as long as you don't like vigorously shake it too much. Sorbient. So satisfying. Oh yeah. Love it. Never mind. Let's just stay in the greenhouse. It's nice seeing everything in actual high graphics settings. When I was on my 970, I had everything pretty low, and the game still looked good. And I just love how like so many of the assets and stuff in here are just like direct upgrades, or like remakes of the same base textures from Half-Life 2. Like I recognize this door and the design of the door. I recognize so many things that throughout the game from Half-Life 2. Love the construction strider. There's one of the workers on there too. It's one of the only times you see that particular type of worker. God, is there... Sorry to keep going into the options. Is there a field of view for spectator? I know I have smoothing on really high. Zoom level? What is this effect? Alright. Huh. Oops. Maybe zoom low? This one's low right now. I mean, which is I'm trying to look at both at the same time. So, is it a better field of view like this, or God? Like this. Lower is higher FOV, then there's a portion of the screen that's black for some reason. Huh. Oh yeah, the first time that I came across the big construction strider, especially with how loud it is, it was like, gave me chills. I also like how this thing is floating in space. I'll put it on low. I know there's a little like black thing in the corner, but a higher field of view I feel like is a lot more pleasant to watch. Yeah, it is weird to have that thing over there, part of the headset feed. Well, I'll do this for a while and to see how it goes. Well, anyway, Strider.
Beyond conveying critical information about the state of the world, the first two levels of Half-Life Alyx also needed to demonstrate some of VR's strengths. Conveying a sense of scale is something VR does much better than flat screens, and our early playtests showed us that nothing quite sold that scale more than seeing a Strider up close. In addition to the visuals, to fully illustrate the scale of a Strider at close range, we needed to do a lot of work on its audio treatment. Players had strong expectations about feeling the weight, power and presence of the Strider through its movements, particularly as it stepped on the balcony the player was occupying. In order to convey this power through sound, we layered multiple sound effects, allowing us to address ranges in the audio frequency spectrum and the temporal nature of those elements separately. We then combined those elements in the Source 2 audio engine to control them as one sound.
Definitely felt that kind of impact too. Different things that were happening were coming from different spots. Oops. You can drop it on the ground.
This room, internally referred to as Alyx's Refuge, was initially the location where the Eli video call took place. However, once that video call was moved out to the balcony, this room was freed up to solve other problems. In the Half-Life series, we've always tried to ensure that there's generally enough narrative for all players to understand where they're going and why, but for players who slow down and pay attention, there's more detail that can lead to a greater understanding. With the balcony being a place to get familiar with the game's inputs, the greenhouse being where the story kicks off, and the Strider there to surprise players with spectacle, we decided that the Refuge could be a quiet moment for players, where they could discover discover more narrative detail in the environment. At the same time, it could be a place where they can play around a bit more now that they're acclimated to being in VR. Spending time in the Refuge is meant to bring players into Alyx's role in the Resistance and her place in the world. We wanted it to feel like a real stakeout spot where Alyx had been cooped up for weeks or months while planning the heist, doing research on the Combine. The camcorder, snark, and whiteboards are all toys that respond to detailed interaction and reward deeper investigation, giving curious players more information about the world of City-17 and what Alyx has been doing in it.
I'm surprised someone like Alyx would even be eating these desiccated sustenance bars and stuff like that, with how opposed they are to the Combine being here. It's sort of like, would you dare eat the food that they're providing, but maybe there's no other choice? Oh, I can't draw. Also, thanks for the raid, Cole. Those of you that are here as part of Cole's raid. Oh yeah, and then it's like a whole structure showing the construction of the Citadel. Really like to see an animation of like what it would look like when this appears. Like I wonder, would this whole thing just had been traveling through space and then it just suddenly falls and crashes into a crater? Or is this just the first thing that's built? Like it says, initial spire appears. Oh, in April too. Actually, when I think about it, I think we're playing this around the time when Half-Life Alyx released, like a year ago. It's been a year? Huh. And there's a really cool concept artist that did a lot of concept art for Half-Life Alyx that was talking about the Combine's reliance on what already exists here. So I just love how like their technology is just like crammed into human buildings. It just like very uncomfortably is just smashed into places. I mean, the Citadel, of course, is a prime example, but also like how those big walls and stuff that you see later in the game that slowly eat away. And also, I spent a lot of time learning about the Combine, the radio chatter, and the sort of language that they use. So I'm looking forward to hearing some of their stuff and hopefully seeing it on the subtitles and maybe be able to translate it a little bit. And I wrote my own big like guide on what some of the stuff translates to as well. Extremely satisfying button press. Love that sound. It has been a year.
Alyx.
She was originally going to be one of, if not the main antagonists of the game. And because of, like, if you've read the interviews and stuff like that about the history of the making of this game, that huge story rewrites were done really late in the process. So a lot of characters that were already like being developed and modeled out and all that had big character changes. Now she was turned into just a fellow like resistance member when originally she was going to be like a high-ranking conscript or something for the Combine, and she actually still has a bunch of pins on her shirt, and one of them is the logo of a Combine conscription force or something like that too. So kind of makes you think maybe she is technically still a part of it, because her character isn't really developed much throughout this game. But I'm trying to not fool around as much as I did in my first playthrough, just so we can get to more commentary, but a lot of times I can't help myself.
Alyx, are we good? Yep, they got the reactor. Easy peasy. I'm headed back to the safe house right now to meet Dad. Go! We'll be in touch. Stay safe.
Oh no, the Union's here. What is this? Vice Squad or whatever? Aren't they civil protection? And there's actually a whole lot of dialogue of civil protection, like, speaking in the game that wasn't used. And it sounds a lot different than... Wait, just a sec. Sounds a lot different than...
than this sort of talk. Civil Protection Unit. I'm 10-8, but I'm running late. Help, I'm stuck down here, help! Overwatch, be advised. Unit needs assistance, 1199, 1099, whatever the thing is.
Takes me too long to turn it on and off. Union is the main civil protection. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, you don't really spend a lot of time with civil protection at all. And the lines that they were using when they're walking through here just sounded like dialogue straight out of Half-Life 2. But I love the like precursor stun baton that they have. This like really crusty looking thing that has like exposed wire and all of that. Like I'd love to have like a recreation of that. And it has this big like plunger kind of, what do you call it? Like a big handle that sticks out on the side that you squeeze to turn on the electrical component to it. It looks so cool. Okay. Oh, here, they'll probably talk about Olga and her previous role in the series.
Two critical pieces of information that we needed players to understand were simple to state, but not so easy to convey. That players were playing as Alyx Vance, not the Gordon Freeman they've played in all prior Half-Life games, and that Alyx is going to speak, unlike Gordon. These probably seem obvious to you now, but until we focused on them, it wasn't obvious to playtesters. Ensuring that everyone realized they were playing as Alyx was something we decided to hit with the biggest hammer we could, and name the product after her. But even with that, we were very careful in Eli's video call to ensure it's reinforced immediately. Olga, the character introduced here, was added to further drive it home by calling out when the player exits the elevator. Olga is the first character the player meets in person, and her dialogue here, and again ahead in the alley, is aimed at driving home the fact that she's conversing with the player, and that the disembodied female voice the player hears is Alyx speaking back. This was harder to convey in Eli's video call, because it already features Russell speaking off-screen, whereas in this scene, there's clearly no one else around in the conversational space other than Olga and the player. Without Olga, we found that, even though they had already spoken to Eli and Russell over the video call, playtesters still didn't feel like they were Alyx.
That makes a lot of sense. And, there's a good point about just straight up naming the game Half-Life Alyx, too. But, and I gave like a big long review of Half-Life Alyx when I beat it the first time, but that was my biggest complaint is how I really did not like how Alyx's character was treated throughout this, like how she was represented, because it was, I know she's supposed to be a lot younger. She's like 19. And, teenagers are so bratty and so lethargic about everything, but I just felt like that she's so unlikable, not in a well-made character unlikable way, just unlikable, like she's just continually dismissive of everything that happens. And I just, at no point in the game did I ever really feel for Alyx. I guess the very, very end, with the conversation with you-know-who, I started to feel a little bit for her, but everything else until then was just so, like, hollow feeling. What other characters in the world were doing was more interesting to me than what Alyx was doing, but I don't know. I wasn't that much of a fan. Okay, music.
When we started Half-Life Alyx, we were very curious to find out how VR would impact our music design. The Half-Life series has always used music sparingly, often leaving the ambient sounds of the world to provide the audio background. But it is a tool we like to use to highlight moments where the world state has changed in some important way. In this case, that something's riled up the Combine. In our early playtests of this scene, without music, but with many of the other visual and audio elements represented, we found some players didn't understand that they should move along, and that others became distracted by the interactive objects in the laundry. We experimented with some very simple quote-unquote action music to communicate the changing of the Combine threat level, as well as the story's intention for Alyx to get to safety, and found that players were less likely to forget their quest and move towards their goal. The music was kept simple and cinematic sounding to allow it to blend with the purposely complementary background sounds and gently start to normalize the use of music in VR in a familiar way. This success encouraged us to use the same technique in scenes with similar requirements later in the game.
Nice. And that was Mike Morosky. I could swear Hasn't he done music for a lot of other games? That name sounds so familiar. But the problem is this game is also a new timeline. I mean, it's still the same timeline as Half-Life 2. I mean, it's just before the events of Half-Life 2. A few years before. Oh, I guess you're talking about interaction with G-Man and all that, and Eli. It's like such a hard thing to explain. Like, I feel like that whole aspect of the story, like, right now we're in the timeline of Half-Life 2 as we know it. And it's not until the very end that we're made known of the fact that there are potentially other parallel universes going on at the same time. And I always have a hard time fully understanding when it comes to multiple universe timeline, whatever sorts of narrative beats. And I don't even remember what people kind of decided on either as being what was actually happening at the end of this game. And yes, for anyone joining, spoilers, by the way, we're just freely talking about the entirety of the game, since I'm just doing dev commentary for all this. Retcon so Valve could do something different with episode 3. Well, yeah, I think there's a lot of practical reasons why they changed everything like that as well. Not just for the story, but also because they didn't want to just suddenly make Half-Life 3 be completely VR. They want to do a new story. I mean, they explained it. Like, there's a lot of reasons why they chose to go with what they did. Well, it's actually not the same time due to the fact that the G-Man was a trap, so this is another timeline itself due to the event of Half-Life 2 never... I don't know if I totally believe that. I mean...
Alyx, over here.
Yeah.
What is it?
Notice the badges.
This doesn't seem like a routine sweep. Are you sure everything went okay?
I'm looking at the badges, I promise.
Something's got the CPs right up.
Keep your head down and be smart.
Hey! I like that your hands are partially obstructed.
Return to your housing block, now.
Yeah, Comic-Con pins.
The remainder of this level is designed to continue informing the player about the world they're in, and to support the increase in the Combine's alertness. We also wanted detail to make the city feel alive, something that becomes much harder later on, once the player has a weapon. This was tricky to design due to the challenge we're often faced with, the friction between narrative state and gameplay state. Here, the narrative implies that Alyx should be making her way back to Eli as quickly and quietly as possible. But gameplay-wise, we're at the start of the game, and players are still testing the limits of everything they can see and touch. Unsurprisingly, playtesting showed us that some players would dedicate themselves to following the narrative and quickly move through the area, while others would completely ignore the narrative and explore every nook and cranny. While it's tempting to simply remove all distractions in an attempt to unify all players towards following the narrative, it would send the wrong signal about the density of our world and how the game intends to reward players for exploring it. So we spent months refining this section, adding, changing, and removing elements. We tried to find the right level of narrative tension, where players felt like they should be moving along, but not so quickly that they can't stop to tinker with something. We put in enough interactive objects and narrative moments where players were always rewarded for looking around. But we designed all those distractions to end quickly, so we could encourage players to continue moving along.
Move along, citizen. Report the Vort. I don't know what I think about the grunt voices for CPs. They fit them well, but I'm attached to the Half-Life 2 version. Yeah, like the complexity of like the voice modulation in Half-Life Alyx's Combine are almost too complex. I mean, it gives them a really unique personality, but once you get into like the suppressor and the ordinal and the wall hammer and stuff like that, like they all have their very distinct differences in the way they sound. Even the Civil Protection has like a slight difference between how they are in Half-Life 2. Combined for safety. I keep forgetting I've already played this game. It just feels like something new again. It's been over a year since I played it, but... And I was so proud when I first played of this RP moment. We could do this. Be like, alright, let's just bike around. Here. This is the new gameplay. Gonna bike around City 17. I can't make the sound a bike makes, never mind. Thanks for the follow, Zorth. This bike is just so detailed, has like all the moving parts that it should. Doesn't have a chain though. A single gear. I think it's technically... Oh. Am I standing in a weird place in my room? I guess kind of. Tracking keeps cutting out. Yeah, I need to put a card in the spokes. Alright, I gotta go quicker. Cat lady. Garfield clock. Garfield clock. It's funny because when you can't do it, even I can't do it right now, but also when you no clip and go into her room, her whole apartment is just like literally a closet, and she has a bunch of cats, and there's the big orange Garfield clock. And she was sitting up here before we got here too. It's a clever way to do ladders in VR. Oh, I love this part. That sound design. I'm gonna change this to head-driven locomotion. How do I do that? Pre-order skins, I forgot that was a thing. Snap turn angle, snap turn, hand climbing, continuous hand. Oh, continuous. Oh, I thought I was gonna call it continuous head. Should have had implications. Yeah, I guess this feels more natural to me. Yeah, like this, all of these things I remember from Half-Life 2, they've just all been reimagined into higher resolution. Oh, that's right. Who's watching you play with bottles and a bike around? Yeah. Alright, I love this moment.
Whoa, wait, I just live here.
Probably anti-citizen. Get those hands off!
Wait.
Anti-Citizen 2. Ordinal.
He didn't steal anything.
Eli Vance, Resistance leader.
No one! I didn't see anyone!
Dad!
Wallhammer. Do it.
Hey, wait, no!
Do that again. Oh, this loads so much faster. Also, this is gonna get really loud here.
Where are you taking me? Where's my father?
This vehicle's so cool.
Hello? Damn it, where's my father?
Tell her to stop moving around back there. Stop moving. What is that? Get it! It's under the police! Get it!
In order to limit the possibility of motion sickness that could be induced by moving the player in a vehicle, we initially wrote this scene to have Alyx wake up after the van had already crashed. Players found this underwhelming, however, since the game seemed to be needlessly holding back an exciting moment that they could have experienced for themselves. Addressing this meant that we had to tackle the technical problem of moving the player comfortably in a vehicle. In this van, and in the train at the end of the map, you'll notice that the outside world is only visible through small windows. These outside views are necessary to provide motion parallax, but the small window size ensures that the player's field of view is always dominated by the vehicle interior, which is naturally in the player's own frame of reference. This greatly reduces the occurrence of motion sickness. Aside from the parallax of the outside world, we use animated lighting and careful sound design to produce the effect of riding in a vehicle.
Nice. Hold on a sec, I gotta read out. Doors to remain sealed while vehicle is in motion. All passengers maintain proper distance from exit. Huh. Yeah, they had a grenade in the same cabin as them. I feel like they would be ripped to pieces.
Alyx, you there? You've got to get moving.
Russell? I've been in an accident.
I know! I caused it, so technically not an accident. You've got to get moving.
Wait, where's Dad?
He's fine. Follow the drone.
The drone?
So, Dad's okay, right?
Yeah, well, no. To be honest, he's in huge trouble.
But...
They've still got him. He was in a separate transport.
And you saved me?
Well, yes. I had no way of knowing who was in which van, so... Yes, the result was that I saved you.
Do we know where they're taking him?
Criminal holding. And then, when they realize he's Eli Vance, to Nova Prospect. But I'm already working on a plan to get him back. You're close to my lab. Keep following the drone. We'll figure out what to do.
No. 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 I like rats. Hey. Yeah. But we have to do the dirty deed, as is the requirement of anyone who comes across this model. Wait, I think I can do it better. We need like... we need some Gmod noises. There we go. Whoa! Whoa, you can actually shoot him like a rubber band? And there might be a mod out there to fix this, but one of my biggest disappointments with Half-Life Alyx was how you could not use physics objects to harm things. Throughout Half-Life 2, I pretty much exclusively used the gravity gun after that was introduced. I love just picking up stuff, and in VR it's so satisfying to just like throw things. So I was really looking forward to just being able to pick up a chair and like throw it at a zombie and like beat the zombie, because that would have been so much cooler. I mean, they give reasons why they ended up going with the system that they did, and I understand it, but oh, I wanted more.
In order to limit the possibility of motion sickness that could be induced by moving the player in a vehicle, we initially wrote this scene to have Alyx...
Just giving him a good home. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, he's become evil. He's glowing red. Yeah, it's as good as we're gonna get it, I think. Guess not. Yeah, Half-Life Warney will just be all about beating things.
Where the last map was focused on conveying a lot of information about the world state to the player, this map is where we need to start the player's larger quest. That means the player must leave this map with an understanding of what's happened to Eli, and what they're going to do about it. The player also needs to meet Russell, so they have a face behind all the radio dialogue throughout the game. Finally, we need the player to collect the gravity gloves and the pistol and learn how to use them both. This is a daunting list. From experience, we know that if we cram all that into a single scene, players won't be able to remember more than a couple highlights. So this map's purpose is essentially narrative pacing. We need to draw apart the required events, separating them with enough time and space that players could ingest and remember them. At the same time, we're a little under the gun. Playtesting showed us that by now, some players have been playing for 30 minutes, and they're wondering when they're going to see some enemies.
Nie pytaj, opasna za żywota. Something about like don't touch electricity or something like that. I don't know. What? Where'd he go? Okay. Anyway. Oh my god, I gotta stop fooling around with stuff.
One of the first steps the writing team took on this map was to flesh out a scene between Russell and Alyx that covered all the dialogue we needed. Due to the fact the player is meeting Russell for the first time, and that there are a significant number of in-fiction events that Alyx and Russell need to talk about, the scene ended up containing a lot of dialogue. We knew there was no way we could build a scene that long without boring the player, and the most important elements would be lost in the noise. One of the first tools we used to address this was the introduction of Russell's drone. It allowed us to take chunks of the dialogue from that original scene and deliver them throughout the area preceding the scene. This meant the scene itself could skip over the in-fiction preliminaries and get right to the critical goal delivery.
Yay, I was listening. Talking about use of scanner, hacked scanner. I wonder what this would feel like. Imagine if this big bundle of cables going up to the Citadel, if you touch this, if it'd be like really hot. I feel like it'd be pulsating, like vibrating, Combine energy. What's it called? Solid state light or whatever the Combine's energy is. Some
Russell,
ridiculous thing.
What did you guys find back there?
Well, that's the crazy thing. I don't know. Just blurry pictures of a building.
The Citadel?
No, something else. And whatever it is, they're gonna kill anybody who saw it. And anybody who knows anybody who saw it. Which means us and your dad.
Russell, just hang on. I'm almost there.
When I can do it. Ah, my first time using index controllers in Half-Life Alyx. I'm still getting used to that. Oh my god. Arrest that man! Arrest that man! Oh, I almost hit the vehicle. That's another thing I really don't like, is how it's this bright orange when your head collides with something. They should have just made it black. Like blindingly bright. I will not sit and play around with all this stuff. I'm just gonna keep going. I already know what goes on here.
In addition to delivering narrative at a consumable pace, this map needed to continue communicating the state of the world outside of the quarantine zone. We also wanted players to understand when Half-Life Alyx takes place in the larger Half-Life timeline, and to see for themselves the massive scale of the Citadel under construction. The power of the Combine is embodied in their indifference towards humanity. They've conquered Earth with little effort and are now plundering it for their own ends. They put a modicum of effort into their propaganda, but it's ultimately uncaring. Later in Half-Life 2, we see Breen's attempts to talk to humanity with more seriousness, but it's unclear whether that directive comes from the Combine or if it's just Breen's attempts to be useful to them. Meanwhile, the Combine construction is brutally efficient. The Citadel's pervasive feeder cables make no attempt to fit into the lives of the residents as the Combine drains the city of its power. Within this playground, a nostalgic nod to Half-Life 2, this enormous cable has been run right through the mural on the wall, demonstrating the Combine's total lack of interest in the history behind the city.
Human science. Hey, I have the headcrab hat. Like, coveted, limited edition Half-Life headcrab hat that they released long ago. And also, it was so weird to me that they have the mouth covering mechanic even able to be done this early in the game. I remember I was playing for the first time, I was like, why does it keep doing that? Like, what is this? I mean, it made sense once it happened, but I feel like it's just a weird distraction until you actually need it. Loud noise.
Sure. Yeah, I'll be there in a minute.
Everything's fine. I am the scanner now. Okay, I will not sit and play with everything. I need to make progress. I can get to the next commentary node. I'll see you later, Oxidane. Thanks for stopping by.
Alyx, great. Okay, let's... Wait, my drone's okay, right?
Yeah, it's
nope,
right here.
It exploded. I'm fine, by the way.
I got rid of it.
Right, good. Well, that's the main.
I wonder if this was short intentionally to give
Russell.
players immersion.
They've got Dad.
Have to duck
I
under.
know. This is bad. They're gonna find out what he knows, and then, yeah, they're gonna kill him.
Oh, God.
But the good news is, we've got something they don't.
Which is?
My plan to get him back.
Great. Let's hear it.
Now, pretty soon they're gonna realize that your dad is not gonna talk, and when that happens, he's off to have his brain sucked out.
Russell.
Potentially. Maybe not, though. I mean, they could just drill into
Stop.
his... Oh, yeah, still your dad. Right, well, what they will do is take him by train from here. This is Eli to Nova Prospect.
And if he gets on that train, that's it, right?
Not necessarily. Grab something that represents us.
I love how he's been watching everything that Alyx has done so far.
Anything will do.
Could play around in here forever, but I just want to find the few important things like scoot. Well, different kind of scoot.
Anything will do.
And so this is a real world Geiger counter kind of thing, but this is not the whole thing. In the real version of this, it has a thing that plugs into it.
Yeah, just grab anything.
I don't remember where exactly it plugs in, but it's like this metal piece that sticks out of it, so you hold on to this with one hand and then use your other hand to actually put near things that you're testing, like the radioactivity of.
Just grab anything.
And there's a tutorial online about how to use these too. Like you can buy them for just like $100, probably even less, and you can like twist the knob around. You have to do like a calibration thing, and it's pretty cool. And as a member of Helix team, we use these things all the time. Got more of these. I know exactly what this would feel like in real life too. This sort of tin over little tablets like that.
Anything will do. Yeah, just grab anything. Okay, that's you.
I thought you said us.
Well, one of us, me, will have to stay here for this plan to work.
All right, fair enough.
Just outside, there's a second train that also leads out of City 17 through the quarantine zone.
Okay.
Both trains intersect here at Fairview Junction. You take your train, get there before his train, and hack into the controls. That'll let me take over the system. Train comes to a halt, you deal with the Combine situation, and we get your dad back.
Sounds good. Where's the train I'm taking?
Out the back, through the yard. It's decommissioned, but I think I can hack into its controls. Oh, and get yourself a pair of Russells on the way out.
Russells?
The gloves, Alyx. You know, the gravity gloves. I have a few sets through there. You can calibrate them out by the shed.
Got it.
We can do this, Alyx. You got that, didn't you, that I said we could do it? Because we're gonna do it.
Yeah, we are.
I'm with you every step of the way.
There's the line. Alright, so this one comes first.
Russell's laboratory is the first time the player is in the same room as another character, and it highlights one of the main challenges we face when designing choreographed scenes in VR, keeping the player and characters out of each other's space. In previous Half-Life games, we could always forcefully move the player if we really needed them out of the way. We made several attempts at finding a similar solution in VR, but found that it often made players feel deeply uncomfortable or disoriented. So instead, we designed these spaces to allow for a natural separation between the player and our characters. Where natural separators couldn't exist, we had to restrict players from moving into the character's space, removing that limitation as soon as the character had moved out of the way. Another challenge was balancing how often characters respond to player actions while delivering important narrative information. In early experiments, we allowed characters to stop mid-sentence, which allowed them to respond immediately to the player, and then continue on with their dialogue. While technically straightforward, this was incredibly difficult to execute in animation and dialogue without feeling unnatural. The combination of custom reactions necessary to cover the range of possible player interaction and the resulting return to narrative dialogue quickly multiplied out of control. Eventually, we settled on a solution where we allowed only a minimum of interactions during the important narrative delivery sections, and a wider range of responses to more complex reactions after the scene has completed. In the case of Russell, we layer subtle head facing and natural eye contact on top of his performance while he is talking with Alyx. Then, after the scene, when he is typing at the computer, he will respond to players trying to touch him or objects being thrown around.
It actually makes you feel a little bad in VR, because he feels kind of like a real person. But I remember immediately noticing when the whole map sequence is going on, how it like locks you out of this area. Well, it still does. But it never lets you get right up in his face until here, where you can kind of touch him. Pudding cup entry. Is an achievement in something specific in the room as you use something specific. Oh, I don't think the game had achievements when I originally played, because as soon as I started it up, it said, I suddenly got that gnome achievement. Not the one where you take it to all the way to the end of the game, but whatever the other one. Oh, it was the one where Gabe got an actual gnome launched into space from some like SpaceX related thing, and if that actually happened, everyone who has the game would get that achievement, like a real life thing causing you to get an in-game achievement or something like that. And Russell's original name was Laszlo, to kind of match the character that was talked about in Half-Life 2, and he went through a lot of different changes, and his personality changed greatly too, but you still see a couple references in here to Laszlo. Like, I think there's like a sticky note somewhere that says that the password is LAZL and then 0 as the O. Yeah, this is going to feel a lot different with Index. Oops. And I remember there's another run that I did of this game that I have on YouTube where I just no-clipped everywhere, and you looked at all the tiny little details, and like I no-clipped over here, looked at all the stuff on the walls, and I took a lot of screenshots. Oh shoot! I don't think I did the other commentary thing. No! Wait, I did the one when I came in here. Wait, maybe I did. Well, I'm just gonna keep going. And in VR chat, there's like a pretty new car driving thing called like Udon Cars or something like that. It actually has manual transmission in it. And growing up as an American, a lot of people don't ever learn manual transmission because this automatic is so prevalent. So I've actually been learning more about driving a manual transmission car in VR chat than I ever did in real life. So I've been like sitting down in those cars and learning about like holding the clutch down. And when you have full body tracking, it actually keeps track of your foot movement and all that too. So I've been learning about like, okay, holding the clutch down and then like changing the gear over to this and then not letting the car get too low. Then the car shuts off, and I don't know, just all kinds of stuff like that that I never would have learned normally. Well, I have to restart the game if I'm going to turn no clip on and all that. Because I have to open a dev console thing called like V console or something, and I don't know, it's not really worth it. And then it's too tempting for me to go in and like no clip and take even longer to get
Alright,
through.
you know how this goes. There should be a bunch of junk down there. Aim at something with your hand open. Targeted. Close your hand. Registered. Now flick your wrist to bring it in. You're on it. Great. Try again.
It feels a lot better with the index controller than...
You're attached. Make a grip. You've got it. Just a little flick of the wrist. Just like that. Yep. One more time. Excellent. Now make a fist. Boom. Yep. Perfect. We're done. Oh, wait. I almost forgot.
Alyx, up here! You're gonna need a gun! Don't worry, it's unloaded.
Oh.
It's unloaded now!
One frustration players may encounter in VR is having to physically bend down or reach out for objects in the virtual world, especially if they have limited real-world space. A common solution for this is to provide a way to bring objects to the player, instead of forcing the player to go to them. We knew this would be an important feature in Half-Life Alyx, with its sprawling levels and players' desire to explore every corner of the world. We didn't want this mechanic to feel too gamey or magical, so we decided to integrate it into the fiction of the game by making it a feature of the gravity gloves, which are a natural precursor to the gravity gun of Half-Life 2. This allowed us to present the mechanic as a real physical action that's enabled by a piece of in-fiction technology. To emphasize the physicality that is unique to the medium of VR, we used a physical gesture to activate the pull instead of a button press, and then required the player to actually catch the object instead of automatically attaching it to the hand. This made the mechanic feel more natural and rooted in the fiction of the game's universe, while allowing the player to feel powerful and accomplished.
Oh.
I think it's on the hood of that car there.
1 second.
When a player pulls an object with the gravity gloves, we use the game's physics engine to apply a launch force to that object with a trajectory that is partially influenced by the direction of the player's pull gesture. We set the object's launch velocity to result in a standard flight time from pull to catch, so the player can develop a rhythm that eventually becomes automatic. We want the object to arrive at the hand as reliably as possible, so after the initial launch we continually apply small impulse forces along the trajectory, represented by the white arrows. Those impulses help counter gravity and compensate for collisions with obstacles along the way, while continuously steering the object toward the hand, which is itself a moving target. A generous catch range and subtle haptic feedback when the object enters that range virtually guarantees that it will end up in the player's hand every time, even if their attention is focused elsewhere. One other benefit of implementing this with physics is that we didn't need to do custom handling for an object's size, mass, or inertia, and it automatically compensated for the non-standard gravity that players encounter inside the vault at the end of the game.
I think it's on the hood of that car there.
Wish I would have known that was doing something the whole time. This is really...
It's on the hood of that car there.
What's on the hood of that car there? Is it...
I think it's on the hood of that car there.
Bam?
Oh, almost forgot. Guns need ammo.
Here you go.
Oh, that's right. I have to do all that. Now I gotta remember... Oops. I have to get used to holding the trigger down, because I remember with the Vive controllers, I'm pretty sure I didn't have to hold the trigger. I thought it was just the grip buttons to do this. Oh yes, and of course, our friend. And got a hat.
Oh, you took care of that lock then. Good. Great. Did have the key for it, but should have given you that. That's on me.
I like this aesthetic. Oh, yeah. This. Got that. Yes. I forgot you have to do this.
Alright, here we go. Next stop, Fairview Junction.
Thanks, Russell.
And good luck, Alyx. Goodbye. Obviously, just to let you know, I am still here, though.
I know.
Hello, Alyx? We might have a problem. Probably nothing to worry about, but... Did the train stop? It stopped, didn't it?
Yeah, what happened?
It's jammed. When the Combine shut down the quarantine zone, they must have tightened security.
Which means?
Yeah, you're nowhere near Fairview Junction. You're just outside the QZ. And this is as far as we get by train.
Then I'm headed on foot.
Good. I'll see if I can get you in some other way.
Alright. Musical cue. I love these walls. Can't remember, is there a way to just put the gun away entirely?
I got a dead zombie here. I thought the Combine sealed up the QZ.
This one must have squirted out. I've heard they've had trouble with barnacle spores outside the containment area. But not about fellas like that.
I know you can wear the hat
Probably
for
not a one-off then.
Barnacle protection.
I doubt it.
I'm a gamer. Don't need barnacle protection. Yeah, is there a way to put the gun away? I don't like having it out all the time. Damn it! Oh. Maybe it hasn't been introduced yet. Not that. God! How many times am I gonna do that now? Yeah, I think because I only have one weapon. Oh wait, yeah, you do get another weapon later. Oh, it's been so long. I love kind of the stormy look of all this. But I could swear early on they gave you the ability to... Oh, there we go. That's what I like. I like to get handsy. Like this. Maybe if I give CPR, we'll save him. This proper CPR protocol. I was not afraid, I was petrified. Da 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 da.
Even in our earliest experiments in bringing Half-Life to VR, we found that players enjoyed exploring every nook and cranny of the environment. With the increased fidelity of VR, players not only expected to be able to interact with a vast array of objects, but they also had a strong desire to find something useful from time to time. This was so universal among testers that in addition to more searchable locations and interactive objects, we added a new resource, resin. Level designers could place this new resource in fun and interesting locations that weren't tied to game progression, rewarding players wider-ranging exploration. We also tied this new resource to a longer-term goal in the form of weapon upgrades, further motivating players to explore the environment. Deep scavenger hunts and keen observation would result in more resin to spend as a reward.
I appreciate his commentary, but I hate it when people talk in that sort of throaty, like, alright, so guys, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about what I'm doing here. It's going to be really cool. Which is something you have control over. But, I just can't stand how that sounds. Oh god. Get used to this. Okay. Oh, there is a living rat in this game. I never noticed that. Upravlenie 729. Upravlenie. That is a hard word to pronounce. Upravlenie. I didn't really feel about resin. There was too much of it, kind of annoying. Yeah, I ended up not even using most of the resin. Like I never noticed the living rats in here before. I thought the dead ones were the only ones. I intentionally didn't do a lot of the weapon upgrades because I liked having to struggle a little bit. I didn't want to get so overpowered that I could just do everything.
Internally, we refer to this type of puzzle as a toner puzzle, due to its similarity to a real-world cable toner tool that can be used to locate electrical wires in walls. The toner mechanic was conceived as a tool for designers to craft player experiences around knowing that the player had to put their head and hands in specific locations. The initial design merely required the player to use their multi-tool to push a ball of energy along a path, similar to a child's bead maze toy. While this simple design was successful at getting the player to put their head and hands in particular locations, the lack of branching meant that the player wasn't required to make any choices, nor was there any possibility of negative consequences. To address these issues, we added the rotating junction elements, which allowed for branching paths and became the player's primary means of interacting with toner puzzles. While the toner puzzles ramp up in complexity throughout the game, this first toner puzzle is designed to use a minimal number of elements to introduce players to the key ideas that power flows through wires, power can be rerouted by rotating junctions, and power has an effect on the physical world, such as turning on lights and opening gates. The sparking electrical outlet that branches down toward the floor is not strictly necessary for this simple puzzle, but it was added here to expose players to its behavior, since it was causing confusion in later puzzles when players were seeing it for the first time in more complex configurations.
Yeah, these puzzles are a lot of fun. Except the one...
I think I can reroute this with my multi-tool.
Your what?
It's a tool with multiple functions. So, you know, multi-tool.
Multi-pass. These puzzles were fun, except for the one that was near the end of the game that there was no signal that it was nothing that told you that it was a timed puzzle. So I was really carefully trying to set things over and like carefully track where the electricity was going to there, and I was stuck on it for so long. And then someone in the chat that said, you just have to do it really fast. And there was like no ticking clock or nothing that indicated that it was timed. And I was just like pulling my hair out, even though I don't have much anymore. It's terrible.
Alyx, that thing's incredible. You need an incredible brand name. Something that really sells it.
Who am I going to sell it to?
The Combine's not going to be here forever. You should be thinking about the future, Alyx.
Well, how about I call it the Alyx?
A little derivative of the Russells, but yeah, provisionally, sure. The Alyx.
Yeah.
Internally, we refer to this type of puzzle as a toner puzzle, due to its similarity to a real-world cable toner tool that can be used.
Get off my head. Still getting used to these controls.
Oh, a health station.
Russell, the Combine use these. Are they safe for people?
Yeah, I use them all the time.
Are you sure?
Yeah, they're great. Look, honestly, just pull the handle and put your hand in there.
Did the puzzle click? Because I don't remember there being any indicator that there was like a ticking sound. Oh.
Ow! Ow, ow, ow. Hey, you were right. These are great.
Spoiler subtitles. Jeez. What if I didn't know there were zombies in this game, huh? Because I so wanted to just be able to throw a barrel at a zombie and take him out completely. Really hope there's a mod out there that does that.
From our earliest experiments in VR, we realized how critical high-quality, high-density lighting was to conveying a sense of realism. In game development, any technology choice involves trade-offs between quality, runtime performance, and development time. For Half-Life Alyx, we chose a high-quality, high-performance light mapping solution which required a significant amount of offline preprocessing. We performed the light map preprocessing using a render farm, which could take several hours for a single map at the highest quality, and we put a lot of effort into mitigating the cost of that high iteration time for designers on the team. Specifically, we implemented a real-time approximation to the final lighting result, which allowed designers to light scenes in real time with confidence that the high-performance light maps would match their intent. Most lights in Half-Life Alyx are baked into a single term that describes distance falloff and shadowing, allowing us to change the brightness and color of lights in real time at no cost. This encoding also allows us to apply shadows from dynamic props and characters without having to render any static geometry into shadow maps. Our light maps store directional information using the popular ambient highlight direction encoding, an improvement over Valve's own radiosity normal mapping technique pioneered in Half-Life 2. This new light map encoding ensures that the bumpy surfaces can appear bumpy even when not under direct light. This blinking light source provides a good illustration of this technique, as you can perceive the surface detail even during times the light source is off.
That's really cool. I also saw that not only can you get somewhat of a real-time approximation of lighting within the new Hammer editor, but you can also pose ragdolls and things in editor, which I remember in Source 1 there was such a pain trying to pose anything in advance. And also with just like with lighting and all that, just having to do a full compile of the map every time you wanted to see what the lighting looked like. That was really frustrating.
Oh, careful of that barnacle, Alyx.
Barnacles, my boy.
Barnacles, while an iconic Half-Life creature, presented some interesting VR-specific challenges. While their tongue is intended to trap hasty or unobservant players, those caught by them often didn't realize what was happening. They would become disoriented or even motion sick as the barnacle lifted them up to be eaten. These unfortunate players almost universally died, and failed to learn what was happening even after multiple encounters. To address this issue, we created the tongue as a particle system. This allowed us to both physically simulate it as well as reliably position it for maximum visibility. If a player does get grabbed by a barnacle, the tongue always wraps right in front of their face, no matter which direction they try to look. This makes the tongue almost impossible to miss and visually guides the player's eyes up to the location of the barnacle, so they know where to shoot to free themselves. These fixation visuals that kick in as the player is being lifted not only serve to communicate the damage the player is taking, but they also help to reduce motion sickness by narrowing the player's field of view. These changes, combined with sound effects and other visuals like seeing stars and blacking out, eliminate confusion for players and enabled us to bring this classic enemy into the world of Half-Life Alyx.
Thanks. Thank you for that raid. Let me check who that was real quick. Thanks for the raid, Salty Deer Games. And the people that came along with that person. Hope you all were enjoying whatever that person was playing.
You guys work together at Black Mesa, right?
Yeah. Well, no. Tricky place to get a job at, actually. I interviewed at Black Mesa. They said try again in a year. I don't need to tell you what happened after that. Lucky break for me, really. Not a lot of time. Honestly, it's a miracle you and your dad got out of there.
A miracle, eh? Perhaps involving some unforeseen consequences. And to anyone joining, this is a spoilerino run. Then do a developer commentary, which already spoils stuff. And I've already played the whole game before. I'm just kind of going through... It's on hard mode, but I'm just going through and just reliving the memories of playing the game, because the Half-Life series is my favorite game series of all time. And I love VR, so it's a really good combination of all of this.
We got a lot of positive feedback from our initial experiments requiring players to perform a series of physical actions to reload the pistol. Specifically, ejecting the clip, retrieving a new clip from the backpack, inserting the clip into the gun, and chambering around. Players enjoyed learning and improving at this skill. We experimented with using a single button for both ejecting a clip and chambering around, but we found that assigning these operations to two different buttons was more interesting, even though it was more mentally taxing. In fact, it was more interesting precisely because it was more mentally taxing, as players would frequently mix up the buttons under pressure. In the early stages of the game, players would be fumbling for clips, ejecting the clips when they meant to be chambering around, and generally making a mess. To those of us observing the playtest, this looked like things had gone horribly wrong, but players themselves consistently cited this as a high point of their playthroughs.
Interesting.
Because of the physical nature of the reload, and the skill required, players blamed themselves and not the game for the mistakes made as they were learning the reloading sequence. In this area, we provide a number of static targets in the form of barnacles for players to shoot at their own pace, increasing the likelihood that they have at least a few reloads under their belt before moving on.
I swear to... Actually, wait, no. You can have that resin, jerk. I want to try to not harm things that don't need to be harmed. See if I can get 2 in 1. Oh, shoot. Need one other object to throw. Oh my god, I'm gonna accidentally do that so many times. Alright, do that one more time. Interesting how the barnacle does not grab the dead body. Actually, like, resists touching it. Must be like a performance thing. I think... Oh yeah, I can move quicker if I'd use the teleport thing. Vault C-17.
I take it the quarantine zone is behind this hatch?
Yeah, that's where they keep it.
I'll look around for a control panel to open it up.
I won't spend too much time looking for resin and stuff.
If I was the Combine, where would I put a control panel?
Nie wchodzić. Like, nie wchodzić. Do not enter. Biopasnost. Biopasnost. Something like that. There were players that couldn't figure out what barnacles were. Yeah, there's a lot of people, this is like their first Half-Life game ever. So it's a new concept to people. There's like 500, there's stuff to play there that isn't like $500 minimum to play. Oh, it's VR. Oh no, bot in chat. Couple bots in chat. Don't click the links they're posting, by the way. In case that wasn't obvious. There we go. All right.
Oh.
Ugh.
I remember when I first heard Alyx make those noises, I thought it was this guy making those sounds. It startled me. Wake up, Mr. Freeman. Wake up. You're not looking so good. I smell the ashes and stuff. You're the one to save humanity. Come on. Still think opening drawers in VR is one of the most satisfying physics interactions ever. Even when I played games like, what was the first game I could open a drawer in a satisfying way? I'm thinking of like Amnesia, Dark Descent. That allowed you to just manually slide a drawer open and close, and I was like, oh, that feels so nice to be able to do that. Like the footstep sound.
In prior Half-Life games, while playing as Gordon, the player saw Alyx use her multi-tool to hack into Combine security systems in order to unlock doors or perform other acts of sabotage. This presented an opportunity for us to represent Alyx's hacking skills through VR-centric minigames. All of our hacking minigame designs were built to leverage the independently tracked head and hands common to today's VR systems. We wanted to encourage players to use both hands simultaneously and move their head to create parallax to understand the spatial relationships within the puzzles. This locker hacking puzzle is based upon one of our earliest prototypes, in which the player was tasked with using a tool in one hand to paint a path on a sphere held by the other hand. There was just something fun and unique about using all of the natural degrees of freedom of both hands to solve a puzzle in VR. In its simplest form, this puzzle solution is straightforward, but the difficulty gradually increases throughout the course of the game by introducing static or moving obstacles of various shapes and sizes on the sphere.
Penumbra. Oh yeah. I guess I played Amnesia before Penumbra, even though Penumbra is an older game. So for me, I think Amnesia was the first time I did that. I don't know if you're aware of Commander Root, but he's made a few tools for streamers, one of which can auto-block all the bots and no one bot list. Yeah, I mean, my chat is small enough, and I think you guys are smart enough not to click any of those links, and I usually just catch it and go and mess with it. I mean, if I became a significantly bigger streamer, I would look into putting bots and actually having moderators and stuff, but right now I'm just me. Spent the whole game pointing my gun inside drawers as I opened them, expecting something to jump out. Yeah, my first run of this game, I was really paranoid, constantly thinking stuff was going to jump out everywhere. I like how you can rotate by clicking this, or just rotate by twisting your hand. I love that sound that it makes too. That's so cool.
You know, Russell, now that I'm walking into the quarantine zone, it just hit me. I don't know anything about the quarantine zone.
Well, actually, the word quarantine comes from the Italian 40 giorni, which means 40 days, the period that all ships were required to be isolated before crew could go ashore during the Black Death.
All right. Cool.
And ever since I played Half-Life 2,
That's the control panel. They've probably scrambled the circuit. But considering no one would be dumb enough to open the hatch, it shouldn't be too hard to put back.
when I went through Half-Life 2, I so badly wanted to interact with one of these Combine consoles because they just look so cool. And I still wish I could like actually interact with all the little buttons and stuff. I mean, it's kind of it's disguised, like it's all decorative for the most part for gameplay sake. But I want like a really complicated one that actually functions. God, that's so satisfying. Still getting used to the index controllers. What? Oh. God, and whoever designed this is so good at just grotesque visuals.
How far is Fairview Junction?
You'll go through the old subway tunnels on your way to the train yard.
Have they started moving Dad yet?
I don't think so, which is good news because we've still got time.
Oh, that's great.
Or bad news because they've already killed him. And you don't need to move a corpse, you just bury it. Or burn it. You still there, Alyx?
Mm-hmm. You really like these little pointy things. This is like a fairly new part of the Combine aesthetic too, where they have these little like needle points that are touching things. It kind of aligns with what happens in the health dealio over here. It's a satisfying sound too. Okay, anyway. Well, that's right, I can do this. Alright, this is where Alyx team comes into play.
Russell, are you seeing this?
Whoa.
All right. Here we go.
Yes. G03933, someone needs to make a mod where I could just push all the buttons on the Combine panel. Yeah, it's just like keep talking and nobody explodes or whatever. I want that kind of thing. It's like these little things from little glowing lights from Zen. Just gotta tease it a little. Just, you know. Oh, I hate that, because my thumb naturally rests on the pad. Crying out loud. No! No! Are you kidding me? There. Cool detail. Was the rat inside the console still alive? Its mouth was moving a little bit. That's right. Loading is a thing.
In our early prototypes, players could heal themselves by grabbing a Half-Life 2 health pack and pressing down on a controller button, which obviously wasn't a very interesting VR interaction. During the development of Half-Life Alyx, the Counter-Strike team added health injectors into CSGO as part of the new Danger Zone game mode they were developing. When we saw this, we felt that an injector would work well as an intuitive healing item in VR as well. Players would press a button to arm the injector as a way of indicating their intent to use it. This prevented unintentional use of the injector and gave us an opportunity to showcase how physical the interaction was going to be via haptics, animation, and sound. Some testers even initially responded with dread over the fact they were going to have to use a needle on themselves and looked away when performing the injection action. We also had to create approximations of the player's arms and body, as playtesters all had their own preferences for where they wanted to apply the injection. We even added the ability to inject into the head since so many players tried to do it just to see if it would work.
Nice. Wish I could store things in my wrist. That would be nice. Subtitles keep spoiling things. Very safe container.
Do you hear that?
What is that? Oh boy.
Yeah, that's the way we gotta go.
No shortcut?
Yeah, that is the shortcut.
We had to ensure that players would become proficient at reloading their pistol during the early levels of the game, or later encounters in the game would be overly difficult. The prior map contained only static targets in the form of barnacles. Players could engage the barnacles at their own pace, but there were enough of them that players would need to reload at least a few times. This first live zombie is locked behind the chain link fence and cannot reach the player until the player opts into the encounter by shooting the lock on the door. The placement of zombies in the upcoming section of the game is designed to require plenty of reloading to ensure that the player builds up this skill.
Right. Primyczanie. Только przyznał imeushi. Prawo dostupa. Something like that. I don't know what most of that means. Hate that. Can I help you?
That barnacle's on our side. It's not though, obviously, so don't walk under them.
Ooh.
Oh, just so you know, the Russells have a built-in display that shows you resin, ammo, might come in handy.
Got it. Thanks.
A lot of these particle effects I didn't see the first time I played because I was playing on such low settings. What the hell? What did it grab? Can I smack blocks with a multi-tool to break it? Don't think so, because I know one of the things that they, just reading other comments, one of the things that they were really big on, why they didn't put the crowbar in this game, is because they didn't want people, like, violently swinging controllers around the room. Hazmat equipment. Nice, nice. A lot of this is modeled after real world stuff. Like I said before, like this Geiger counter kind of thing is a real tool. Except it's missing a big piece. Wait. Okay, what did you say? Separate action you can do to pick up, or they don't need to be done quickly. One, hold your hand out to highlight what you want to grab. Hold the trigger to lock in what you're grabbing. 3, pull towards you. And that's kind of what I've been doing. Hold your hand out to highlight. Hold the trigger to lock. Oh, so only do the trigger and not... Okay. Okay, that'll... It should be a little easier so I don't keep accidentally whipping the gun out. Okay. I so badly just want to like use this big, heavy like surveying tool thing, and when a zombie comes by, it's be like, shh. Good-looking debris.
Virtual reality provides the opportunity to add physicality to gameplay, but this needs to be balanced against player fatigue and accessibility. For example, we experimented with a low ceiling in this area, requiring players to crouch the whole time that they made their way across the tops of these train cars. Playtesters did not enjoy having to crouch for so long, so we raised the ceiling.
Lazy. Sorry, barnacle friend.
Oh boy.
Yeah, be careful.
And the fact that they like give you this, and now it's like, all right, get ready to beat a zombie, and then it doesn't do anything. It just makes them flinch a little bit. Oh, I can at least do that. Oh, I love that. Jeez, forgot how many hits it takes. Oh, this is a spent cartridge.
The breakable glass panels in Half-Life Alyx are yet one more system designed to convince players that they are present in a living, breathing world. The panels detect the position of an incoming impact and procedurally generate new, smaller glass panels in a radial pattern around the impact position. These new panels can then break into smaller panels themselves, and so on. We found that players would often break glass panels accidentally, then spend time testing just how interactive they really were by trying to break them more, eventually realizing that yes, the glass really did shatter at the appropriate location.
Nice.
At one point, we experimented with building special puzzles out of breakable glass, but in the end we found the glass to be more appropriate as a passive interactive element in the world, one that reacts in a satisfying way to a variety of impacts, from zombie melee attacks to incoming gunfire or any other physical interaction in the game.
That's me at 3 in the morning when my internet cuts out, and I should have gone to bed, but just waiting for the internet to start up again. What are you doing? You just leave?
Alyx, I think
Weapon
there's a combined
upgrades are a new
beverage.
feature for the Half-Life franchise, and fictionally this mechanic paired well with Alyx's tinkering nature. We approached this design challenge first by thinking about what sort of upgrades could be meaningful and also provide additional value to players without removing established interactions. With limited resin to spend, the upgrade system also provided an avenue for players to personalize and invest in their favorite weapon, or streamline an interaction on another weapon, increasing its value to them. For example, the reflex sight still requires players to physically aim, but it improves the feedback on exactly where their shot will hit, and exposes previously hidden enemy weak points. While some players enjoyed this feedback and new targeting opportunities, others didn't and would instead focus on upgrades that suited their style of play. This allowed players to spend their limited resin on upgrades they cared about the most. Another aspect of weapon upgrades that we focused on was not necessarily obvious when we first started to design and test combat in VR. Due to the more physical nature of combat in VR, it can really push on the mental and physical capacity of certain players, as they're required to utilize both their hands and move their head to take in the environment dealing with enemies. While this is a very natural experience, there's also a lot going on at any given point with reloading and combat. As we observed players in some of these more intense combat situations, we started finding opportunities to allow some upgrades to reduce the number of times a physical interaction was required, or reduce the complexity of a particular interaction. The autoloader on the shotgun is a good example. When added to the shotgun, the normally slow, methodical action of feeding shells into the gun is replaced with a far simpler, faster interaction of slapping the shells into the autoloader before they get automatically fed into the gun. This allows players to look around, focus less on the gun while reloading, and take in more of what's going on around them.
I remember the packing peanuts weren't in the game when I played because my graphic settings are so low. God, physics are like the best part of VR. In case it wasn't obvious, I'm probably not going to get through the whole game during this stream, but because it's not just to go through the commentary, it's just me playing this again with my new computer, because I had a very I was like below minimum specifications originally when I played this. Now the Condemned Criminal Origins player in me wants to use this locker door as a weapon. Be like, those puzzles are really hard to do when not in VR. Like, depth is so important to those.
I don't have enough resin for any of this stuff.
Ah, well, you know what they say about resin, Alyx.
No, what do they say about resin, Russ?
Look for more resin.
Exactly.
Okay, I'll keep an eye out.
Yeah, that's the one. Look for more resin.
Nice. Love these big containers. Yeah. Oh yeah, and playing on hard mode too. Alyx Infer, yeah, melee gentle blocks, the thing. I think I do hate even when using the shoddy close range a headshot at a zombie, but a head crab somehow survived it still, yeah. Today we're going to duct tape some Sharpies to our gun. Condemned in VR would be good. That Condemned, is a game that would be fantastic in VR, I think. And I wish there was, as weird as it sounds, I wish there was more incentive to, like, digging around with dead bodies. Because it's satisfying to be like, alright, what's here, and then you find, like, a ammo or something, where you do occasionally find ammo on them. So one of these fellows, this is, when I do the Combine RP stuff, this is, what I am. Except I'm not the zombie version. I'm one of these hazmat workers that has not been turned into a zombie. So rest in peace, Helix, whoever this may be. Thank you for the host, Hex in Hell.
At the beginning of the Half-Life Alyx project, we had the expectation that players would want to take a break after 30 to 45 minutes, since that's what we were seeing with the lab and other small-scale VR experiences available at the time. Because of this, we designed the pacing of the game's levels around play sessions of that duration. Over the course of development, however, the game itself included more downtime between intense combat encounters, and the comfort of the new crop of HMDs improved significantly. In fact, as the game progressed, we found that players were happy to play for hours on end.
Yeah.
At the end of a playtest, players would often remark that this was the longest they had ever played VR in a single session.
Nice. Use hard hat to protect against barnacles. Yeah. I know about that, but I'm playing it. I'm doing a Chad run where I don't take any extra precautions. You guys have a nice day. Alright, see ya. Oh, thanks. Oh, jeez.
Nice shooting, Alyx.
Thanks. You know, for all your talk about what a lesser gun this is, this thing isn't that bad.
I got hit once. Oh, the black thing on the left side of the stream. Let me see. Oops. Some reason, yeah. I forget that that's there, or been there the whole time. Some reason when you use the wider field of view setting in the options here, that it shows you the side of the viewport like that. So if I put it back to normal, you'll have less FOV, but without the big black thing on the side. So, but I don't remember that ever being a problem. So it's very strange to me. I'll put it back to how it is by default for a while. Okay, spectator. So here is default. They have less FOV, but now you have the whole view.
I see it.
Until this point in the game, players have only seen headcrabs attached to the heads of zombies. This led playtesters familiar with headcrabs from prior games to anticipate encountering them on their own. We decided to play up this anticipation by foreshadowing the first headcrab encounter with a headcrab that drops out of a vent before disappearing, as well as headcrab sounds in the environment, including a threatening headcrab sound coming from the partially boarded up doorway ahead.
Oh, I forgot I can store 2 things, one in each wrist. Shoot. Didn't even notice it till I said it. The other option is to set to both eyes, but then you get the weird double vision. Well, the thing when I have it with both eyes, though, is then it shows all of the Steam VR stuff, too. And then also, it doesn't do the extra smoothing. Like, I have the smoothing on extremely high right now, so when I'm looking around, it's not quite as jarring for you guys. And if I did the full both eyes headset view, you'd have no extra smoothing. There's really no like perfect option. It's like you're sacrificing something in all of them. Ooh, what if I can do what I did first time I played?
Where to go?
Isn't a good time for my nose to itch. Okay.
Head crab! A head crab's on your face! Oh, thank God.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
It was on your face and it was disgusting.
Yeah, it was.
See, I just want to be like, Great, now there's 2 of them. Oh no! No! Wait. How do I... What? I haven't had practice using this yet. Here we go. And also, I like to play unconventionally, by the way, so... I'm not exactly doing what needs to be done. Because I like to fool around. Oh, that's a good idea. Now you guys can't get in. Hey! Hey! Hello? Hello? Woo! Oh god. Fine. Fine. How is that not enough?
Yep, there it is. Found it. Probably only one of those.
Sorry. What? Keep forgetting the underside is more sensitive, or will take more damage. You prefer more FOV? Okay, I'll put it back then. Don't tease the animals. Yeah. Appreciate the feedback, because I can't actually see what this looks like, so... I mean, I can, but I have to, like, take the headset off and do all kinds of stuff. Which reminds me, I need to check the batteries on the controllers. Oh, they're still good. Ooh. Alright, yeah, we'll use this one then. Uh-oh, blue barrel. Captain. Actually, maybe it's white. No, I think it's kind of blue. Checking something real quick. All right.
Heard anything about Dad, Russell?
No. Radio silence since he got on the train.
Damn it.
Well, the good news is he's probably fine.
How do you know that?
Because they're taking him to Nova Prospect to torture him. That's the torture place. So they're hardly going to torture him before they get there. So he's fine. Logically speaking.
jeez. Oh, come on. Oh, wow. Yo, could you hand me the thing over there? Thank you. Bye. I'll miss you. Yeah, I should be able to slash a zombie with a big thing of glass. Oh, is that really one shot? Huh. Don't try this at home, kids, unless you're hardcore. I need to learn to speak German so I can recreate that one video where the kid playing and he's just like and he's like throwing everything, whole computer shatters. I think the video is called Angry German Kid or something. Very creative. Oh my god.
That there is a floppy disk. We used to store information on them, with magnets, if you can believe it.
Huh.
Specifically, 2 micrometers magnetic iron oxide, 3 micrometers barium ferrite, 1.2...
Russell? How do you know all this?
I'm reading it here on my computer. I downloaded the internet before the war.
You downloaded the entire internet?
Most of it.
Nice.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you for the follow, the colander. Is that what your name was? The colander. Well, the one and only. Next time I need to make spaghetti, I'll get in contact. It was YTMND era. Yeah, Angry German Kid. Hardcore. It'd be cool if you could shake up a can of soda. Whoa, your Minnesota is you just exposed your Minnesotan audio atmosphere. You're calling it pop instead of soda. It's even in our state name, Minnesota. It's not Minnepop. Also good at washing fruit. Nice. Keep that in mind. Alright. Well, this is the lesser known bicycling segment of the game.
Russell, are you seeing this?
Possibly. Are you seeing floating garbage?
It looks like it's just cardboard.
Right. Well, seems harmless.
Yeah. Weird, though.
The Portesans. The Freeman. The energy empowers us. All this equipment is so cool. Like, I want this in real life. The box isn't cooperating. Angry German kid made a video talking about why he was so angry. What was he angry about? LGR storage room, nice. Also thanks for the follow, Hex in Hell. Yeah, Alyx doesn't have any legs. On a new hat. I'm sure no one has ever done this, played through Half-Life Alyx.
What is that?
And I remember when I played this the first time, I really wanted to know if there was any like alternate solutions to this puzzle. And I tried doing every combination, because you only have to do 2. So it's not too hard to brute force this kind of thing, especially when you're in VR and it's really easy to quickly push lots of buttons. And I actually managed to get myself stuck inside this cage. Because you can open it up, and I got inside, and as soon as this closed all the way, it latched shut, and I actually couldn't get out. I was just permanently stuck in there, and I had to restart the game. But I love this mural so much. It's like the whole story of Half-Life. Got the antlions, and the Vortigaunts, and the drop ships. And this kind of symbolizes, I guess, the Combine, because it's like their logo. With the Striders fighting the Vortigaunts. Then we have the Nihilants enslaving the Vortigaunts.
Like pictures of Vortigaunts.
Then we have the Arachnisac, also known as the Gonarch, on Zen. You can see the floating islands of Zen.
Wait, that one's Black Mesa.
And then we have the...
Somebody spent a lot of time on this.
The Freeman. And the tentacles in the blast pit, Black Mesa. But you can find baby tentacles in here. And the hound eyes. The Nihilant's head opening up and being killed. Putting an end to the Nihilant's race of controllers. The whole species that can only exist by controlling other species because they're like telepathic or something. And the Vortigaunts again. And this must be other... Oh, it's Eli. It's Eli and his fake leg. Eli and Kleiner, maybe? Yeah, it's Kleiner because it has the Black Mesa logo on his shirt. Unless that's Alyx, because Alyx has a sweatshirt with the Black Mesa logo. We don't know how long she's had that sweatshirt. And the Citadel with the crowbar. Oh, okay, here's commentary. Let's let them talk about it. The German video wasn't genuine. He was acting it, but he got recognized and people thought it was real, and it resulted in a social issue getting him out of school. Huh. Freeman's mind, where the AI is self-aware, of course. Where's the passport? Where's Catboy? Oh man. I'm glad that the AI sentient whatever thing brought attention to Half-Life for a lot of people. But at the same time, as someone where Half-Life is like the most important series of my life, not even exaggerating, it always makes me cring a little bit. Like I watched the whole series and I thought it was funny and everything, but just like a lot of the memes that came out of it just kind of makes me wince a little bit. I'm like, okay. I mean, let people have their fun, okay, but like, I don't know, something about it. It's just, when you are really big into a series, you can't help but feel elitist. Okay, well they even provided a chair here for the commentary. This is a very heavy chair, requires 2 hands. God. Alright, here's the first one, the mural.
There are 2 layers to the markings on the walls in this area. The square and dot patterns, that are the functional elements of the environmental puzzle, and the mural representing the Vortigaunt's interpretation of the events of the Half-Life saga. For the first few years of development, this area only contained the dot patterns supporting the perspective puzzle. But as we fleshed out the rest of the level, we found that playtesters responded especially positively to the Vortigaunt's wall markings leading up to the hideout. It was at this point that we realized that this area could serve as a canvas for our Vortigaunt's artistic magnum opus. To do this, we organized the dot patterns into a sort of swirling star field behind the Vortigaunt's art. The imagery itself, which was inspired by petroglyphs and other traditional rock art, portrays many significant events from the Combine invasion, painted hurriedly by the injured Vortigaunt, almost as if he was trying to capture what fleeting memories he still had of the vortessence from which he had been severed. The fact that Vortigaunts have a complicated relationship with time gave us a lot of leeway in terms of drawing this as a strict, linear timeline. For example, you may notice that the Vortigaunt uses contemporary Combine troops as shorthand for Combine invasions from the past, or that the timeline is just generally hazy. A little from the past, little from the present, and a little looking forward to the future events of Half-Life 2.
Nice. Only noticing this now, that a lot of the Zen flora mixes in with the dots of the mural. Like, those are all plants and stuff that are up there glowing along with the dots. That's a really nice blend between everything. And how we got some glowing stuff over here. This is just such a beautiful little spot.
There are many musical themes and motifs used throughout the game to represent unspoken aspects of the story and lore. For example, the Vortigaunts play an integral role in the subplot of the game, and we chose to use music to subconsciously communicate the repeating nature of their role both in the timeline of Half-Life Alyx and in the larger timeline of the Half-Life saga. Within the music in this scene, you'll hear variations of themes used throughout the timeline of the game, from the very first sounds of the game up to the finale in the vault. Variations of these motifs represent the imprisoned chanting of the Vortigaunts,
nice,
the extraction of their energy to confine the G-Man,
spoilers, by the way,
as well as historically familiar sounds representing the vortessence itself.
nice. I love all the attention to detail they put into this. Just catch you up on chat real quick. First experience of the original Half-Life was when Vinny played Black Mesa. Really? Mine was through Freeman's Mind. Well, I know a lot of you are probably very young in chat, where you weren't really old enough to have played the original game when it came out. Like, I'm old, 33, basically almost dead. And when I played Half-Life 1, it was like 1999, so I was already like 12 years old. Whereas I think a lot of you are probably in your mid-20s and under, meaning you were born in like the late 90s. So unless you're like playing Half-Life 1 when you're 2 years old, you had a whole lot of other things on your mind. I see. Some of you are a little older than I thought. Crazy Max Dev is older than me, though. Oh no. Not going to be able to live with not being the oldest one here. And just reading the rest of it. Reminds me a bit of the soundtrack of Dungeon Keeper. Oh, that's a game I haven't played in a long time. Dungeon Keeper? I played Dungeon Keeper 2 a lot. The crossover between Portal and Half-Life do you think there will be in the future? I have a really hard time seeing any of Portal's world in the Half-Life world. Like, it always felt so weird to me in Portal when they'd reference Black Mesa and all that. It's just like the games have such a different tone to them. And then when they brought up like the Borealis and they had like Aperture in episode 2 and all that, I was just kind of like, do these games really need to cross over? It just seems so weird to have them together. But I guess fans are going to just insist that they coexist. I mean, they've already established that they are together, so they can't backtrack on that. It's like, I don't want to see a portal gun in Half-Life. Unless it's like some really creative use of it or something. I don't remember much of Half-Life 1. It's a good time to replay. Yeah, and a lot of what made Half-Life 1 good was it in comparison to everything else that was there at the time. So, if you play it nowadays and you don't have any nostalgia for the series, it's going to seem pretty run-of-the-mill. It's just that it was so innovative in its storytelling and gameplay and everything. It innovated technologically. It's one of the first games to have skeleton-based animations. It had pretty advanced AI at the time, where it had a system where AI would use a series of nodes on the ground to try to determine the closest path to get to you. Like, things would run away and hide when they're injured and things like that, which previously games like Doom and Quake, that enemies would just continuously come after you until you killed them. Like, things felt so real in Half-Life 1. And that fact that there were no cutscenes in Half-Life, where you could interact with everything all the time, and it was optional to go and listen to anything people were saying. It felt a lot more immersive, that you were never pulled out of the game, that the protagonist never said anything. I mean, the Doom protagonist never says anything either, so a silent protag isn't that new of an idea. It's just a really good blend of interesting things, whereas like Doom is like, oh, we got demons and hellish things on Mars or whatever. And then Quake was like, okay, well, we got some like Lovecraftian, I don't know, weird demon medieval things, demons, etc. And like Hexen and all these other games at the time were always just over the top weird demons and stuff. And then Half-Life came along, and it was like, well, we got the real world, and we have kind of like intermingling of modern day world with like aliens in the modern day world. And then you got like the fact that there are non-enemy NPCs in the game. Like, we're so used to in FPSs at the time just to run and shoot everything. There's no reason to ever question shooting anything. And then in Half-Life 1, it was like, wow, there's a lot of friendly characters as well as ones that can hurt me. And so you got to kind of question who you're shooting at the time. And I still remember as a kid how it was the first time in a game where I felt really sad for a character in a game. There was a moment where there's a security guard, and if you don't help the security guard continue to shoot a zombie, that the zombie will kill him. And as a kid, I was still very new to the game, or new to playing computer games, period. And I was having a really hard time shooting, and then I was not able to save the guard, and he died. And I felt so terrible that I just like didn't even want to play anymore. I was just like, oh my god, like I couldn't save this person. And there's just nothing like this at the time. So it was like very shocking, especially to 12-year-old. And, I grew up with like the Atari 5200. That was my first console. And then the NES was, I guess, my first proper console. Played mostly SNES throughout my childhood, and then after N64 I went to PC gaming. I never had any PlayStations or Xboxes or anything, so PC gaming is really my big thing. You have people gaming into their 60s this generation? Oh, for sure. Like when we're in retirement homes and stuff, we're going to be playing like GoldenEye 64 on a CRT with all the other like 70-year-olds. It's kind of cool that they're the same world. It makes sense. You talk about Portal. Yeah. It makes sense that the Portal would be a super isolated thing. Yeah, I don't want there to be much crossover. It's cool if they exist, but like I was saying, I don't want a Portal gun in Half-Life. They can't backtrack on that. That's where you're wrong. True, they backtracked kind of in Half-Life Alyx's story here. You like to see Portal tech on the Borealis, don't necessarily want to see a Portal gun. Exactly. I guess Portal technology, yeah, localized traveling is kind of cool. Oh, the game, yeah, I don't. Oh yeah, talking about the game Hexen, not you. I don't even necessarily want to even see Chell, though. Portal implies somehow she's more important than every other test subject at Aperture. And I always thought it was Shell, even though it's Chel. Because it's short for Michelle. And you don't say Michelle, it's like Michelle, Shell. And people are like, no, it's Chell. No, it's also Jif, okay? Chell, Jif, same people. But, so you can disregard both. But canonically, the Portal gun only worked on Moonrock. That's why Aperture went bankrupt. They never anything practical. Oh, yeah, I totally forgot about that plot point. So I guess Gordon's just gonna go to the moon. Just so they can be like, there you go, fans, Portal gun, there. He's on the moon. Okay, anyway. Playing a video game. And for anyone just joining, this is a...
Whoa. Offloading cardboard.
For anyone just joining, this is a spoiler run. I've played the whole game before, so I'm totally cool with people talking about spoilers and stuff in chat. If this game is new to you, and you don't want to be spoiled, you probably don't want to watch. And this is also developer commentary run, meaning that devs are going to be talking and spoiling stuff as well. So, and I'm kind of just going at my own pace, and I haven't played the game since I got my new computer, so it's just me kind of enjoying being able to run the game really well. Wrong. So when I was brute forcing this before, I was just going like, I was thinking like, there's gotta be something else that this does, but kind of the thing with this game though is that there's no room for secrets really. If it's a secret, it'll be like, oh, there's some extra resin somewhere. That I think just they made it so streamlined and straightforward that they wouldn't hide any like Easter eggs or like extra special stuff for people who are really observant, which makes me a little sad, but I can see why. Stop. And when I first played this game... Sorry. Alright, I'm sorry. That's Ellen McLean, by the way. That's GLaDOS. And I don't think it's not canon that that's GLaDOS speaking. It just happens to be the same voice actress. And she also does, you know, the announcer voice in Team Fortress 2. There's a little secret. There's a G-Man hidden around here. In terms of like illustration of him, which is very interesting that the Vortigaunts are aware of the G-Man, which I guess is obvious considering Episode 2, Episode 1, because they directly interfere with him. So, but it's just weird to think about that. We got head crabs, got El Combino himself. These some barnacles.
Alyx, are you alright? What's wrong?
I'm fine, Russell. What's up?
I'm losing your signal. Alyx? Alyx? Did you still hear me? Keep heading in the same direction and trying to get above ground.
Russell?
There he is.
Russell?
Be up there. Great, I have to sit down when I play. Okay, I'm now in lazy mode playing instead of standing because I have to plug my controllers in to make sure they last throughout the stream, and the USB cable is very short. Didn't the moon paint also kill the scientist lead guy? Oh yeah, it was extremely toxic chemicals. Good stuff for VR games. Always to be on par with regular games. Glad it's better not appear in Half-Life. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, Index 2 better just have brain implants. The next logical step. And I know Valve is working on that kind of stuff, so hook me up, baby. And there was another little complaint, is that noise, the sound of when you're aiming at something that you can grab, it just ends up playing all the time, everywhere you go. I kind of wish that it, I don't know, wasn't as loud. And if I said it before, but I really don't like how the screen, like you guys might not be seeing this, but how it gets bright orange when you clip into a wall. It really should have just been black. It's so annoying, especially later. During my first run of this game, my computer crashed when I went up to this door. So let's see if my computer's improved enough to not crash.
Whoa. This is weird.
But first, a word from our sponsors.
During our earliest attempts to raid Alyx, our instinct was to
Not
have her
actually
react to
sponsored, by the way.
absolutely everything. But what we learned from playtesting was that Alyx reacting too much
Jay
could actually be
Pinkerton.
off-putting. Say a player's in a really tense, zombie-filled level, and they're having a great time, but suddenly Alyx is in their head, sounding angry, or frightened, or anxious. These Alyx reactions were creating a disconnect between how the player was feeling and how the character they were role-playing as was feeling. So we took a lot of those out. The Alyx reactions we left in tended to be the ones that were practically universal. Alyx's reaction here to the surreal entrance to the Vort hideout is a good example, where it was just so different from everything the player had seen up until then, and kind of takes you by surprise. We watched so many playtests where the player would see it and say, "Whoa, that's weird." So we had Alyx say the same thing a second later, almost like an echo.
Good choice. If Valve would sponsor me, and I would just play Half-Life or Valve products all the time, I'd be down for that. But they don't sponsor anyone. They have no reason to. Alright, here's to hoping computer does not crash.
The Alyx fan.
Oh!
You received my messages.
I did?
Come. Enter.
Okay. Thanks.
You are welcome.
Wait, is he gonna say the line if you wait? There's one particularly provocative line that the Vortigaunts say that I've never heard in game, and I feel like it's one that probably happens when you wait too long before doing something. But it's I'll just say it, like the line is, he says, "Alyx fans must come." But I think that must happen later. Oh, I like that you can keep doing this. Look, I can spam the subtitles.
So, what's a Vortigaunt doing here?
Cooking.
Right, but I mean in general.
I have a brain injury.
Oh, I'm sorry to...
My brain is injured.
That's terrible, and I hope... Look, I'm actually pretty busy looking for my father. Eli Vance.
Yes.
The Combine have him, and I really do need to get moving.
The Combine. Yes. Do not go yet. I must show you something.
Look, I appreciate...
This way.
I can't stick around.
It is important.
I know, I'm sure it is.
The Alyx band must go this way anyway.
Okay.
Oh.
I love his animations. Wait, maybe he'll say it.
Come in.
Say it.
In here. Come in.
It's a human skull in that one. Okay, one more line and then I'll do the commentary.
In here.
Alright. Catching up in chat real quick. Alright.
For as long as we've been making choreographed scenes like this one, we've found that there are two types of players. Those who become engrossed with the characters, and those who tinker with everything around them, paying little attention to the scene's action. To make these environments entertaining for the tinkerers, we usually add objects for them to find and play with. Since this scene is split into two rooms, we were able to add a large number of interactions to this first room for players to discover after the Vortigaunt has moved to the second room. Some interactive objects are pure physically driven toys, like the dangling headcrab corpses and the hanging pans. Others are animations triggered by the player's actions, like the way the caged headcrabs react to the player approaching or shooting them. One type of object on the table is a squeezable headcrab heart which is a remnant from an older version of this scene where the player would revive a wounded Vortigaunt by squeezing nectar from these hearts.
What?
While that scene didn't work out, we found the experience too compelling and, well, too gross to completely cut from the game.
It's too gross to cut from the game. Put it in. How do I get over there? I don't want to go around because it'll close the door.
In here.
Oh, here we go. I did not know you could do this. Alright, here we go. This is a representation of what love will do to you. Oh, that's actually kind of nice.
Come in. I will show you why I've brought you.
God, it's like vibrating too.
Come in. Come in.
Alright. Okay, well, anyway.
The Combine had other of my kin. Like the Eli family, the Alyx family will free them.
I would help. I really would, but the Alyx Vance is honestly very busy saving her dad.
You will not save him. He is dead.
What?
Or he will be.
Is or will be?
It is a matter of perspective. But Alyx Vance alone cannot prevent his fate.
Look, thank you for everything, but I really have to go. And I'm sorry, but I really don't have time for riddles.
No riddles. The Combine drilled here. I am severed from the vortessence. I am alone in my head.
Same.
I'm sorry. Look, if I can, if I run across your friends, I will see what I can do.
You have saved my kin.
I haven't.
Then you will. Courage, Alyx Vance.
Good show. TV show.
The fundamental challenge of any choreographed dramatic scene like this one is making sure that we entertain the player without undermining the delivery of critical gameplay information. In this case, the player needed to leave this scene with the knowledge that the Vortigaunts have been imprisoned and that the player should seek the Northern Star. This particular scene went through many different variations during development, from a cooking scene with an extremely traumatized Vortigaunt to this humorous version. We even experimented with an interaction where the player was required to squeeze the nectar of several headcrab hearts into the Vortigaunt's mouth to revive him. While this was a memorable and novel VR interaction that ensured the player was engaged with the scene, the interactivity on the player's part often resulted in playtesters remembering the actions they took, but not the critical gameplay information. Eventually, we ended up with this more humorous scene, which struck an effective balance between entertainment and goal delivery. Importantly, we also distributed the scene across 2 separate rooms, breaking the information delivery into 2 steps. The first room where the player meets and learns about the state of the Vortigaunt, and the second room where the player is given their new goal. Separating these physically into rooms seemed to help players more reliably retain the critical information delivered in the second room. While this scene did undergo a lot of changes, one story beat remained virtually unchanged from the very first roughed-in version. The moment the Vortigaunt tosses a head crab carcass down to the player and yells, "Sustenance!"
Spoiler.
Right from the start, this moment always got a great reaction from playtesters and remained all the way to the final product.
Through there, Alyx Vance.
Zace Central Citralny Zaya Park Zoo Park. Zaya Park? Ow.
I will help the Alyx Vance. Look to the northern star.
Why?
For guidance.
Okay, thanks. Are you done helping?
I am not. Here. Sustenance.
I'll eat it later. Thanks for the help.
You will be welcome.
I can feel it. I can feel the cosmos. What was I gonna say? Yeah, like I was saying in the beginning, I really don't like the way Alyx behaves all throughout this. Like, I know she's supposed to be a young teenager and everything like that, but he's just so, like, dismissive and uninterested of everything that's going on in this world. Like, maybe she's just so used to it all that it's dumb to her, but I don't know. Wasn't a fan. The way these dev talks sound, they're trying to teach an easily confused chimpanzee how to play. Well, it's meant for everyone. She's supposed to be 19 in this game, yeah. Well, yeah, but keep in mind, well, actually, wait. When is Half-Life 2 supposed to take place? Because Half-Life 1 took place in, like, 2001 or 1999 or something like that. But I think we're all actually older than the events of Half-Life 2? Like, how long is Gordon in the stasis or whatever? Okay, I remember getting stuck on this part when I played, so I'm gonna have to gamer time and actually try. Yeah, and that's the thing with VR too, is that if you're gonna put all the extra effort into making a VR experience, that you gotta really work on accessibility, because like VR is actually one of, except for the price point, but is one of the most welcoming mediums out there, in my opinion, just because, like, you don't have to learn many controls for the most part. I know Half-Life Alyx has a few additional things, but it's not even comparable to the amount of learning that has to take place to use like a gamepad on like PlayStation or something like that, or to use mouse and keyboard to play a game. Like, that scares away a lot of people. Whereas like with my own experience, which is over like 1,400 or so hours total doing VR, that VR has appealed to so many more people, that people would never normally even play computer games, that VR is a really appealing thing to them. So I can kind of see why a game like Alyx, they would work extra hard to make things more accessible to a wider range of people, because there's different people playing this game than would normally play a completely desktop version of a Half-Life game. Like, for a lot of people, this was their first Half-Life experience, because the other games just didn't appeal to them, or they never had an opportunity to, or anything like that, so I can understand why.
Alyx! Alyx, the signal's back! Can you hear me? Are you okay?
Russell, I'm good. How's Dad?
They've got him on the train. He's on the move. You've got to find Fairview
Alyx.
Junction before they get there.
I'm working on it.
No! It's my bro. Wake up! Wake up, companion. No! This is who I RP as in VR chat occasionally. Not the dead guy, but part of this team. I know you can wear the mask, but... Here, I'll at least... God, it's so much effort to move bodies, never mind. Just hide inside there. We're introduced to this. Weird. Oh, I can't wear it? Good tutorial.
When you cut out?
You're not gonna believe this, but I ran into a Vortigaunt.
A Vortigaunt? What was he doing down there?
Hiding. I think he escaped from the Combine.
What did he say?
You ever meet a Vortigaunt? He said crazy Vortigaunt stuff.
Yeah, Alyx was in the events of Half-Life 1. She was just as like a baby though, and Eli made a deal with the G-Man to ensure that she made it out alive. So she was in Black Mesa. I guess you could calculate that out. If she was like, I'm guessing, I don't know, somewhere between like 1 and 5 years old in Half-Life 1, and she's supposed to be 19 now, so I guess this game takes place in 2020? And we're all quarantined and stuff? Okay. So I'm supposed to get the thing. Actually, wait. We're here for commentary.
We spend time on every game design element thinking about how the player is expected to learn of its existence and understand its details. Some design elements are so important that the game experience will break if the player doesn't understand them, while others may just be fun diversions or rewards for exploring the game's systems. Any required element will require work on our part to teach the player. In Half-Life, we try to teach elements in ways that feel as natural as possible, entwined within the core flow of the game so that you don't feel like the game just stopped to teach you something. We don't always succeed, but the attempts usually lead us somewhere interesting. In this case, we need to teach the players about the armored headcrab. The key elements that we want them to understand are that the headcrab is invulnerable on the top, but has a weak spot on its belly. We would also like the player to learn that the headcrab exposes its weak spot right before it jumps, but this isn't required. The player can fall back to shooting the weak spot as the headcrab scrambles around after a leap.
Oh.
Teaching design elements of enemies is always tricky. Players have shown us for years that it's really hard to learn something new while under attack. We've also seen that invulnerability, in particular, is a difficult enemy feature to teach. If players are blasting away at an enemy, they are often not paying close attention to the impact feedback. If the enemy is vulnerable in some areas and not others, players may kill the enemy with a spray of gunfire, not realizing that some of their shots did nothing, while others hit critical weak spots. So when we approached the armored headcrab training, we knew we'd need to do significant work. The first step was to avoid placing the player under duress by containing the enemies inside this wire fence. Next, we placed headcrabs at eye level facing the player, exposing their bright, pulsing weak spot. If the player shoots one immediately, they are rewarded with a unique death effect where the head crab explodes into chunks. This effect is designed to show the player that they did something special to kill this head crab, as opposed to how they've been killing head crabs up until now. There are a couple of other pieces in the setup here that are important. A second head crab is placed right behind the lock the player must shoot to enter the cage, encouraging the player to notice the weak spot and try shooting it. 2 more head crabs are loose in the cage, scripted to repeatedly attack invisible points on the wire fence. This ensures they are constantly demonstrating the way they expose their weak points before they leap, and this allows players to practice hitting the weak spot from behind the safety of the fence.
Yeah, he needs a manicure. Alright. This feels rude to kill them like this. Sorry, dude. Wait, I'm curious if that one... Oh, poor guy. This one will stay here when I enter the room. Does fall off. Woo! Oh, come on.
With any section of natural entwined training, we've observed that there's rarely any one thing that succeeds in teaching all players, nor do 100% of players leave with the perfect understanding we'd like. If player understanding is absolutely critical, we have to build a more bulletproof gate that ensures the player demonstrates understanding before moving onwards. In fact, we do just that when the player acquires the shotgun in the next area. In the case of the armoured headcrab, however, playtesting showed that we could afford to let a few players through with less than perfect understanding. This section gave them enough of a chance to experiment that they got a sense of what was going on, and further encounters with armoured headcrabs solidified it. There was still a lot of iteration on the visual design of the headcrab to further drive home its armour and weak point, and we also added a custom response to shotgun fire. In that case, the armoured headcrab flips over and wriggles for a second, exposing its weak point. This was added to reduce the resource loss we saw happening in players who were still struggling to understand the armoured headcrab mechanics after they acquired the shotgun.
That guy's voice sounded a lot like that Top 5 YouTube channel. Or no, it was like Scary Bedtimes Stories, or what is it? It's just that British guy that talks about like real world creepy, like paranormal or true crime kinds of things that go on. Today we're going to talk about the missing case of Jessica Parker. It's January 47th, 2092. She took a vacation down to Norway in what would be the final resting place. I'll be eating good tonight. Drag this whole barrel with me. Yeah, I want to see a Viscera cleanup detail in Half-Life Alyx. That'd be great. And yes, it's pronounced Viscera. I'm so tired of seeing streamers and YouTubers and stuff be like, Vicera? Vicera? Viscera. It's a Breton accent. Is that what it is?
Oh, that Vortigaunt I met? He did give me a head crab to eat.
Oh, great! What did it taste like? Tell me how you feel.
Russell. I didn't eat it.
Right. Of course you didn't. No, that's the right decision.
That zombie has a shotgun.
A zombie shotgun? A Zot gun? Is it a great Zot gun?
One challenge we always face when giving a new weapon or tool to the player is ensuring that they collect it before moving on. In these cases, we try to establish some kind of gate that the player can only get past using the new item. This can be especially tricky in cases where we are giving the player a new tool that doesn't fundamentally change their capabilities, as in the case of the shotgun, where almost everything that can be done with the shotgun can also be done with the pistol. In contrast, the pistol gate, where the player had to acquire...
What just happened? That's my first death? Okay. What is the nearest one? 335? Weird. No, we gotta listen to the commentary again. I think I accidentally bumped the joystick. Bumped the joystick that made me teleport.
He did give me a head crab to eat.
Oh, great! What did it taste like? Tell me how you...
Russell. I didn't eat it. Oh.
One challenge we always face when giving a new weapon or tool to the player is ensuring that they collect it before moving on. In these cases, we try to establish some kind of gate that the player can only get past using the new item. This can be especially tricky in cases where we are giving the player a new tool that doesn't fundamentally change their capabilities, as in the case of the shotgun, where almost everything that can be done with the shotgun can also be done with the pistol. In contrast, the pistol gate, where the player had to acquire the pistol before being able to shoot the lock off of the fence back at Russell's lab, was simple to design and execute. For this shotgun gate, we not only needed to ensure that the player collected the shotgun, but also that they learned how to load it before proceeding. We playtested a number of approaches to teaching the reload mechanics during combat, and repeatedly found that it didn't work. When faced with learning a new, complex task under duress, players would retreat back to using their pistol, which was a known quantity to them.
Pretty much what I did. I ended up not using the shotgun a whole lot until way later in the game.
Once the player has collected the shotgun, they are only halfway through the shotgun gate. Next, they need to learn how to reload it. To drive home the necessity for the player to learn how to use this new weapon, we added an incoming threat, using a variety of audio and visual effects to sell it. While our goal is to make the player feel like they have a limited amount of time, the time pressure is entirely fake, and everything proceeds based on the player's progress in loading the shotgun for the first time. Once the shotgun has been loaded, a short timer starts, after which zombies burst through the walls. If the player happens to look at the walls before that timer is up, we abort the timer and introduce the zombies. The combination of a timer and a look trigger is a common trick used in places where we'd like the player to see a neat visual moment, but we can't wait forever or the game simply won't progress. The breaking of the walls by the zombies is the final step in opening the shotgun gate. Having new enemies open the way forward when they enter the player's space is a fairly tried and true method, but it's never one we're particularly happy with. It's always a bit too convenient and lacks agency on the player's part. But in a setup like this, which contains a novel puzzle, a new weapon, and its associated mechanics, plus an ambush, we're already dealing with a lot of design complexity packed into a small space, and further additions would complicate the scenario even further.
True. Krasnaya pivo. Krasny is red. Evil? I don't know what... It sounds so familiar. Is it life? No, Жизнь is life. I don't remember what pivo is.
Whoa!
Do you hear that?
Yeah. Let's get this shotgun and get out of here.
Look at this artificial timer. Those devs, huh? They think they can make me feel like I'm under pressure. So fake. I'll just take my time. Such a pro gamer.
Last 4.
I thought there was a flammable barrel over here. Thanks for the follow, Tinker Tailor Tom. Ah, we're trying to find the weak spot. I know he doesn't have the explosive weak spot, but
The visual design of the shotgun included a number of challenges. Shotguns in games are generally powerful, and we communicate that power with bulk. As a result, they're big and held in 2 hands. But our experiments with 2-handed VR weaponry didn't reach a level we were satisfied with. When holding a 2-handed object in real life, the object itself provides a physical connection between the 2 hands, and that constraint allows players to stop thinking about it consciously, in addition to providing physical feedback. In VR, without that connection or feedback, we found that players had to keep maintaining their own internal sense of how they were holding their 2-handed weapon, or they dripped their hands into positions that were hard for us to reconcile. As a result,
glad they
our
did
2-handed
that.
weapons required players to play along more than we liked. Since one of our core goals with Half-Life Alyx was to allow players to fully immerse themselves by ceasing to think about what they were doing in real life, we decided to focus on single-handed weapons, including the shotgun.
NA aim, pretty much. Just talk softly to them. I just need to yabba their icing. It's funny thing is, like, as well versed in the Half-Life universe as I like to think I am, I did not hear anything about this yabba my icing until like a year ago. Like, where did that meme even come from? Must have been like a face punch thing or something. Zombies are still alive when the head crab controls them. Yeah, I think that's the idea. They're not undead, really. They're just parasites. And that's why the Combine actually call the head crabs parasitics. And then when they become a zombie, they call... Well, okay, this doesn't help my case, but they call them necrotics. Like, we got VizCon and Necrotic. 6 o'clock. Code 2. Oh, come on, this is a brick. It should be really loud, just like... Is this not where I'm supposed to go? Supposed to jump down? Maybe not. Go over here. Oh, here's some of the workers. Oh, these are the zombies I shot earlier. Oh, there's another part.
Our initial instinct with the shotgun design was to use a regular real-world shotgun, but modified, with a sawn-off stock and barrel so it would seem less cumbersome when held with one hand. This approach always resulted in the handle being at the rear of the weapon, and we ran into the problem where the weapon always felt front-heavy. But obviously, the VR controller in your hand wouldn't reflect that, leading to a disconnect between what you were feeling and what you were seeing. Placing the handle more centrally and underneath the weapon helped avoid this disconnect. This implied centre of mass wasn't really maintained well as the weapon accrued upgrades throughout the game, but the first impression was the most critical. Since we were going with an odd form, we were keen to use common shotgun visual elements wherever we could to help with player recognition and to ground the design in some reality. One element we borrowed was a common shotgun tube magazine that stores shells horizontally in line with the barrel, and we were just able to fit the gameplay requirement of 6 shells without the overall length becoming unwieldy. You can see the effort we had to go for further shell capacity in the design of our autoloader upgrade. Our first reloading mechanic was based on the realistic insertion of 1 shell at a time. Playtesters found this to be overly tedious, although we did receive some positive comments that it made them feel like an action movie star. The simple addition of allowing the players to insert 2 shells at a time solved this issue, allowing us to keep the good part of the design whilst losing the bad. We were keen to reinforce the whole action movie star thing, and experimented with some big gesture the player could do to finalise reloading. The inclusion of a pop-up mechanism allowed us to add an additional step to the reload that further separated it from our other weapons, yet had a satisfying flick of the wrist to complete the action.
I've always liked these lamps. Lamp. Yeah, if you look at the Half-Life 2 zombies, there's a lot of actual words being said. Ride the body down. Yeah, jump and hang on to it. Reading chat. Yeah, I was the Mothman the whole time. I'll say for people that don't know, when I turn my hand and I'm looking at my palm, when I read my own palm, I'm actually reading chat. That's the horrors that a VR chat player, or not VR chat, a VR user in general has to face. Is that when you get your palm read, you hear the voices of, in my case, 34 screams of the unholy. Hello. Where do you think you're going? Very important. Come on, game. Oh, enough. Hey, it's my model. Oh shoot, I should have just used those bullets. This is the female hazmat worker, which was a scrapped character. Oh, Jesus. God, they can do that. No, 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 no. What? Wait, how do I do this again? Why can't I remember how to use this? No! Why not? What the hell? I'm pushing everything down. My thumb just not responding correctly? Now I feel dumb. Why isn't it working? Prime with the button just left of center. Oh, okay. It's weird, I didn't have to do that on the Vive at all, so that's why it was confusing to me. Look at that detail. How did that miss? God, they take so many hits. Yeah, so these characters are interesting because they're supposed to be like nurses. Have I completed the story already? Yep. I've played the whole game from start to finish a couple times already. I'm just going through this one with dev commentary. And so I'm not taking it quite as seriously. I know everything that's going to happen. And I got a new computer earlier this year. So it's nice to be able to play it in like high graphic settings. Like I haven't seen the game lag at all yet. I remember it lagging quite a bit when I played it originally. Those spoilers are allowed in chat, like I was saying before too. You don't want to be spoiled by stuff. Probably not the best stream to watch. I think the reflex site was like, oh, and the reservoir were the only things that I ended up getting when I did my original run of the game. It's so satisfying.
Oh, that really worked, didn't it? Huh.
You just, Combine technology is able to upgrade human weapons like this. I like how the upgrade itself even looks Combinian. Here's one of the baby tentacles. Look at these things. These are the big, like, poundy things that are like kung 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 in Half-Life 1. Ooh.
As with the shotgun and the pistol, we needed a gate for the flashlight to ensure the player couldn't proceed without it. We tried a number of designs around the moment where the player collected the flashlight, but they all ended up being about the player picking up an object, and not specific to that object being a flashlight. Given that the flashlight's primary function is to provide light, we felt the gate needed to be an area of darkness. We also really wanted the player to be excited to get the flashlight, and that meant they had to experience darkness before collecting the flashlight. This turned out to be an interesting challenge, because we already had many poorly lit areas prior to this, and now we needed an area that was so dark that players would correctly interpret it as a gate. Our initial implementation was simply to ensure there were no lights within the hallway. Unfortunately, playtesting immediately showed that wasn't enough. Some VR headsets have extremely low black levels, and on those headsets, enough light bounced in from this lit area to enable players to move forward. In addition, our low ground fog provided just enough contrast in the dark hallway for players to make out the scene and stumble through it. Even once we removed fog and bounce light in this area, we saw yet other ways that players tried to move forward. Some players would fire their pistol repeatedly, using the muzzle flash as a strobing light source.
Wow.
Others would use the teleport targeting UI to probe the room, because at that point in the project, it had a small light source attached to it. In the end, we disabled muzzle flashes inside the hallway, and the teleport UI lost its light. The final step was the addition of some dialogue from Alyx, commenting on the darkness and her need for a light source. This was aimed at solving a perceptual problem. Up until now, our game has taught players that their goal is to continue moving forward. And any time that forward progress is blocked,
it's because there's something in the local area that needs solving. Given that structure, it's entirely rational for players to do everything they can to find some way to see in the darkness ahead. Alyx's dialogue is aimed at telling the player that the game has recognized their attempts to move forward here, but the solution lies elsewhere. Subsequent playtesting showed us that this dialogue, coupled with the brightly lit area containing zombies off to the right, helped tug players past the darkness entrance and on towards the flashlight.
Oh, what? Wow. Sneaky. Got one bullet. You're making a TTT map using Source 2 right now and you love it. Nice. How do you feel about the new Hammer editor? I haven't even touched it because it looks like a complete overhaul. And I barely recognize anything in it. Oh, hey, Miss Nova. Thanks for the follow. Damn it.
Like hacking and environmental puzzles, toner puzzles like this one are often used to relieve tension from combat and engage the player's mind in a refreshing way. This puzzle introduces a new junction type, which has 2 inputs and 2 outputs, as well as branching circuits. Functionally, it's just a simple airlock. Only one of the main combine gates can be powered on at a time, with an additional wrinkle that the smaller side gate on the return path must be powered down separately. In addition to providing a break between hectic combat encounters, this puzzle is a gameplay mechanic refresher, since it's been some time since the player has seen a toner puzzle, and the next ones start to ramp up in complexity.
New Hammer editor is the best thing that happened to Source. It's just very hard to get a regular mouse and keyboard input working in HLA. Yeah, that's what I imagined. I mean, with your making anything in VR, you pretty much have to be using a headset in order to test stuff in VR. But yeah, that's a tricky thing too, is that Hammer editor is being used to make non-VR things at the same time. So it's like trying to strike a balance between producing both of those types of content. Oh, I remember this. I'll do the same thing I did when I first came across this part way back a year ago. Okay, let's see. So instead of lifting the gate, I went like this. Crawl around on the floor. Okay. Come on, one more time. Hey, where you going? Hey. I'm sure this is worth all the time and effort. Probably would die if I just shot his foot. Oh, and look what happened. Oops. Oh, it's still alive. Uh-oh. Did I break it? Oh, I guess not. I'll just play the rest of the game sitting on the floor. Like, now that I'm here, might as well stay here. I'm just like 2 feet tall. Actually, considering what you have to do for this part, I think I do have to stand.
Whew.
Ow.
It is dark.
Everything all right?
Nope, I'm good. I'm good.
Develop a commentary? Alyx? Developer?
In prior Half-Life games, the flashlight was attached to the player's body, which meant that it always illuminated the world from the same angle, relative to the player's point of view. With tracked hands in VR, we had the opportunity to let players manipulate the flashlight directly, and playtesters reacted very positively to this new freedom. In fact, our earliest implementation of a flashlight in Half-Life Alyx was an object that could be picked up in either hand or even set back down. This allowed the player to put the flashlight down somewhere, providing illumination for themselves while they accomplished another task. Unfortunately, this presented the possibility that a player could leave the flashlight behind, which would have been a game-breaking scenario. Implementing the flashlight as an object that players had to hold also prevented them from holding something else in that hand, which was tedious to manage and simply too punishing of a trade-off. In particular, it meant that weapon reloading was a nightmare, because the player no longer had a free offhand to perform the reload actions. In the end, we settled on a flashlight that attaches to the offhand and turns on and off automatically. This fixes the issues with reloading in the dark, potentially losing the flashlight, and has the nice side effect of not requiring the allocation of a button to toggle the light, which is especially helpful on controllers with fewer buttons. Since the automatic on-off behavior is controlled using level logic, designers could make performance and quality trade-offs in different areas of the game. After all, if a player could turn the flashlight on at any time, the rendering overhead of this shadow-casting light source would have to be accounted for throughout the entire game. On the other hand, if the flashlight is known to be off in a given area, a designer can make use of the resulting rendering headroom by increasing the fidelity of the environment in other ways.
Nice. Whee! This is a father-son moment. Give you an underduck. We go like this. Whoa! Lighting still looks good.
Oh, thank God.
I'll always say it. Whoa! That's not what I always say, but that, come on. Flashlights are one of the most satisfying and fun things in VR. Like, being able to just manually control a light like this is super immersive, and it really... Oh god, there's two of them. Not so... Oh, two of them! It just feels really good. Yo, can you guys hang on a sec? I'm busy. Okay. God, sound is especially important, where I can tell exactly where they are based on just the noises they make. Oh god. God, they take so many hits. I think I'm finally gonna have to use a shotgun.
This is fine.
Yeah, this is fine. What? You cheater, you went underground. Yeah, I'm getting that headcrab banned. Just reading chat. Yeah, there's a lot of fungal funny going on in this area, I agree. Oh, I'm way off my track space. Okay, now we're back.
It's really dark. Russ,
Yeah?
can you just talk
About what?
about anything? Literally anything.
Well, I think
Light of the
that given our
Concords?
situation, your irrational fear of the dark is actually quite appropriate. You know, I can give you easily 100 reasons to be terrified.
Okay,
Band
that was
meeting?
my fault. I'll be more specific next time.
Brit. Jermaine? Isn't? Alright, band meeting's over. You are dismissed. I do like that the flashlight isn't bound completely to the gun. Like, they do this deal where your hands attach together and it works like you think it should, but then I really like being able to move it independently like this. It's really immersive.
Shortly after adding the flashlight to the game, we discovered the playtesters would frequently brace their gun hand with their flashlight hand. This meant that the players had to orient their flashlight hand awkwardly to align the light with their aim. We decided to make this an automatic behavior of the offhand whenever it was brought close to the grip of the gun. If you do this, you'll see that the offhand grips the gun in a natural pose, and the flashlight aligns with the aim. In fact, if you look closely at the end of the flashlight, you'll notice that it has a ball joint. This allows the flashlight to articulate based on whether the offhand is gripping the gun or not. The ball joint has 4 different orientations, one for each gun, and a neutral orientation for when the player is not supporting the gun to aim.
Look at that.
These 4 orientations ensure that the flashlight is always pointed in an ideal direction for the player. In one-handed mode, the flashlight attaches to the gun hand at an orientation that is ideal for all scenarios.
I'm almost dead, too. Oh, thank you for the raid, Vidyabum. You guys should definitely check out Vidyabum. He streams a lot of spooky stuff. I think he's doing the DreadX collection games recently, if you're into indie horror. And he also does a lot of Monstrum and World of Horror. He's like, you know, one of the top 5 World of Horror players in the world, which I don't know if that's true, but it seems like he would be.
Big fan of this flashlight.
And it, not unlike yourself, is also sensitive to the dark.
Oh yeah?
Meaning it should go on automatically when the lights go out.
Oh, nice.
I think you did get every World of Horror achievement or something, right? Remember you're working on getting every single one. Ow. There we go. Inject health directly into the chest cavity. Oh, game, please. My immersion. Why can't I move this fan? Love these old electrical panels. That sound is straight out of Half-Life 2. Alright, so when you shoot a lock in real life, you gotta make sure you put the gun right up to the lock, and you gotta inspect it with your eyes up close. You can use your other hand to support it too. So you do something like this. There we go. It's the safest way. That's good design. Yeah, welcome everyone. Health juice right into the chest. Good tips. Don't forget to put your ear up to it so you can hear the tumblers falling in place. Yeah, gun doubles as a lockpick, so you want to have your ear right up against where the gun makes contact with the lock so that you can hear as each of the pins fall into place as the bullet leaves the cartridge, or leaves the barrel. Alright, so I think I'm going back. Oh, hey there. Hello. Try that again. Alright. Come on. Man, I could probably sell these things. So many of these around. To start like a... I don't know. Really wish you could wear them. Alright, things are getting out of hand. Can't even gun. Bad corner to be in. Ah! How did you get on the other side of the force field? What a clever guy. Oh, now he went over. I could swear you could one-shot kill them if you hit the underside. I like how it's a check engine light. But knowing Valve, there's gonna be some kind of health pickup over here. There's gotta be. Can't just dump 4 head crabs on me like that. Is this a dead head crab making these noises? Excuse me? Oh, you're alive. Huh. Sell them on Etsy, yeah. He was trying to sleep, I guess. Come on. Oh, this is just retracing the same area, so I would have had the pickup already. Don't think there's any around.
All right, Russ. Really need you to talk again.
Absolutely. Be specific.
Before. What was life like before the Combine?
Ah, excellent. Alyx, have you ever heard of a club sandwich?
Nope. Not once.
Right. To make a club sandwich, you need to start with bread. Not from a bread line, from a bakery across the street. Baked that day, okay? You add tomatoes, lettuce, not vegetable paste, fresh. Then you add bacon. That's from an animal we used to call the pig. You toast the bread, and you put all that inside it.
You guys had all that? That's insane.
It is, and I'm not done. Then you add a second sandwich on top of the first one. You put ham in it, also from a pig, and turkey from an animal we used to call the turkey, and more tomato, more lettuce, and a bunch of other things I'm forgetting. It was 6 inches tall and weighed 1 pound, and had 12 ingredients from 5 different continents. It was the most impossible food item you could imagine in any age before ours.
Wow.
I know, right?
That is... wow. Thanks, Russ.
You're welcome, Alyx.
I know I can shoot them and everything, but I'm trying to be annoying. I jerk. It's like the 4th time that's happened. Alright, sandwiches.
When the writers create a new character, we try to write a variety of material from that character's perspective to help find their voice. What motivates them? What do they sound like? How do they relate to other characters? It's helpful to know the answers to questions like this early in a project, particularly when working with a team, where different people might end up writing for that character. The club sandwich story that Russell tells in this section started out as one of these writing exercises. The writing team wrote pages and pages of Russell telling Alyx stories about life before the Combine, getting irritated with her, telling bad jokes, pretty much the whole emotional spectrum. As we refined Russell's character, almost all of that fell by the wayside. We needed to do that work to get to Russell, but most of it didn't sound like Russell anymore. Later in the project, we decided to make Alyx scared of the dark, so we needed Russell to talk a lot in this section to keep Alyx company. It didn't matter what he was saying, it just had to be this voice in the darkness that she was grabbing onto. And then we remembered, hey, didn't we write a rambling sandwich monologue a year ago? And the club sandwich speech was resurrected.
Nice, nice. You know, the barnacles can go on, return home to their families. Everyone will feel so much better now. Yo! Okay, how did I miss so badly? This is on hard mode, by the way. Oh, I just wasted that mag over there. Shoot! Just make another lap. Ah, stop knocking it back towards me. So rude. Alright. I'll let them all gather right over here. Yo, over here. Okay, well I got the poison crab. Oh yeah, and all the people that just joined too, this is a spoiler run. Like, I've played the whole game before. I know the stuff that happens and everything like that, and I'm doing the dev commentary. So if you don't want to be spoiled to the game, I suggest not watching. And I tend to be really annoying when I play games like this because I want to try to find creative ways to solve problems instead of just shooting everything, so... But... this guy's taking too long, so... This is my first time playing with index controllers too, so I'm still getting used to that. I originally just had the Vive. Damn it, why am I... oh, the reason I brought up spoilers is again because people are talking about they're disappointed that the poison crab, head crab, sounds different than it did in Half-Life 2, which I think it's pretty similar, but I think my biggest disappointment in sound effect changes was all the changes they made to the Strider. Because the way the Strider shot in Half-Life 2 had some of the most, like, just low-pitched, really satisfying. I need more adjectives. Just very destructive, powerful sounds that the Strider made when it shot. Like, it had the big charge shot where it does like that, but then there's the regular shot where it's like, like it kind of made this really low-pitched kind of splashing sound. But then in this game, they changed it completely to where the Strider just sounds like a regular machine gun kind of thing shooting, like an alien gun. It just had no weight to it. I don't know why they changed that one up so much. Great. Like that sound that we just heard, that was from Half-Life 2. I love the incorporation of physics in the head crab jumps. So good. No, he's cheating again. Oh, you missed it? Jerk. Okay. I gotta move my hands a little bit. Index controllers are starting to hurt me a little bit. And for people who haven't watched my streams before, I don't stream very often at all. But when I do, they tend to be kind of ridiculously long. So how long have I been going so far? Only 4.5 hours. Oh, that's not bad. My last stream was 10 hours. So I'm a quantity over quality streamer, as you can tell. Can you physically pull the head crabs off? Not of the zombies. I really wish you could grab the head crabs when they're alive on the ground and throw them somewhere. Because that would be a really satisfying way to fight them, would be like, okay, they just jumped and ragdolled, so you pick them up. And then maybe you have like a couple seconds before they grab onto your hand or something, but you could pick them up and just throw them off a balcony or something. You can kind of do that with the... if you catch them in a bucket and then you throw the bucket. Quantity over quality, sir. No, I meant that it's I just put in lots of hours into one stream. Quantity of hours over, instead of having 3 of like the best hours of your streaming life, it's just 10 kind of mediocre hours. The best way to go. Yeah, I can't believe that was all one map. That was so long. Ooh, it was our first exposure to the Sea Boys. Yeah, I can give that guy a manicure that I saw earlier, the zombie. Wow, boing. That rumbling I hear. Someone's got to clean up this place. Oh, and it all went through the bottom. Normally it works better than that.
Wait, is that a dead Combine soldier?
Yeah. When you guys were off stealing the reactor, I saw the Combine moving supplies in here.
Speak to me.
So, I guess they're interested in this
Speak to
place
me.
again.
Right, we'll keep an eye out. Something's definitely up.
Who did this to you? Tell me. Got anything on you? Oh, that's the rumbling I was hearing. Subtitles spoiling things again. It was... guys. I actually forgot man hacks were in Alyx. Now I'm remembering how absolutely annoying they are to fight.
Alyx, manhack, watch out!
See it.
No, my brother.
Okay, so right now, what it's like to live on Earth on a scale of 1 to 10. I'd say we're at a 2.
Yep, could always get worse.
What would you rate it before the Combine showed up?
Ooh, that's a toughie. I don't know. Good day? I'd say 6. Yeah, strong 6.
6? That's not great.
Well, that's life, Alyx. You know, it's not always great.
Well, maybe we get the Combine off Earth and we could shoot for like an 8.
Combine
you know?
off Earth.
Ooh, an 8. Yeah, that really would be nice. Really nice.
Oh, this one, oh my god. Oh, I already forgot. I like those. Shove it right in my wrist hole. I like it, I like it. Commentary time.
When building a Half-Life game, we try to start playtesting as soon as we can, even when we only have 10 or 15 minutes of gameplay built. We find it extremely helpful to see how players are reacting to what we've made as soon as possible. One of the major ways playtesting impacted Half-Life Alyx was in revealing how players reacted to the density of interactive elements in the world. Before we began, we were already aware that players would likely spend more time paying attention to the details of the world around them in VR, but we were unprepared for how significant this would be. Seeing some players spend 30 minutes messing around with a single interactive object really opened our eyes. As a result of those playtesting observations, we spend much of our development time focusing on the environment around the player and the level of details and interactivity to be found there. It might seem surprising that we didn't start with the assumption that we wouldn't need to spend that amount of time on the world, but the reality of game development is that we always have a finite amount of time to build a game and we're always making trade-offs. In the ideal case, we spend our finite time on whatever contributes the most to the player's experience. So, playtesting early and thereby getting a better sense of what elements are contributing to the player experience help us understand where to spend the limited time we have. In this case, those early playtests told us to significantly increase the amount we should budget for creating the world details and interactivity.
Alright. You can smell that garbage can. Yes.
Oh, holy fish.
Nice to meet you. I like their insignias. There's actual like rank markings on a lot of the Combine helmets too, on the top part of their head.
Barnacles are a unique enemy type in Half-Life Alyx in that they are static and often situated above the player's natural view direction. During testing in confined or dimly lit spaces, we often saw players walk into barnacle tongues without noticing them. One way we addressed this was with audio. In particular, we made idle barnacles emit subtle breathing, croaking, and grumbling sounds like the following. These sounds helped alert players to the presence of barnacles, and also made them seem like living creatures that were always active, not just a mechanical piece of gameplay that responded only to the player's actions. The head-related transfer functions available in Steam Audio were especially helpful, as they made it possible to accurately spatialize barnacle sounds so that the players could tell that the sounds were coming from above.
Nice. Wait, I need that. One second. This one. Oh my god. Put it in. This guy has a different insignia on his shoulder than the other one that was hanging out. What about on the top of the helmet? I think that's the same. You can't actually feed the barnacles dead bodies. Notice they actively avoid them when I've tried moving a body up to them. Must be just for like for performance-wise, since they're really intensive physics objects. They don't want them spazzing out like crazy. So Dana Scully's in chat. Is that what she's doing these days? Just watches Twitch? Just giving up on the whole paranormal thing?
Early incarnations of manhacks were frustrating to fight in VR, since their audio was not providing enough information about their location. They seemed to appear from nowhere, and, even when close to the player, they lacked a dramatic presence. We tried a variety of layered sounds with varying distance fall-offs, but this often created more confusion, especially when multiple manhacks were nearby. Our ultimate solution to the problem consisted of 2 parts. The first was to make manhacks emit the following alarm-like warning sound when they first came into range or were deployed by a Combine soldier. The second part of our solution was to add more aggressive looping sounds with short fall-off distances. The short fall-off of these sound loops meant that this specific component of manhack's sound treatment would only be audible quite near the player. Thus, when players heard these sounds, they knew that manhacks had begun hunting them, and one or more was getting close enough to be of concern.
Speaking of which, that's not where I wanted that to go. Come on, barnacles. We're in this together. Oh, it just ignores it? Wow. I go through all that effort to save your life and you don't even try to save mine? Okay. Sorry.
Local security deployed and designated to prosecute.
Some of the music that comes later is so awesome. Just want to sit in the battle as long as I can so I can get real into it. Damn it. All the distant explosion sounds are nice. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to actually stand for these parts. This combat gets more intensive. Get out of my way, barrel. Oh, rest in peace, my friend. Oh, I forgot I can do this to move faster.
Before Final Out was added, the cramped dark area of this level did not take players very long to traverse. But as the fidelity of the game increased, players spent more and more time getting to this point. As we've learned over the years, too much time in dark underground areas can become fatiguing to players, and this is even more significant in VR. This outdoor section provides a change of pace and a brief respite from the dark. Not only does it give players something visually different and interesting to look at, it allows them to clearly see and assess threat in an open space, allowing them to get some easy kills with a little stress. It was also important to provide some variety here. As players are about to head into a dark area, that requires precision shooting and flashlight usage.
Yeah, I'm glad I have the subtitles. Why is this stuck now? There. Whoa! Whoa there, sailor. I won't do bicycle time again. It was funny once, if even. I see you there, Baker. One of the nurses. Yes.
Access to this block is not permitted.
I know.
To receive this message is to be in civil code violation.
I'll return to my residential block after I get my non-mechanical reproduction simulation. I'm wasting bullets. Ow. Wait. Kind of funny. I mean, I only have the perspective of an American that only speaks English fluently, but how like in America, how like almost any accent, people are always like, oh, it's just so beautiful. Like anything that isn't an American accent. Like I just don't think that any other country thinks that American accents are beautiful in any way. It's like, are we just the ugliest English speakers? I mean, in terms of voices, I don't know, maybe visually too, I don't know, but voice-wise, I've never heard anyone say that, oh, I love the way Americans sound. It's always like, oh, you're just this like low-class sounding, just, you know, butchering of English. Like, gee, thanks. I guess sometimes I hear people say they like southern accents, like really sing-songy ones. Like, how y'all doing? Y'all have a good time out here? Gonna cook y'all up a real good dinner tonight. Mm-hmm. California accents, yeah. I mean, every part of the country has its own, like, stereotypical accent. Also, this is the classic blue truck. So many Half-Life 2, like, source mods and stuff use this particular blue truck. It's so cool seeing it in HD. Biggest things I notice with California accents are when you say stuff like, and of course this isn't everyone from California, but when they say skull, like skull, and culture, like culture, and up-speaking things. Feel like till the other day playing Half-Life. Half-Life 2. Pretty cool. No, dude. I know you don't say dude all the time, but it's always how I imagine it. Wait, I need to see if I can shoot through the wall. Oh, I can just shoot through the fence. Give you this big lead pipe and you can't even use it as a weapon. Thanks for the follow, Sam Fizz. Oh, that's right. Look at that tutorial. Oh, yeah. Now I know. I have acquired Valve. I'm a big corporation and they are now a part of me. Maybe you didn't hear much from non-English speaking people. I've heard American accents complimented plenty of times, but yeah, people generally prefer RP. But most people are very nice. It's just I imagine that California accents outside the U.S. How do I pronounce M-E-L-E-E? I'd just say melee. I've heard people say melee. I've heard people say Malay. It isn't Malay, isn't that like a nationality? Or like a heritage? But I'd just say melee. What is this? Huh. I don't remember seeing this in the game. It's like a sandwich wrapper. All right. How the lighting in this place is so good.
So, when we get the Combine off of Earth, what are you gonna do?
I'm going full production mode on the Russells, of course.
Oh, of course. You'll be sitting on a landmine.
Gold mine, yep. So here's the plan. Conservative estimate, I figure 1 year to get the world unconquered by the Combine, get them off the planet, so that's year 1, then another year to mass produce the Russells. Although, just quietly, we will need to rebuild society first, you know, to get some basic infrastructure, jobs, money, that sort of thing. Otherwise people won't be able to buy them, you know. So, yeah, 3-year plan. Let's slot the infrastructure thing in for year 2.
Oh, yeah, definitely. You're gonna want to put that in year 2.
And Alyx has sort of a California accent in this game, it sounds like. Whole chart is funny. Actually, in one of my VODs of previously playing Half-Life Alyx, I was trying to go through the Russian on here, and someone, a native speaker of Russian, actually translated like this whole thing in the comments section of my video. I really appreciate it. There was nothing particularly interesting, it's just kind of what you'd expect it to say. Регламент действий. Delicious. Ostrożna.
This section, with a multitude of explosive barrels embedded in Zen overgrowth, was designed to switch up player expectations and change the pacing of the level. Prior to this point in the game, explosive barrels and canisters were used as offensive weapons. In this space, they're deadly to the player. If a barrel or canister does explode, it sets off a fatal chain reaction. This change in priority forces players to aim carefully and adds intensity without combat. This has the positive side effect of training players to utilize the pistol even more effectively. While the automatic alignment of the flashlight with a braced weapon is useful in direct combat, in this section we observed players taking advantage of the decoupled weapon and flashlight as they illuminated and targeted barnacles in the intricate Zen foliage overhead.
Nice. My girlfriend is from Malaysia. It's a cool-ass country, actually. Cool. Also, Mono, I do say dude a lot, but that's simply because I grew up around it, not the surfer lingo type of dude, like, oh, tubular, bro. Yeah, tubular. I remember that. A lot of my knowledge of Californian comes from Ninja Turtles. Radical, dude. How do I know Russian? I don't know very much at all. I just took a year of it in college. And I just really like the language, the way it sounds, the way it looks. But I at least know how to pronounce words. I know the whole alphabet. I know how to count. But my knowledge of grammar is very, very little. Yeah, but the texture of this, like, I want to pop these bubbles that are in the poster here. I just want to, like rub it. I just want to rub it out, you know? Bodacious. When will the game no longer need VR to play? I mean, well, as I'm sure you've heard, VR is a huge part of what makes this good. But there are mods out there that let you just play it in mouse and keyboard if you really want to. Oh, nice. Here's one of the workers with the helmet on. I think it's the first time I've had up-close view of them. Even creepier is that his headlamp is still on. Almost like he just very recently died. So this is not a Combine, or they work for the Combine, but it's a regular person wearing Combine technology, kind of like civil protection. Thanks for the follow, Derek Young. But I really like seeing all the small details about how this whole suit assembles together. Like these parts click into place, and then this filter on the front. Come on, cooperate with me. Filter over here on the right clicks into here and locks in place all as one big suit, and then this circle here goes to there. It's just like such a cool looking piece of equipment. Oh, and then this entire hood pulls up and over the back. That's sort of like a hazmat sort of deal. Alright, I totally forgot about this part of the game. Russian literature is so insane. Any translation doesn't do it justice. Living in Russia for 3 years and tried learning Dostoevsky and Solzhenitsyn. In Russian, yeah, it didn't work out. Yeah, the grammar, just like if you're coming from English and trying to learn just about any other big language, well, Western language, it always just becomes that aggravating thing of memorizing all of the forms of a word. What are they called? Like conjugations. Like you say, like krasnaya, krasnia, or I'm barely remembering the grammar. I just remember there's a lot of different forms of words that I just had no way, well, not no way, but I couldn't do it very well. Like in Spanish, where you're like, hablo, hablas, habla, hablamos, hablan. Escucho, escuchas, escuchar, escuchamos, escuchan. Oh, this looks so good in VR, especially when you have these like layered things with the lighting down the hallway and the flashlight. It really gives it so much depth. Look at this pulsating crevice. Imagine what this feels like. Imagine if you could taste it. English is super easy to learn. I knew English before I went to school because I was living inside the internet prior. I always hear about people learning English just through like TV and internet. It's a problem with, because I have a year of Russian and then I have like 4 or 5 years of Spanish I took throughout school, but it's just, I'm just not around people who speak those languages, so I can't stay in practice. I'd have to go like way out of my way to make sure to be involved with people speaking the language to even learn it. And as like an introverted, solitary person, I'm just not around people that often, period. So it's like I'm kind of doomed, and I have to put a lot of extra effort into learning and remembering a language. If I were to. I think I'm finally gonna have to shoot a barnacle. Feel bad, because I don't have any random objects to distract it with.
Oh boy. Getting dark again.
Oh, careful, careful!
Hey, skull. I just want to get a good look at this. Nice. Yo, where'd that skull go? Did you eat it? Shoot. I normally wouldn't play with subtitles on, but I haven't played with them on before, so interesting to see what they choose to subtitle and not subtitle. I'm mostly looking forward to the Combine radio lingo so I can maybe translate some of it. Oh hey, I could use a empty pistol mag. Oh, for crying out loud.
We decided early on that the environments we wanted to portray in Half-Life Alyx would benefit from an investment in high-quality volumetric lighting. This component of illumination is an indispensable tool, not just for creating atmosphere, but for drawing the player's attention to critical gameplay elements. Our system works in 3 phases. In the first phase, illumination from static light sources is captured in a 3-level hierarchical volumetric clip map surrounding the player. The highest resolution level of this clip map measures 1 cubic inch per voxel. The clip map is updated incrementally, less than once per frame, as the player moves throughout the scene. In the second phase, a compute shader ray marches in view space throughout the clip maps, accumulating static lighting, dynamic lighting, and volumetric extinction. The ray marching is performed every frame and employs temporal anti-aliasing to improve quality. In the final phase, we resample lighting and volumetric scattering from the prior phase for each eye once per frame. The result is a texture that describes, for any given view space depth, volumetric scattering and extinction, which we apply during forward rendering.
Cool. I understood about half of that. Gotta plug my controllers back in real quick. Learn some other languages like Japanese, mainly using apps. That works out fine too if you don't have a correspondent to talk to. Yeah. The thing is that a lot of what motivated me to learn languages in the past was because I was dating someone who natively spoke the language or something similar. So it motivated me to originally learn Russian, and I realized that I liked it a lot once I started learning it. It's because she was a native Russian speaker. Because I wanted to be able to speak to her family and to her better. It's like, hey, this is an important part of her life, speaking this language. So if I am going to be with her, I want to be a part of that too. And she thought it was cool. And then I later spoke to someone who natively, or dated someone who natively spoke Greek. And I started to learn modern Greek. Well, I know like the Greek alphabet and a couple words, but not nearly as much as other languages like Spanish and Russian. Alright, gotta put my ear right up to it. I could sound weird and say I like bones, but it's more I learned through actual mortician friend. Nice. Wait, I gotta scroll back. What were you saying? Watch German Let's Players and try to pick up on stuff. Hasn't really helped me though. It's for picking up new words, short phrases. So from the look of that skull, there are about 23 on death, either had bad dental hygiene or their death led to lost teeth, and it's still fresh, roughly 12 to 20 hours since that. Nice. Whoa. I don't feel too like urgently wanting to learn Japanese. I mean, I'm not really a weeb. Not to say that, oh, you gotta be a weeb, like hopelessly into anime to care about Japanese. It's just, I already know that it's really, really difficult, but I just don't really have any use for it currently. I mean, my brother lives in Japan and is like pretty much fluent in Japanese, and he's learning Chinese as well. I'm a little jealous, and Japan seems like a cool place, but I haven't really had the urge to be like, oh, I gotta learn Japanese or anything.
So, this whole 3-year Russell plan. You think you'd have a job for me?
Job? Alyx, you invented the Alyx. Of course you can have a job.
We could be partners.
Oh, well, Well, there would be stock options. 5 to 10 year vesting period, obviously. Could be very lucrative for you, Alyx, in the long term.
I don't know what any of that meant, but sounds good, partner.
Yep, sounds good. Alyx?
Let me just reach over there, grab this from you, my good man. Okay, this one actually seems like a threat. Weird question, but does America also have legal LSD derivatives? In Germany, you can get away with it, change it a molecule very slightly and you're all good. I have no idea. I do not partake in any of the drug. But I do know that for a while, was it like the CIA or something had the world's largest collection of LSD because there was like such like insane amounts of research being done into LSD and its potential for interrogating people and all kinds of weird stuff, especially with what's that famous example? That one program that gets brought up all the time. MK Ultra, yeah. That was all about LSD, that like whole program. This tutorial's trying to get me killed. Wants me to mantle over that when there's a barnacle right there? Hey, come closer. Uh-oh. Come on over here, dude. Don't throw anything at me. Okay. Yeah, when you've been sitting here in VR for so long, you really forget how amazing all this is. Like being in the headset and just surrounded by this world, and like with the audio, positional audio or whatever. It's one of the a frustrating part about being a person is that people are good at just getting used to things, meaning like you're something that it was really entertaining at first, you just get used to it and it's just kind of like, you just, whatever. You kind of have to make yourself forget a little bit to realize how cool it is, what you're doing really is. Excuse me, where did that come from? Where am I going? Oh. Wait, is that where I came from? No. Oh, fuck. Do not. Okay. Alright, buddy boy. Had to use one on you. Don't want to waste all those pistol shots and risk having to start over. Oh, the door's broken down. Are you gonna allow me to take this? Can I offer you an alternative? Perhaps this? Huh. Okay. Gotta do this the hard way. Trade alert. What is it? I receive valve, you receive skull. That's such a weird ass meme. Like, where did that even come from? I know someone said it was from like TikTok or something. But even thing where it originated seems like it was parodying something else. Like, it just looks like an ad for a mobile game or something. Just gonna have to leave you here, buddy. Have a nice life. I mean, I have full health. I don't want to just use it over there. Oh, and they're nice and forgiving. Loop me all the way back to the beginning. Plugging controller back in. So glad that the index controllers use USB Type-C. Because plugging in my Vive controllers with micro USB, it was so frustrating. Especially because I'm not looking at them when I plug them in, I'm just going by feel. Makes you think of Jerma's debt. Oh, it's already 5:30. Vive uses micro USB, yep. Anti-citizen. So Echo 1. Well, Echo is one of the team names for the kind of low-level grunts, like this. Anti-citizen can be anyone who's engaging in anti-civil activity. But when they start saying anti-citizen 1 or 2, that could be specifying any number of the main rebellion characters like Alyx or Eli. I think Eli becomes anti-citizen 1 since Gordon hasn't shown up yet, and then in Half-Life 2 he's 1. And yeah, Echo is a squad name. There's a lot of different ones. It's like it's time to stand up for what I believe in. No, just literally stand up. Really nice that this game has a built-in adjust for standing and sitting feature. It's not like, oh, gotta recalibrate with track space. Now that I moved. Oops. Gordon hasn't shown up yet. Can you clarify who is there at the beginning? I don't know if that's a joke. But yeah, this is before the events of Half-Life 2, so Gordon is still sitting in a stasis. G-Man has yet to pull him out of it.
Combine. Russ, these guys have automatic weapons.
They're alien commandos. Of course they have automatic weapons. We'd have them too, but Combine weapons are gene-coded, so out of luck. Unless you find one that's unbonded, or you're open to some minor genetic modification.
I'm good, Russ. I'm just gonna roll with these genes that I've got.
We always introduce new enemies at a distance, and never while the player is under duress. Here, the player is able to observe the Combine soldiers killing some wandering zombies, giving the player an idea of how powerful the soldiers are, and how they might operate in combat. We located the Combine far enough away that it was plausible that they would not notice the player, but close enough that the player could choose to engage, but remain relatively safe from return fire.
I think all of this wall is actually just a texture that makes it look like it has these like divots or whatever in it. Pretty sure this is like a parallax mapping deal. Really effective. This is actually flat. Flat and has no talent. Well, there's parallax maps and there's displacement maps. Or like displacement, I believe, actually creates new geometry as it needs to. Whereas like parallax is just entirely a depth-related illusion. If I'm remembering correctly, I don't know. Because there's also subdivision stuff. I can't remember what's it called. Tessellation. It's used a lot in terrain, where the closer you get to terrain, that it makes the geometry more complex, so it looks more like dirt. Then the further away it is, it simplifies the geometry, and it does that all in real time. So it's really expensive, but it looks cool. If I can keep up with the Combine lingo. So this sucks for this guy, but you can see kind of what the actual synthetic soldiers look like under their helmets a little bit. You can see like their eye holes, that the lens for their helmet actually just connects directly to their brain. Not even their brain, like their whole head is just a bunch of like just chunks of brain-like matter all mashed together, and the technology just interfaces directly with the brain, so they don't really have a skull, if I remember correctly. It's just all like, well, maybe they do. But anyway, their head is just completely full of holes in places where like parts of the technology goes directly inside their head. No dumpster diving. No, I didn't think to check that one out. What am I doing? Oh, here. I love that animation. What do I have? 80 resin. Wow, I can get just about anything. Oh, 25? Oh, I was looking at something else. Okay, so I can't even get any of that. What about shotgun? Don't like laser sight. I don't feel like I need double shot. Auto loader, I'm just gonna save up for pistol upgrades. What is that I'm measuring? 80? Huh? Oh, that's bullets left. Okay. That's a bullet icon on the left.
The first encounter with a Combine soldier caused a number of issues in playtesting. The biggest one was that players were often surprised when the soldiers started shooting at them. Some players who were new to the Half-Life series had no idea who these soldiers were. But it's also been hours of game time since players saw another human, and we found that many players weren't willing to immediately start shooting. Some players also wonder why Alyx moved so quickly to killing other humans. This area was designed to demonstrate that Combine soldiers are hostile and will attack on sight, giving the player a reason to want to shoot back. It starts with the dialogue preceding the encounter, where the player overhears the Combine discussing the problem of scavengers in the quarantine zone. Then, when the player finally achieves visual contact with their first Combine soldier, they witness that soldier in the process of executing a civilian scavenger.
Alright, I gotta do something.
Alright. This is Helix 7. Echo 1, this is Helix 7. Report in. Cease fire. You want a malcompliance citation? Do I have to deliver the final verdict? I'm gonna report you to your supervisor, your superior. Are you mistaking me for anti-citizen 1 or 2? Got a report of an Echo 1 is 1199. Need backup, cause of death is currently unknown. Be advised, Overwatch, report of a DB, requesting cleanup in this sector, over.
Anyway. Well, I hear people always talk about how, like, first of all, make sure I am back to boring old mono. Okay. People always talk about how the grunts from Half-Life 1, like, will never be matched. That those were, like, the real challenge, and that everything was downhill from there. Which I disagree with, because I think a big part of the grunts from Half-Life 1 is that they just straight up knew where you were at all times. There was no illusion that they were trying to seek you out or seek cover or do any kinds of, like, complex actions. They just straight up knew exactly where you were and would just occasionally run back and forth, and they did a ton of damage, where like being up close to a shotgunner would kill you instantly. Whereas like later on with like Combine and all that they're trying to make them seem like flawed creatures that do make mistakes, and they attempt to group together and communicate and have dialogue with one another beyond this shit, Freeman, take cover, things like that. Oh, you're talking about the voices, but I've heard people always say that, like, challenge-wise, that Half-Life 1's grunts were the most challenging. Like, remember how bullshitty it was that when they threw a hand grenade in Half-Life 1, where they could just perfectly calculate where you were, this completely blind throw a hand grenade over, like, a 20-foot wall, and it would just be like the perfect arc right to your feet and blow you up, and the grenade would be totally silent the whole way too. We gotten into bunny hopping or surfing, not in Source 2. I don't know if it's even possible. With Counter-Strike Source, I used to do a lot of surfing, and I even made a surf map that got a little bit of attention for a while. I always thought that was pretty fun. Portal, same universe.
Andrew Junction, we're here! That's Rosette! Get down!
Alright, we got the music. Full active, Viscon negative on hostile. Pay attention to what the Combines say. They are like really reactive to everything that's happening in this battle. Contain and control is underway. Echo 1 is forward pressure. Echo 1 is forcing compliance. Realigning target. Approaching containment. They think they got me contained. Well, contain this motherfucker. Ow. Whoa, that was an exaggeration. Overwatch Echo 1 is last responder. For Echo 1, escalating force and primary target. How am I using so many bullets? Preparing containment, showing fatigue. They think I'm showing fatigue. Sending all spikes. Spikes are weapons. Requesting stim dose. Stimulant use for suppressing pain has to be authorized by the Overwatch. They can't just use painkillers willy-nilly on themselves. They have to have the overarching, like, watchful AI of the Combine approve of their use of stimulants. They like the pain, I guess, for the most part. Alright. come back to this one. I remember really liking this fight because of how aggressive they are. Receiving spikes. Additional body packs closing arena. Echo 1 reporting excessive hostile.
The first encounter with a Combine soldier caused a number of...
Shut up, nerd. I'm trying to kill shit. Okay, fine.
Squad's Soldier AI has been a mainstay of the Half-Life series, so we were excited to see how their design would be impacted by the move to VR. Our early playtesting against a Half-Life 2 Combine Soldier AI in VR immediately made a number of things clear. First, the players did not like to be shot at, and often had a visceral negative response. The soldiers frequently ran at players at full speed, firing all the while, and we discovered that the speed of Half-Life 2 combat was simply too overwhelming in VR. Also, players took longer to do everything in VR, especially the core action of spotting and aiming their weapon at an enemy while staying in cover. As a result, the soldiers tended to live much longer in VR than they did in Half-Life 2. It was clear from these early playtests that the most common reaction among players was to immediately seek cover from enemy fire. So we started experimenting with changes to the Soldier AI, aimed at building a combat experience around players' tendency to seek cover. Early experiments were focused on keeping Combine soldiers at a comfortable distance from the player, while keeping them moving around enough to not have combat become too static. To create lulls in firing for players to peek out from cover, we prevented soldiers from shooting while on the run in most cases. To keep players from remaining stationary, we created a concept of flushing, where squads will attempt to flush the player out of cover, and we gave each class of soldier a different method of flushing out the player. But even in these early tests, it was also clear that players weren't capable of fighting soldiers until they'd gotten skilled in a number of basic combat actions, like reloading their gun without having to focus all their attention on it. So we were careful to slowly introduce the various types of soldiers, and even individual features within the soldier classes. For example, these early fights against Combine soldiers only feature the basic grunts, and these particular grunts don't carry grenades. This means they don't actually have the capability to flush a player out of cover. We found it was important in these first fights to give players all the time they need to learn to use cover effectively, before we start introducing enemies that could try and flush them out.
Nice. Subtitles actually help you see when you're out of bullets. True. Kind of want to see this Half-Life 2 AI in action. Yeah. Well, the thing is, there's a VR mod for Gary's mod that lets you play through Half-Life 2 in VR. And right before Half-Life Alyx released, I did an almost full run of regular Half-Life 2 in VR. And it was actually way more fun than I was anticipating. It's very laggy, but I think it's been improved over time.
There's a control station override nearby.
And I have a better computer, so I'd like to try it again. But the combat was a lot more intensive, like the commentary was saying. The guns disappear that they're holding, and I think that's for gameplay reasons. They said they're like biologically linked to the soldier carrying them, so you can't use them. Oh, this has to go up. This goes over. Wait. Oh, I'm bad. Okay, how about this? Oh.
You should have plenty of time to get the override back online.
Finally, Jesus Christ.
Alright, I'll be able to stop the train right here.
You sure you can do that?
Absolutely. You just need to activate the terminal.
Nice.
Then you'll need to be ready for a fight. They're not going to give up your dad easily.
I'll be ready.
So the sequence that happens after I do stuff in there is one of the coolest sequences in the whole game. So I remember experiencing it for the first time in VR, and it like gave me chills big time, and it was so memorable to me, just how insane it was. So if you're about to go to sleep like a well-behaved human, be naughty for a bit, and you should, if you haven't seen this cutscene, and wait a little until I do this,
Right,
because
that's
it's
the
so
terminal
cool.
there.
I'm on it.
Do hurry though.
Naughty.
Yeah, there must be a battery around here somewhere.
I think it's just an innate human quality to enjoy scavenging. And like when you're in VR, it satiates, or whatever, that urge to dig through things. I don't think I can fit inside the locker. I mean, in real life I could. I don't know if my virtual self can. No. Like, even the console computers of the Combine have organic elements to it. Like, everything about them is about organic and inorganic merged at a level humans cannot comprehend.
Maybe it's missing a piece.
All right. Hello? That noise. Straight out of Half-Life 1. Beautiful. Whatever dev decided to put that in is my favorite person. Jesus. Alright, gonna have to take this one outside, boys. Alright, this way. Follow me. That's an ordinal. I don't think there is a weak point anywhere on these. That was... Should not have gone this direction. Even the quick scope, quick sight thing is supposed to show you weak points on enemies, and this guy has literally none. God. Jesus. Oh, and then we got this. Now we can examine our friend real quick. So here's what Combine heads look like. See, they're kind of like a brain. I mean, this has been mutilated a bit because of that asshole over there. Fascinating. Yes, yes. And this is actually a Combine type we haven't come across yet, the Ordinal, which is supposed to be like an officer. Funny thing is that, or interesting fact anyway, is that the Ordinal Combine is actually, or actually no, I think all of the Combine from the Grunt, the Suppressor, Ordinal, all the higher tier ones are all voiced by a female voice actress, which you would never guess based on all of how like overly tough and masculine sounding all the Combine are, is actually they're all voiced by a woman. I think it's cool, because it's just like amazing the amount of editing and stuff that goes into the voice that you would never guess that. Chamber looks so cool, whatever this is. Behind door number 5. Incorrect. Door number 4. No. No. Aha. Give me that. Hang this one on my wall. Look at all that. Look how happy it is. All those teeth. Oh, and there's part of a rat in this one too. Oh. Even has like fingerprints on the glass. Like, look at the amount of detail in this. It's insane. Get him hit by the train. Like, get back on the head. Back of the head. Always shock him in the chest. Jimmy Neutron, Timmy Turner, and Bart Simpson all voiced by girls, yeah? Only the Ordinal was voiced by a woman. Well, that's the thing, though. Like, all of the Combine have the exact same dialogue. Like, they recorded the same dialogue, and they just have, you know, their voices modulated differently. So I could swear that it was all the same actor for all of them. But maybe they just had the same script, but it was all recorded with different people or something. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if the rat just got in here at an unfortunate time, or if the Combine specifically used rats to produce this. Because this doesn't look very rat-like to me. Why can't I, like, put this in my inventory? Alright, here comes the sequence. The sequence is just insane. I hope I can catch it all.
Okay, no worries. But the train is coming. Just get me in. It'll only take a second. You're doing great.
Yep, doing great. No worries. No worries. No worries. No worries. No worries.
Okay, now just re-engage the system.
Is it supposed to come off?
That's the opposite of what it's supposed to do, Alyx.
What do I do now?
Oh, well, don't panic. Well, stop panicking if you
I'm
are.
not panicking.
Yes, but I am. We need to find another way to stop this train.
Where do I go?
There's gotta be another way to stop this train.
Well, start looking. We don't have much time. Keep looking for a switch. We're 10 seconds, Alyx. Okay, just throw the switch there. 5 seconds.
It won't stay.
You've got to hold it down.
VR, it is so much better, of course. But
That worked?
Yeah. Wow. You okay?
I'm okay. Let's go find Dad.
it was so intense, even the birds are lagging. They're down to like 3 FPS. Alright, let's hear the commentary on that.
At this point of the game, We knew we needed a big set piece, a non-combat moment to reward players for fighting their way through the dark, scary tunnels. Not only that, but the pace of the story was leading up to its most important moment thus far, the rescue of Eli Vance. Crashing the Combine prison train that was transporting Eli felt like the exact right thing to accomplish these goals, and it gave us the opportunity to create some VR spectacle. We wanted to achieve the cinematic chaos of causing a train wreck, while giving the players an active role in the event. Our first attempts to design the scenario were a challenge. It turned out that directing the players' attention wasn't as simple as ensuring they were in the right position through gameplay. In our initial tests, players frequently failed to see some or all of the spectacular train wreck. The crash was one of the first destruction sequences we put into the game, so we had a lot to learn about player behavior in VR and how to direct the player naturally to immerse them in the chaos. On top of that, to continually hit our target frame rate, we needed to create a cascading series of events, so that only some of the destruction was happening at any given time. Sound design, level design, effects, and animation had to be carefully coordinated to lead the player's attention through each stage of the wreck. For example, at the start of the crash, we used the sounds of train cars piling up in the distance, encouraging players to look in that direction before one of the train cars lifts up and blasts through the concrete connector. At the end of the sequence, the smokestack collapse is used to direct the player's attention to their eventual path forward, and we wanted players to witness its destruction. Before bringing down the smokestack, we gave players a brief moment of rest, and, again, used sound to draw their attention to the smokestack. Initially, we used a rumbling sound preceding its collapse, but we found this to be too subtle in practice, and instead added the transient explosion sound, which drew the player's attention towards the smokestack more reliably.
Nice. I'm from Minneapolis? Yep. Pneumonia. Только работник. It's funny that to work is like roboti or something like that. Robot. So a robot is literally just a thing that works. So an employee, robotnik. And then robotniki is employee. He's big rock. Reminds me of the train crash in episode 1. Episode 1 had a way more disturbing train crash. Wasn't as intense as this one, but it was what happens is really, really creepy. Alyx inside the train with all the train car full of stalkers. Here we get to see an advisor.
What the hell are those?
I don't know, but we need to find out.
Yeah, no, I know. I've just never seen those before.
So advisors have every right to be pissed at Eli. I never noticed they have like this sort of hex pattern mixed in their skin like that. Cool. Rolled R is so good. Really? I always thought I was bad at it. Robot. Me gusta. Perro y burro. Perros, burros. Alright, important scene. So many people, or I've watched so many people die during this cutscene by accident, and it just adds a comical effect to it.
That's your dad's prisoner pod.
Oh my god. Where's Dad? Dad? Dad?
I see Valve figured out a solution to the particle effects in VR problem. See when I roll my head, how the smoke stays the same? There's a big problem with when you use like a 2D engine in VR, or a 3D engine, but a non-VR engine, and you have particle effects that they would like act like sprites, and they would move with your head rolling. Like left and right and up and down they'd be okay, but this way the whole thing would just look really awkward, but they figured out a way to make the smoke look really good. Perro.
Dad!
Dog.
I'm over here, honey. I need help, hurry.
Oh no, Echo 2. Oh no, are you okay?
Baby!
Talk to me, Echo. We got 1199. We got an officer down. Please send help.
Baby! Over here!
Please update the biodata. We'll need 30 cc's of stimulant ASAP.
Help me up. Help me up. Baby! Over here!
Okay, I'm gonna reach out and pull you up. It's gonna be okay. You ready?
Yeah, I'm good.
Give me your
I
hand.
wonder how many people have fallen in VR trying to do this scene. That's right, Father. I wasn't Alyx the whole time. I was Helix 7. Oh, I should have turned on the... Wait.
Come with me, Anti-Citizen 2. I was never your daughter the whole time. I was a big, manly Combine soldier. Now it is your time. Face the death that you have done to my comrades. Confirm kill. Oh shit. Exogenic activity.
Alyx
Reinforcements.
I have come to help, as I said I would.
Thank you. Thank you. Stay there.
Anyway.
I'm gonna figure out how to get over to you.
No! Alyx, listen! The thing Russell and I found is some sort of super weapon.
A super weapon?
It's something big. They got it here in the QZ in some kind of vault, but they're about to move it. Where, I don't know, but it's gonna be soon.
Then we gotta steal it before they do.
Yes! And look, I managed to pocket this Combine data pocket. If I get decrypted, we can figure out how to use their weapon against them.
So what's the plan?
You head to the vault.
Those the Death Star
I'll take this thing
plans?
back to Russell's and get to work.
Wait, where is the vault?
Dad, where's the vault?
Look to the northern star.
Yes. Look to the star. Got it. Dad?
It's right in the middle of the QZ, and it's big. Get above ground and see what you can find. I will accompany the Eli van. Ensure his safety.
Great. Thank you. Dad, I'm gonna go find this vault.
Go! Stay safe, baby. I love you.
I love you too.
I love you too.
Thank you.
Maybe I should act out Alex's lines so it actually seems like she's the one saying it. Be like, Dad, are you going to come with me, or am I going to come with you?
For the rescue of Eli, we wanted to create a tense, just out of reach moment where the player physically saves him. But for the rest of the story to work, Alyx and Eli had to take different paths at the end of the scene. We tried a few different approaches, including a version where Eli was hanging from a ledge just in front of the player, and the player could reach down to attempt to grab Eli's hand to pull him up. In practice, however, players' hands would collide with the real-world floor.
That's what I thought.
Not only did this make it impossible to reach Eli, it took players out of the moment, wrecking the emotion of the scene. Since Eli and Alyx had to take different paths, we tried an approach where Alyx rescued Eli, but he was injured and couldn't proceed. Unfortunately, many players would stick around, not wanting to abandon him. Eventually, we arrived at the solution that shipped in the final product. Separating Eli from the player with the Vortigaunt's rescue made for a much more meaningful return and fulfillment of the Vortigaunt's promise to help Alyx. The datapod that Eli found was an addition that not only let us integrate Eli back into the story later, but also gave him something to do, so there was a much stronger reason why he would not accompany the player on their journey going forward.
Ah, makes sense. What is this Vortigaunt technology that can just like keep something in suspended animation indefinitely like this? That is overpowered. Need to nerf that. Nerf that shit. Ridiculous.
Hey, Russ. Keep an eye out for Dad, okay?
I'll let you know if he gets here. Oh, when? When he gets here.
Huh. Checking time. Yeah, it's 6 in the morning. Oh well. Not like I had a life anyway. Yeah, he could have just said, yeah, I want to go home. See ya. I'll have dinner on the table, honey. Alright. Easy. So many hats. It obscures half of my vision. So many VLCs. CD? More like CD's nuts? No, I'm kidding. Alright. Super weapon. Real-time weapon change.
You know, it got a bit messy back there, but we did get Dad back.
Yeah.
What?
That's probably gonna draw some attention. Not probably, actually. It's definitely drawing attention. Look, they're looking for you now, okay? So just be careful. You know, if we can get this weapon, we could change things forever.
Yeah. If.
Look, I know we've only been working together for a few hours now, but I want you to know I'm proud of you. Okay, you're under a lot of pressure here.
Wow. Russ.
So much pressure, in fact, that I hesitate to even bring it up. But I did notice that when you reached out for your father's hand, had he actually grabbed it, his grip would have crushed all the delicate sensors in the rustles.
Ah. Okay.
Totally understandable, and would have been worth it, by the way, in this case.
Right.
Having said that, I have a hard time imagining another situation where that would have been the case. And much like your father, the Russells are priceless. Okay, so just, moving forward.
Russ, I promise your gloves are safe with me.
This never gets old. Ow. Ooh, this lighting though. Get in. Liquid. The time is now. Shotka vodka. And whoever the Combine's graphic designer is brilliant. Must have gone to school. I wonder if when the Combine invaded Earth, if they went and enslaved human graphic designers in order to design their constructivist campaign. Wait. In partnership with the Campaign for Obedience, in accordance with the Ministry of Civil Protection. Interesting. Campaign for Obedience. I don't ever remember hearing about that before. Oh, yes. Yes. Trying to teach me the whole time with that blanket. Ograniczny dostęp. От только по пропуску. All about that пропуск. Easy. I remember when we were very thoroughly examining the entire game, looking for any prospect of there being a Nova. No, looking for any other prospect of there being an ARG or any kind of like super secret thing, because we had the number station at the beginning of the game and all that. And there's I think it's coming up here. There's one of these bulletin boards has a real world website written on it. And it has like a login and a password and another bulletin board, and people are like, oh, this has to be something. But it somehow never led to anything. I just really want to know if there was ever even plans for there to be some sort of real world element with Half-Life Alyx, because there's just so many things that just scream like, yes, this is a mystery, investigate it. And then Gabe was like, there is no ARG. So it was disappointing. I love seeing that. I always want to know what television programs were like during 7-hour war. It's interesting because this is just a regular police uniform. Oh. In zombie form. This isn't a Combine thing. This is just like an actual human technology. It's bad posture, dude. And there was that whole scrapped sequence where Eli was originally going to show Alyx this whole sequence of showing Dr. Breen surrendering on behalf of humankind to the Combine, and it was like a whole what do you call it, like a propaganda video, and a bunch of the pieces of that sequence are still in the game's files, and I remember someone pieced them back together in a way that would roughly represent how it was supposed to be, even though it was extremely rough and it was barely recognizable, most of the stuff that was going on. But God, that would have been really cool to see. Us Half-Life fans just want to see some canon 7-hour war footage. It's all we ask for. That was disappointing. Multiple levels. The glass shard went through other glass shards, and then it didn't crash or anything. It just like silently went through the wall. No! And using key cards in VR is also satisfying. Wait, who's this? Who this guy? Yoder Tossanova or Tossanova. You guys can read it easier than I can. Valid through there. December 5th, 2001? Or wait, or is that, are we doing non-American dates? That would be May 12th, 2001. Interesting. Okay, anyway. Wrong card. Put dispenser here. Actually, that's a soft sign at the end, so it'd just be put. The Mickey Snook. I'll just leave this. Maximum security.
Early on in the project, we spent some time experimenting with the classic Half-Life crowbar. Playtests showed us that it was an interesting tool for our player to use in puzzles and world interactions, but we weren't very happy with how our melee combat efforts turned out.
Melee?
We felt it was really important that the crowbar was solid to the world and enemies, and that resulted in some tricky physics challenges. Players could easily push the crowbar into an enemy in front of them, because nothing in the real world would stop it. Indeed, without that real-world physical feedback, we found playtesters exhibited a wide variety of swing behaviors. Some would waggle the controller rapidly, others would put their whole body into it. At the same time, playtest response to our pistol prototype was very positive, especially around the more complex reloading mechanics. Faced with a potentially significant R&D problem in melee combat, we chose to refocus our efforts on ranged combat. It also didn't help that players all associated the crowbar with Gordon Freeman, not Alyx Vance.
Whoop. That was enough to alert you? Don't mind me. Easy. Uh-oh. Come on, try that again. I dare you. See ya, nerd. Mm. Alright, you're next. Whoa! That was weird. Oh.
Oh, Dad said he stole some files about this weapon.
Well, when it comes to Combine data encryption,
You're my guy.
Eli's your guy.
Oh,
Systems, robotics, networks, I can make short work of those.
but not data encryption.
Might as well be an alien language. Well, it is an alien language. Anyway, look, Eli's your guy.
Eli's your guy. I remember that people were confused whether they're playing as Alyx or Gordon when they had the crowbar. Yeah. Oh man, I remember during my first run of this sequence, I had a moment where I had a whole bunch of head crabs chasing after me, and I didn't want to shoot all of them, so I ran back to the elevator and went down a floor, I think it was, and then I did some other stuff on that floor, and then I came back to the elevator, and the elevator was just full of head crabs, like they had all like glitched through the ceiling or something inside here, so I opened the door, and then like 5 of them come jumping out at my face as soon as I opened the door. It was amazing. I love that. Oh, I remember on my old computer, this room lagged so much. I'm looking forward to being able to see this in a non-laggy form.
Look out the window.
There's a window.
Holy crap. That's gotta be the vault.
Yeah. Your dad didn't mention it was floating.
So even if we make it there, we still have to get up to it.
Oh, the cables! Look at all the cables attached to it. All we have to do is follow them.
And break whatever's at the other end.
And down comes the vault. Simple. Easy to follow. Yeah, I like this plan.
This entire section of the map, from the start of the keycard puzzle up to this room, was added specifically to show the player the vault on its own. Without this little detour, players would otherwise have their first view of the vault at the entrance to the Northern Star Hotel, which was also when they would see their first Combine substation. So much new information all at once led many players to confuse the vault with the substation, or just miss it entirely, so we created this area of the train station to highlight the vault on its own. Even though players are required to enter this room to get the second keycard, they still wouldn't necessarily notice the vault outside, so we added some dialogue with Russell about looking out the window to see it. This may be a bit heavy-handed, but it was necessary to solve the problem of players not recognizing the vault when they saw it later in the game.
And when I first played the game, when I accidentally flicked the key card into some like ridiculous place, and I sat in this room for like an hour trying to find the card. I like dug through everything, picked up every physics object, looked all over, and the card was like wedged between two. I don't remember exactly where it was, but it's some ridiculous place. Oh, here's one of the suspect sticky notes. Yeah, it has 70, 10, 90 written on it. Like, and other stuff scribbled out. Like, how does that not mean something? We've never found any meaning in that. 70, 10, 90. Leave this notice posted in all employee areas. Okay. Okay. Job's done. Yes, me lord. Righto. That's right, I put it right here. Definitely not gonna be anything on my way back. Later, scrubs. Gonna recreate that whole scenario again.
Have you heard any Combine chatter about Dad escaping?
No, nothing. It's all about sending reinforcements into the quarantine zone.
On the plus side, that means Dad is still on his way back to you. We'd have heard if they recaptured Eli Vance.
And on the downside...
Getting to the vault isn't going to get any easier.
Grenada. Man, hacking is easy.
Ooh, grenades.
They did a good job at making the like most unusual looking grenade I've ever seen.
Total waste of grenade.
Worth it.
Agreed.
Total waste of a grenade, worth it, agreed. Sure changed her mind quickly. Damn it. Using too many. I remember these grenades come in really useful later on. I remember when Great Sphinx was playing this game for the first time, he carried around a cardboard box just full of hand grenades. He got to a point where he had like 15 in one box. It was so funny. Does the timer reset when I get grabbed by the barnacle? It's possible. It kind of felt like it. Things going boom are fun for the monkey brain, even 15 years into dystopian future. Yeah. An open box. Ah, there's one right there. Oh. Shoot. No.
Heads up, zombie. Ciao.
Oh no. Oh, stuck for a second. Come on, box. Ah. Can't I reach you? Damn it. They're really gonna go and give me another big pipe that I can't use? Swing at zombies? I love these boxes. I want one in real life. That exact label. Dostavka. Ammo, health, and batteries. An interesting way to grip this box. Amazing finger strength. I got all these peanuts if I get hungry. These barnacles are gonna help me out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Yeah, there it is. Come get me. Come on. Alright. You're welcome. Damn. Really going at it.
Although it may seem obvious that throwing would be a trivial interaction to support in VR, a lot of nuanced work is required to get it to feel right. And if we were going to build puzzles like this one, where the player must throw an armed grenade through a high duct, throwing needed to work well. A typical VR game running at 90 frames per second will read the sensor data from the track controllers once per frame. This means the data is read every 11 milliseconds. That may seem like a short time step, but when throwing, a user can easily move their hand 15 centimeters or more in that amount of time. Additionally, the player may release the object by opening their hand or releasing the trigger at any point during their throwing motion. This makes reconstructing the act of throwing a virtual object an interesting signal processing problem. It's up to any given piece of VR software to derive the player's intent from the discretely sampled controller data, and we've learned a lot over the years about what works and what doesn't. In the lab, which we shipped in 2016, we sampled the controller's positional data every 11 milliseconds and used the sampled positions to compute the controller velocity at each time step. We then used an average of the computed velocity and direction over several frames before and after the object release to determine the velocity and direction to apply to the thrown object. Although this was functional enough to ship, it didn't always feel consistent, especially if the game's frame rate ever fell below 90 frames per second. Later, in the Index controller tech demo Moondust, we expanded on this algorithm by biasing towards higher velocity data. We also extended the SteamVR software interface to provide the controller's instantaneous velocity and acceleration data from the hardware inertial measurement unit, which is computed on the controller every 2 milliseconds. This meant that we did not have to calculate an estimate from the positions sampled by the engine only every 11 milliseconds as we had done on the lab. This was crucial to providing a more responsive feel, as it meant the throwing calculations were no longer tied to the rendering frame rate. After further experimentation, we arrived at the solution used in Half-Life Alyx, which takes 10 frames that preceded the release of the held object and averages the 3 frames bracketing the peak controller velocity in that time window. We have found that this tends to lead to a better approximation of precisely when the player intended to release the thrown object. This approach resulted in consistent, comfortable throwing, enabling us to rely on players being able to accurately throw grenades or any other objects with confidence.
Nice. You normally get motion sick watching people play this game, so I haven't seen very much of it, and I'm impressed. Nice. So is my stream easier for you to watch than previous ones? Because I know I try to go out of my way to not whip my head around too much. I also have smoothing as high as it can go. And I have the field of view pulled back a little bit, which usually helps make it easier for people as well.
Yes.
Nice throw.
Oh.
Hey, on the monitor. Combine.
I see him.
Hey.
Overwatch acknowledges activity. Confirm sector 02.
Necrotic interference.
Necrotic interference. Sweep sector. Report containment status.
I think I really only ever use the bullet reservoir. Don't recall even having any need for the other things. Look at this big old chunk of resin. I love the way it looks. Guarantee it. Man, how much do you need? Gotta eat tonight.
Wow, my gun's looking pretty good.
Russ, come on. At this point, it's kind of our gun.
Oh. Let me take a look at the battlefield before I proceed. Not that I have knowledge about what's going to happen or anything. All right. I'm expecting to find like a Red Bull or something in one of these. No, a Monster Energy. We already have the Death Stranding reference later in the game. Why not have even more? God, they're giving me so many grenades. I am on hard mode too, so I might need more than I usually expect to use. Alright. I don't really like using a laser sight. It's so much more satisfying to me to just have to aim like this. And you actually have pretty good like depth perception when you're in VR that you can even just like not even need to aim down the sights to aim for stuff. You could just kind of, like as you notice, I've been going up to things and just shooting them based on my own hip firing perception or whatever. Alright, now the real question is, which one of these is the button? The green, bright green one, or the bluish one? Is this the button? No? Alright, well this will be it. Hello? Anybody there? God, this guy's so cool. Whoops. It's Alyx. Ripcord on Wallhammer. Dude, you're ripcording already? Ripcord means retreat. And he's gone. If you don't know that's coming, that fight's a lot harder. Yeah, ripcord means retreat. Gotta look at this bad boy. This is Mr. Wallhammer, sometimes called Heavy, sometimes called, what else? There's one other word for them, I can't remember. Oh, Charger. They're sometimes called too. But this is a funny thing, because like part of the design philosophy in Half-Life 2 behind the Combine is that they were really big on not having them have huge shoulder pads. And if you look at the Combine in Half-Life 2, like none of them have giant shoulder pads. Because they thought that it was so much of a cliche in order to make something intimidating to have big, broad shoulders. Like, we're not going to do that. And then Half-Life Alyx comes along and then they make this guy that has like ludicrously huge shoulder pads.
This optional toner puzzle is intended to train players not to blindly click on each junction without first understanding the implications. This particular puzzle is designed to have the side effect of tripping a fire alarm if the player merely clicks on each toner junction they encounter without looking ahead. An observant player can easily solve the puzzle without tripping the alarm, but a careless player will trip the alarm, causing a Combine soldier to come storming around the corner to investigate the noise.
Ooh, I better stand for this part. This is one of the more intense fighting scenes, if I remember correctly. See, this is another Death Stranding thing. Covering your mouth when the BTs show up. Game is basically just Death Stranding. Bouncer, bouncer. Eviscerator deployed. Is that what he said? Bouncer out. He's throwing a grenade. Oh, that was my bouncer. No daggers needed. What? Daggers are weapons. And now he's saying weapons free. Make up your mind, dude. Oh, that's right. With the additional thing on the side here, I can do this. Wait. Put in twice as many bullet. Sorry, buddy. I think it's going to be more important for me to be able to heal on the go. So I'll take 2 of these. Oh, we got a mouse. Like how she even grips it. That's a ball mouse too. I think this is where the music kicks in. The hell? Huh. Portal storm continues. Unlikely negotiator of peace garners ill will and distrust as well as praise. Wallace Breen acknowledges detractors. I'm not a politician, I'm a scientist. Rest in peace, Breen. Well, the voice actor, anyway, passed away long ago. Another one. Oh, it's one of the best songs in the game right here. Shoot. Wait, hold up. Oh, fuck. right. Love that track. Particularly like the Ordinal, because he has a big radio communication device in the back. Above legal aggression level. I know, I was trying to read the Combine dialogue as it's going on. I love to hear what they have to say. They have a line for every occasion. Ugh. Come on. So, yeah, it has special markings on the top that are different than the other ones. And it has this, like, really complex looking version of the logo. This cool communication stuff on the back. And the Ordinal also has, like, the least understandable voice of all of the Combine. And people think it's because it's supposed to be like a encrypted voice or scrambled in some way, because they'd be receiving orders from higher authority, so it's like it'd be more important for people like me to not be able to understand what they're saying, or I don't know, something like that. Delivery. Anti-civil activity? Who would ever be anti-civil? Anti-civil. I think Valve will try to move the more titles to VR since Alyx is so successful, even if only like 2% of Steam users have access to VR. Well, they already said that they're working on more VR titles. They're working on like 3 games or something, unannounced titles currently. And if you go to Tyler McVicker's YouTube channel, he has a big wrap-up kind of thing of all the projects that Valve are rumored to be working on, and ones that were abandoned and merged into other things too. Do I think they'll start moving more to VR? I don't think they would be so bold as to be like, all of our future titles are going to be VR from now on. And I think they've even specifically said that that is not the case. But they're certainly doing at least one other thing in VR right now.
Look to the Northern Star.
I am? Why are you saying it like that?
No. The Vortigaunt said, look to the Northern Star to help his friends, which sounds like Vortigaunt nonsense, but I guess it isn't.
Oh, yeah. That does make more sense.
This whole area is so cool. This area lagged so hard when I played originally. It's really nice to see it.
That's some sort of combine substation. They usually generate power and host security protocols.
Like the power and security you'd need for a giant vault.
And the sound design in this area is fantastic. But I do happen to know that I'm going to need a lot of hand grenades when I return to this spot, so I'll just leave them all over here.
Alyx, I think you should find your way into that hotel and get up to the substation.
Nah, from the future, I know what's going to happen. Do it. Do it. Oh,
There's the vault. Yeah. That substation must be what's keeping it in the air. We need to get up there.
Oh, nice.
Typical players spend up to 2 hours progressing through the interior spaces of the Northern Star Hotel.
Oh,
and we
jeez.
found in playtests that they often had trouble remembering their next goal of disrupting the Combine substation above. In earlier tests, the vault constantly reminded players of its presence by emitting a repeating abstract musical pattern. This pattern works so well at drawing and keeping the player's attention that we expanded and fictionalized it as a semi-musical sound design pattern, which we changed to emit from the Combine substation, representing it collecting and transmitting Vortigaunt energy to the vault. While in the hotel, the player does not have line of sight to the substation, so we repeat this sonic pattern at varying volumes within the hotel as a reminder of both the Combine substation and the vault outside.
Nice.
In fact, if you look closely at the Zen foliage when you are in the hotel, you will notice that it reacts visibly to the overspill of Vortigaunt energy as it flows from the substation.
Ooh. Yeah, I don't know if a portal in VR would be very fun, because I know that in sort of the making of Half-Life Alyx, they talked about how before they were considering making a Half-Life game, they were considering making a full Portal experience in VR, and they just said like early testing showed that it just wasn't fun to do Portal mechanics in VR. But I know there is that one fan-made Portal VR game that was received pretty well. But I don't really recall what the gameplay of that was like, or how they approached it. Let's notice my inventory emits light. Huh. Alright, here's a big part of the game. Yeah, not gonna be streaming too much longer. It is almost 7:30. And coincidentally, I've been streaming about 7.5 hours. 7:30 a.m., 7:30 hours. Get ready for a really loud noise, by the way. Alright, here it comes.
Let's throw one down. That was weird.
And the power's out. Looks like we're taking the stairs. And the stairs are out.
Let's try and get that power back on.
If this were Half-Life 1, I would use this barnacle as a shortcut to get all the way to the top, because it would pull you up and then you shoot the barnacle, and when it lets you go, it would fall over onto a ledge and skip a whole part of this. Well, this area looks a lot better than I remember it. I think because I had the graphics settings so low. There is a number station here too. Up here, quick, quick, quick! Before the zombie gets me, quick! Barnacle, why did you fail me, brother? This number station has words that are backwards on it too. What was very strange is that the number station at the beginning of the game uses a whole different script to generate different sets of numbers and is separate from this one. And that the radios that emit all these sounds were all named uniquely. Usually when things are just for decoration, they don't go through the effort of actually naming objects unless they have like a need to respond to something else in the environment. So we thought maybe it'll be like Portal 1 when they had that whole ARG
Anything
thing.
Look like a breaker box in there?
Nah, I'm still looking.
Where you had to move radios to a specific spot and then they would emit a special signal, but no, none of that ended up being the case.
We knew from previous VR projects that players would expect a high level of fidelity from their interactions with objects in the world, and during early testing of Half-Life Alyx, we received comments that objects were not making the sounds that players expected, given an object's material, size, and assumed weight. This led us to a more granular approach to physics sounds than we had used in prior products. For example, in the past, we would have used a single physics sound for all objects of a certain size and material. So, we would have had one sound to represent collisions of small metal objects, another sound for large wooden objects, and so on. For Half-Life Alyx, we built up a new library of object-specific sounds so that we could distinguish between similar objects, like a piece of silverware and a small metal can. Not only do we now have a library of almost 2,000 object-specific physics sounds, covering over 160 different objects, but we can further alter the sound at runtime based on an object's impact velocity and the hardness of the material it collides with.
Nice.
In some cases, we even layer in sounds representing an object's contents, such as matches in a matchbox or fuel in a jerry can, which can be heard when those objects are shaken by the player or collide with something at high velocity.
Brilliant. Oh, yeah. This is now an Half-Life ASMR stream.
Given the large number of bottles throughout the game, and the fact that they feature so significantly in the distillery gameplay, we decided to make interacting with them as interesting as possible using a procedural liquid effect. Each bottle is assigned a random fill level, and values for the amount of liquid agitation and foaming are calculated based on the bottle's movement. This is stored in the object's tint colour, which is otherwise unused. The shader calculates the liquid level based on the bottle's orientation in game. Since the amount of liquid visible in a bottle as a proportion of its height is different when oriented upright, sideways or upside down, different values are used for each in order to preserve the apparent volume of liquid inside. The liquid's surface is then displaced by a number of sine waves, modulated with the agitation value to create rippling waves. The areas determined to contain liquid, as opposed to air, take on the colour and refraction index values of that liquid. Bubbles and foam effects are added based on the agitation and foaming values. These are procedural and can be modified to create a variety of different behaviours. Several layers of bubbles are created in a local view space relative to the object, so that they're stable from frame to frame, and can always move upwards relative to gravity. Artists can set a variety of parameters per liquid, such as colour, glow, foaming potential, wave properties, and a meniscus at the surface of the liquid which curls up around the edges of the volume, helping to communicate the viscosity of the liquid. The refracted environment seen through the glass and liquid is sampled from the same cubic environment map of the local area that's used for reflections, and so the bottles are effectively opaque and do not have to blend with the frame buffer in the way that transparent objects normally do. This was a strategic design choice, as along with storing the physics data in the tint colour, it means that the bottles can be rendered together as a batch in arbitrary order, which is critical for graphics throughput. In the end, the refractive liquid effect allows for a variety of interactions to take place at a fidelity that is especially compelling with tracked hand controllers in VR.
My god. That is just an incredible amount of detail put into that. Amazing. I'll see you later, Scully. Yeah, see you later, Scully. I'll check back in on the UFOs tomorrow. Just gotta check out some porn mags before I go. And I remember I had a very spooky moment when we were looking for ARG stuff. Trying to set the scene. Well, I gotta silence the number station, sadly. But I remember, because this whole piano works.
Hey Russ, name a song.
Flight of the Bumblebee.
Coming right up.
That's it.
So for a while we were thinking that, maybe we have to play a certain rhythm or song or something like that on the piano. So people were trying to take the numbers that we were finding on the number stations and other numbers found around the world to try to turn them into like piano notes, things like that. So I spent a lot of time just sitting here in VR, and I was looking at like the Discord where people are trying to solve things, just trying different notes. And then because I'm facing the corner like this, and this is a pretty spooky, old hotel, I would play something that we thought could do something, and I'd always like whip around, like, did something change? And I'd play something and look around, then look over other place. And it started to really get to me, or it's like, okay, like, and then some ambient sound would play at just the right time that would make me think that that I triggered something. So I'd be like carefully looking around, and I remember seeing the barnacle up there moving around. It startled me because I thought like someone was at that railing there. Kind of reminds me of like PT, that person looking over the railing. And I thought like maybe there's something hidden behind these paintings, because it's like, the paintings can come off the walls. It's just like so many possibilities to hide things. And for any kind of search like that, it's always the journey.
Here we go. Breaker boxes.
It's about the journey, not the destination. So all the best moments come from when you're trying to figure things out, more so than when something is actually figured out. Hello, Vinny Maxta? Yeah, the developer commentary has been really cool. And yeah, I've played through the whole game already. So this is a spoiler stream for anyone that is just showing up. So if you don't want the game spoiled, best not to watch or listen. And the commentary itself spoils stuff too, not just me. And I haven't played the game in with my new computer and over a year, so I'm just kind of enjoying strolling through at a casual pace. I'm playing on hard mode also.
Here we go.
Okay, let's start over here.
This hotel's ancient. The wiring's gonna be a real rat's nest.
The real clever use of not only the puzzle mechanics, but all the physics interactions and stuff too.
Power's back on. Let's check the elevator.
Oh. You can tell that testers ran into the same problem I just ran into, because they're like, okay, well, let's highlight the whole wire going to the thing where we want them to go. Nice.
Boom. Power back on. And up we... Looks like we're taking the ladder.
Because I have several different types of allergies. Anytime even in a video game, when I go into a room that just has like dust all over in the air, I just automatically stop breathing out of my nose. Even in VR, I'm like, okay, I can't breathe in here. There's just dust all over in the air.
This place is overgrown. How dangerous do we think this stuff really is?
Well, it is spores from another dimension, so probably... yeah, extremely. But a rare opportunity to examine alien flora up close.
Another radio.
The Zen flora in this area animate in response to the Vortigaunt energy pulsing from the Combine substation outside. Since the substation itself is not visible from inside the hotel, it was important that we continue to remind players of its presence using audio and visual cues, and the Zen flora provided a perfect opportunity to do this. The shaders used on the Zen flora help illustrate the plant's response to the energy pulses in a few different ways. For example, the villi and cilia elongate and vibrate, while many of the other plants pulsate or glow. The intensity and timing of these effects are driven directly by the sound system, meaning that the audio and visual reinforcement of the Combine substation pulses are always in sync.
I don't really notice what they're talking about. Because I've noticed that like the flora is always kind of pulsating, but it doesn't sound like it's in rhythm to the noises coming from outside. Oh, I can... okay. Guess I didn't realize that that rumbling was supposed to be the substation thing. That was just kind of like general foreboding ambient sound. breathing in Zen spores. Well, I mean, you do just straight up die later in the game for breathing them in. God, those things are so gross. You can see more baby tentacles. It's how appropriate that they come out of the drain pipe of the bathroom.
I'm really starting to think I shouldn't be breathing this stuff.
Agreed. Just keep moving. Maybe breathe less.
Lovely. Gotta clean this up. Thanks for the follow vague parade. As you can see here, this is a very, very dirty toilet, especially down in this area. Probably up underneath here. So let's use, what do we have? Let's use this bar of soap. Mix in some chemicals, put some paint in there. What do we got here? Don't know what that is. Good as new. Look at this. Ow. How dare they not make an empty toilet paper roll sound, make that really distinct noise when it hits the ground. This person probably had the time of their life before this happened. I always say things right before the voiceover says the same thing. Really? Has that been happening? And the toilet inspector, yes. Yeah, they didn't even remove the empty roll. They just like expected the next person to replace it. I remember when I came across this, I thought like my horror game senses have taught me that when this happens, it means you need to hide and something's going to pursue you. And I managed to get inside it once. See, how did I do that? I just walk into it? Oh yeah, here. Wait. Then wait for the thing to come after me. Should probably take one of these things.
Breaching the quarantine zone revealed a new hidden secret of the city. Alien plant life from Zen has taken root on Earth and has been thriving in the shadows of City 17. On the development team, the Northern Star Hotel was referred to as Hotel Zen before it had a proper name in the story, as it was the first location we used to explore what Zen foliage could look like and how it might consume any given environment. One of the challenges the environment team faced when designing the Zen foliage was layering a new look onto an existing environment without having to rebuild Zen-infested versions of every prop. We relied heavily on texture blending and kit bashing of Zen foliage shapes to handle most of the big environmental changes when Zenifying a scene. We also added some new features to our level editor, Hammer, which allowed for more creative manipulation of assets to reduce repetition. For example, we could pose certain types of meshes such as the Zen tentacles. These could be placed, scaled, stretched and manipulated to snake through an environment, giving a handcrafted look without every asset having to be built for a specific location. These elements were editable in Hammer so they could be adjusted at any time, but were baked into static meshes when the map was compiled to improve their runtime performance.
I'd love to see, watch as one of the developers is actually applied all of these to the room. It'd be cool to see them using the new tools to break up the repetition and all that. So good. Even dripping and everything. Beautiful. Good God. Guess you won't be needing this. Ooh. Oh, hello, red turtles. Low-key want to play Phasmophobia again. Yeah, I want to play it again sometime too. I played it a ton right after it came out, in the months following, but I see that it's had a substantial amount of updates. Oh, come on.
Alyx, you still there?
Only the second time I've died so far. Fell down like a feather. And I die. Oh no, put me way back here.
This place is overgrown.
Alright, I'll go quick.
Do we think this stuff really is?
Well, it is spores from another dimension, so probably... yeah, extremely. But a rare opportunity to examine alien flora up close.
Already listened to that one.
Oh, careful of those pustule things. You're looking a bit ticked off the closer you get. Ah!
Ugh. This stuff reeks.
Oh, really? What does it reek like? Be specific.
Like a rotting animal mixed with ammonia.
Mixed with ammonia. Okay.
Guess I have to land on that cart or else I'll die. So, unfortunately, gonna have to put an end to our friends till the end. So sorry. Thanks for the follow, Justin DR1. Good morning, Masamune. Oh. Don't think there's a health station coming up as far as I remember. Ah, yes. Time to stroke the beast.
Gotcha.
boxes are having a fun time up there. Look at that. Rapidly gyrating. See you later, Mech. Thanks for watching. Thought you were only supposed to be quick to grab them. No, you can be flirtatious as well. Or affectionate.
Oh, that's not good.
No stove? Fascinating. Good. Okay.
You see that? Russell? Russell!
Alyx, come in.
See you later, Tinker Tailor Tom, and good luck with your TTT map.
The Reviver, one of the new enemy types introduced in Half-Life Alyx, arose from our observation that playtesters enjoyed searching their environment in VR much more than they had in traditional games. In addition to rewarding that desire to search with ammunition and resin, we experimented with how it could be part of fighting an enemy. We began prototyping with a fast headcrab variant we called the Runner, modifying its behaviour to run away and hide from the player after it attacked. We found players really enjoyed looking for a small, hidden enemy they knew was somewhere within a dense environment. They also liked shooting at a fast-moving enemy that was able to run under and behind everyday objects like tables and chairs. Lastly, players talked about liking the way they got to be the aggressor in combat for once, since everywhere else in the game they felt like they were always on the defensive. While feedback was overall very positive, there was one specific problem: how to encourage players to search for the Runner. After a few Runner encounters, we found players would start to realize they didn't have to look for the Runner at all. They could simply wait for it to run away and then leave the room. So we started prototyping various ways in which the Runner could become more dangerous if not found, setting up a time pressure where players had to find the Runner quickly or the situation would get worse. After some experimentation, we landed on the prototype where the Runner could revive a fallen zombie and become a new kind of foe, one that was more dangerous than a Runner or zombie, After this change, the runner was renamed internally to the Reviver, and we began assembling the various encounters around it. It took a lot of playtesting to balance out all the various elements of the Reviver fights, because they involve multiple separate stages: combat versus the Reviver, searching for a hidden Reviver, and combat versus a revived zombie. In the end, we still didn't feel like we'd created enough of a foolproof reason for players to need to search for hidden Revivers, so we turned the Reviver's heart into a key, requiring players to collect it.
An enemy's animation can elicit a powerful emotional response from players, especially in VR. While developing the Reviver, we learned that sometimes a character performance can have unintended consequences. In our initial Reviver prototypes, we simply used a blue-tinted headcrab model with rudimentary electrical effects. The prototype was successful enough in playtesting that we decided to invest in a new, purpose-built model for the Reviver, with electrical skin and improved effects. Players identified the new Reviver successfully in the game, but we ran into a new problem. Players didn't want to fight it anymore. While the blue headcrab was easily identified as something dangerous, the new model was something that players had to evaluate from scratch, and they didn't necessarily see it as threatening. In fact, the animations authored for the new Reviver model were interpreted by many players as friendly or even cute. Players would often approach the creature to try to pet it, or worse, refuse to kill it to retrieve the required puzzle piece, blocking their progression in the game. If they did then realize that they were going to have to kill the cute creature to proceed, they felt horrible having to go through with it. To fix this, we reauthored most of the Reviver's animations, making it significantly more unsettling and menacing. We also made the Reviver more aggressive by adding a jump attack if the player got too close. With these changes to animation and behavior, players once again were fighting the Reviver as intended, and they no longer wanted to take it home as a pet.
Huh. Door's broken. The handle, like, hitting the thing. I'll be right there. Gotta loot. LEWT. That was it. Come on. Ow.
Last 4 shells.
Thanks for the follow, Comet's Fall. I'll do this commentary node after I finish this fight.
Four shells left.
Oh.
Alyx, what happened?
There was like a dog-looking lightning thing.
Oh, sorry, I missed that.
I killed it, and it crapped out this thing.
Vibrates in my hand. Ooh. Have I played this before? Yeah. I've beaten the game twice before already, but I got a new computer this year, so I'm seeing it in really high settings for the first time, and I have developer commentary on, so yeah, it's fine to talk about spoilers and stuff for the game if you haven't seen it before. Because the commentary is already spoiling stuff, so...
This is the room featured in the very first shot of the Half-Life Alyx announcement trailer. It's not an obvious choice for that use. The room is dark, not particularly colorful, and it's a pretty pedestrian corridor. Cleaning supplies and laundry baskets are not in themselves attention grabbers. But we chose this scenario because it very effectively demonstrates the excitement and tension that we thought was typical of the game. All game trailers require careful design. Conveying a game's core experience in just a few moments is tricky, even at the best of times. But we believe the Half-Life Alyx trailer had to work harder than most to meet a particularly difficult and uncommon set of challenges. We had kept the existence of the game under wraps, so shipping the trailer was going to be the first time in 13 years that Valve had shown any work on Half-Life. On top of that, the trailer had to quickly communicate that Valve had chosen to make the next installment of Half-Life a VR game. And although we were very confident in the decision to make a VR game and in the quality of what we had built, we still worried that revealing those decisions to the world might cause even our most loyal fans to make their own decision.
Of course.
That we had truly lost our minds.
Of course.
Those of us working on the trailer knew it had to make people so excited that they could put those worries aside. The trailer also had to clearly convey that the game was not Half-Life 3, meaning that it did not take place after the events of Episode 2. Half-Life Alyx was instead a prequel of sorts, occurring between the events of Half-Life and Half-Life 2. In addition, the trailer had to show depth, variety, familiar characters, and enough novelty and surprise to get across to the viewer that this was really and truly a full-fledged installment in the Half-Life series, not a small VR experiment or a spin-off. This was a tall order, but the entire game team rallied around the effort because everyone understood the value of the work. We're just as proud of the result we achieved in the trailer as we are of any other part of Half-Life Alyx.
I like that confidence. This is one of my favorite games as a result, because I love VR, I love Half-Life. Definitely acknowledge the challenges and the expectations that people have. Goodbye. Oh, wait. Gotta power it. I think this is a loading spot, right? Yeah. Okay, I won't be streaming too much longer. I think where I'm gonna cut this off is I can't remember what this part looks like. Let me see. Oh, this whole part. Last time I played this part lagged my game to death, and it was pretty hard to play it. It'd be nice to be able to actually look at it now. Alright, let's see. Go. The hell, why isn't it? Start over. Okay, oh, okay, I totally forgot about the barrier in the middle. Well, shoot. Alright, let me start over one more time. Now that I fully know all the rules here. Excuse me. Jeez.
There it is. That elevator will take me up to the substation.
Half-Life Alyx supports 3 types of player movement: continuous movement, shift teleport, and blink teleport. Early on, one of the properties of blink teleport, and to a lesser degree shift teleport, was that players would often refer to the actual mechanic of teleporting when describing their movement through the environment. I teleported to the desk, or I teleported into cover, was often how players would describe their actions, and it served as an unconscious reminder that they were interacting with a game in a specific way. To address this, we made a couple of key changes early on that significantly altered the way players recounted their movement, and as a result, pulled them further into a more convincing virtual reality. One of these changes was the visual indicator that represented the teleport destination. We swapped the abstract cylindrical indicator used in the lab for a pair of holographic feet. The feet helped provide a sense of physical presence and indicated the direction the player would face upon finishing a teleport. We also added animated feet between the player's current location and the teleport target. These feet illustrated the path the player would traverse, further helping provide a fiction for their movement through the environment. Along with the visual interface changes, we also added audio of footsteps and body movements that would play after a teleport to effectively summarize the player's movement through the space. This isn't something everyone necessarily notices at first, but it is quite obvious when it's missing or incorrect. The footstep audio transformed how players described their movement through the world, and players would often refer back to movement in the environment as walking or running, as opposed to referring to game terminology.
Cool. So glad they added continuous movement like this, though. This adds so much more flow to the game, to be able to just move like this. God. Woo! This is also from the trailer. Fuck. Huh. Not the brightest lad? Are you calling me not the brightest lad? The zombie? Ah. Sure. Well, so you have to tickle the hand scrote to get the grenade. Exactly. Gotta do what you gotta do. $5 is $5. Who woke up? Well, I got a present for him real quick. How did that not kill him? Whatever. I'll deal with it later. Have fun. Alright, dude. Come on. One more time. Alright, now just over this way. Right over here. Right here. Ah ha ha. Good. Where'd the other guy go? Okay, well, I guess I'll deal with that when it comes. Oh! Oh no! Wait. Darn. I was hoping I could use the Half-Life trick. Wait. How are you still alive? deal with him later. I know the fact the head crabs tumble around after they jump at you is adorable and amazing. Well, I guess I have to deal with them now, so where did you go?
Wait, what is this? Oh. It's so hard to see.
God damn it. Oh, there's 3 of them. Come on, grenade. Oh, I have a grenade. Alright, guys. How about y'all gather round? That's close enough. I'll take this. Wait, did you have a weak point? Besides your head? No. Don't want to use ammo, but I think I'm going to have to. In hard mode, they take so many hits. How does that miss? Am I not aiming right? Swear to God. You know what? Injected my gun with health. Oh, and there is also a needle in one of these dudes. Unless that's the one that I used.
Compared to our traditional first-person experiences, in VR we found it was sometimes all too easy to create an intense atmosphere. This can be to the game's advantage, but it can also be detrimental in cases where our focus is on training players in some new mechanic. In intense situations, players frequently fail to notice or retain critical information, and as a result, we often had to reduce tension in areas of the game where we were introducing players to something new. The audio of the reviver here as the player descends beneath the hotel is designed to ease players into the idea that they will be encountering the creature that they had briefly seen as they entered the hotel earlier. The reviver's scream and its shadow on the wall are designed to reduce tension by indicating the position of the reviver around the corner, removing any potential surprise. Telegraphing the reviver's position and giving players the upper hand helps set up the resurrection scene, where players want to observe the reviver instead of shooting at it immediately. This is critical because this is the first time the player sees the reviver reanimating a zombie, and if players are too distracted to take it in, they won't be successful in the upcoming fight.
Nice. Thank you for the follow. Who was that? Not Nauseant. Guess I might as well take these needles. I already have 2 on my wrists. Alright. I love that shadow.
Ah, crap. Lightning dog.
Be careful, Alyx.
Oh my god, it went into a guy. Russell?
God, I love that sound design. Mono, you were streaming when I went to bed and you're still streaming when I woke up. Yeah, that's what usually happens here. I usually start streaming late and stop streaming early, so welcome to the club. This isn't even that long of a stream. Going on almost 9 hours. Let's see. Do wish these dangly bits would swing around. Might as well take this one inject it directly into the gun. La pistola. Stuck! Whoa! What the hell?
Alyx!
I was stuck in the barrel. Oh, god damn it. My hand was attached to the barrel and I wasn't actually gripping. Oh no! It's because my controllers are running out of power. Shoot. How fitting that I'm fighting an electricity beast as I'm fighting electricity in real life as well. Controllers just shut off. Hopefully I can get them going again. Wow, I can't even look at chat or anything while they're turned off like this. I'm just stuck here trapped in loading zone purgatory. Okay, let's see if I can get at least one of them back on. Oh. Okay. So now I gotta bend over because the USB cables are very short. The hell? Nice to have a stream to wake up to in the morning. Well, I'm glad. I know I've kind of unintentionally created a like Euro-oriented stream. Here for 9 hours. But can your controllers? Good question. No, the controllers don't have swappable batteries. They're all internal ones that have to be charged. I think the only ones that have changeable batteries are the Quest headset, I think, just uses regular like AA's or something. Every time.
Blast four shells.
Alyx, is the dog gone? What happened?
New development?
Doggone
It
dog.
went into a dead guy.
No.
Yes.
No.
I had to shoot both of them. It was nuts, Russell.
It sounds nuts.
Oh, it was.
I think I listened to these already. Ground attack? Maybe not. Let's check.
One of the challenges with the Reviver's resurrection mechanic was training players that the Reviver was the target, and the zombie was effectively just an inert vehicle that could not be damaged. This was a significant departure from what we had been training players to expect. Up until this point in the game, players would see a zombie, shoot at it, and as long as they hit it enough times, it would die. The Reviver breaks that expectation, and in early tests, players thought the game was broken when the zombie wouldn't die or even react to being shot. We had to make a number of changes to revive zombies to train players that this behavior was intentional. First, we designed the revived zombies' introduction animation to use particle effects and audio to draw attention to the changes that result in this new type of combat. Second, we substituted in dull particle and impact sounds to make shooting the zombie feel less impactful than it did in previous encounters with ordinary non-revived zombies. And finally, we modified the revived zombie so that it doesn't play any flinch animation or respond to bullet impacts, further communicating to players that its behavior is different. We also used the Reviver itself to illustrate the new combat experience. Electrical effects were added to indicate the Reviver's movement inside the zombie, with a bright pop and glow as it emerged at a new location on the zombie's body. With these new visuals and satisfying impact sounds and screeches from the Reviver when hit, playtesters were no longer confused and consistently enjoyed the new combat mechanic.
Nice. Stuff the turkey with apples and herbs. Exactly.
In our early designs, a revived zombie was just an invincible zombie with a moving vulnerable spot. Playtesting revealed this to be less tense and threatening than the Reviver on its own, and since we wanted the revived zombie to be a higher stakes adversary, we needed to enhance its offensive capabilities. As a natural extension of the electrified nature of the Reviver, we chose to create an electrical field around the revived zombie, so that players who got too close would take heavy electrical damage. This worked well for many playtests, until we observed a player who was a proficient real-world marksman. This player was able to easily defeat the revived zombie without ever being threatened by it. In response, we gave the revived zombie its electrified ground counterattack, which forces players to change positions to avoid damage. This created a cadence of attack and retreat that was more tense and satisfying for all players.
Huh.
Since a VR game must always be rendered from a virtual camera that matches the player's own point of view, we have limited opportunities to control what the player sees. Elevators are one of the few tools we have in VR to direct the player's view. A rising elevator like this one can be used similar to a crane shot that you might see in film, going from one elevation to another, revealing a beautiful vista or dramatic story beat. In VR, elevator rides can be challenging to make comfortable, as the motion of the virtual elevator is inconsistent with the player's own vestibular system. We found that we can make the elevator rides in Half-Life Alyx comfortable enough for most players by moving the elevator slowly and limiting how much the player could see out of the elevator. This particular elevator was initially far more open, but we gradually introduced more and more visual obstruction to the design so that the player always had some significant portion of the elevator in their field of view. This meant that we were able to get the dramatic reveal of the hotel exterior and Combine substation we desired, but players were comfortable since they could always see the elevator, which was in their own frame of reference.
Alright. I know they had a real gamer on their hands. Actually, notice how you can hear the Vortigons. The Vortigons are all trapped inside these like coffins. It's them chanting, having their energy sucked out of them. Like Ja, Galalung. And the classic Galunga. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Barrel. Don't ruin the elevator, please. I guess it shouldn't get in the way. Good. Yeah, Worf, look out. Easy. Ah, yes. Finally, the remake of this classic button model from Half-Life 2. Get revenge on the Combine by wearing out their elevator door, so it's a little less convenient for them to use this.
Not to be a worrier, but shouldn't Dad be back by now?
Well, let's think about it, Alyx. He's on foot, moving at 3 miles an hour. Plus, he's a fugitive. He's only got one leg. There's obstacles, no direct path. You know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. He should be back by now.
Yeah. So I should be worried.
Normally, yes. But you're the one headed towards the danger, so I'd say we should be the ones worried about you.
After exiting the elevator, the player gets their closest view yet of the Combine substation attached to the exterior of the hotel. While the Combine architecture can veer into the abstract, it's often at its most successful when contrasted with the human structure. Beyond this, we always try to drive the visual design with an invented function, ideally to support the gameplay or story. In this case, the routing of some unusual power source to the vault from various parts of the city. The player doesn't know it at this point, but this substation is designed to essentially torture the song out of a group of Vortigons who are housed in the attached pod farms. The output is collected from the Vortigons before being reharmonized by a single conductor Vortigont via the cable tuner apparatus seen at the root of the transmission cables that run up to the vault itself. This design gave us the opportunity to subsequently meet another Vortigont, and acted as enough of a constraint to allow us to design an interaction that would physically compromise the substation as the player exits the hotel in the next map.
Awesome. I think the point where I will stop is after the substation sequence. So I got this floor of the hotel, then I get back up there, and then as soon as this whole sequence is over, then I will stop streaming. God, these are so satisfying. Who was phone?
You've almost got it.
Oh. Forgot about this one. Oh, what the hell? Nah. I'll just wait until I have enough for the grenade launcher. Who's watching? I believe I did that. Huh. The new enough TV to have RCA. Love that shiny texture. He did it. Oh! Through the door, you cheater. Oh, I remember this moment. I think he did throw a pillow. Alright.
Uh-oh. This guy's not wearing a shirt.
Okay, that wasn't the same moment I was thinking of. There's a different one coming up in this area that's humorous. Give a massage. Must have really enjoyed it. Fascinating. Oh. Putting toilet paper in a toilet bowl, that's why Combine are after me. I'm the real criminal. What's the chapter I'm on called? I think it's called like the Northern Star, or something like that. Oh. Oh. All right. Oh. I gotta save the rest of the shotgun shells. Okay, is there... God. No, I'm just using this now.
Zen foliage has been designed to respond to the player in a number of ways. In dark areas, where the flashlight is active, some Zen flora will animate or expand in response to the light. These Zen plants respond to the proximity of the player's hand by glowing and pulsing. The glow effect in particular is rendered with an offset using the correct binocular perspective for each eye, which gives the impression that the glow originates in the interior of the organism.
Oh.
The Zen flora's shader effects, which rely on hand proximity, take their input from a dynamic voxel field which follows the player at all times. The player's hands effectively draw motion trails in this voxel field, which can be sampled by the foliage's shaders to drive deformations and other shading effects. If the player moves their hands quickly, they produce motion trails in the voxel field. If they hold their hands still, they produce a radiating force. These different types of motion characteristics allow us to create different behaviors in the foliage to give it a bit of extra personality.
They did a good job. Alright, give us another one. Actually, give us a third. What?
Alyx?
Where?
Alyx.
Oh. Please tell me it's saved after I collected all those. Only so much alien stroking I can do. Oh, you suck. Here we go again. Don't enjoy it too much. Here now. Ah. Whoa. Didn't even know you could break that picture. Huh. New weapon acquired. Oh, this bathroom is where the joke happens. Gonna have some comedy. Hello? Not this one either. Which one is it? Oh, okay. Particles.
Particle effects present an interesting challenge in VR due to stereopsis, which is our ability to discern the depth of objects from two slightly different views of the world we see from our two eyes.
Oh, here's what I was
Traditional
talking
particle
about.
systems, as seen on the left, were typically implemented as a series of flipbook images displayed on relatively large polygons, which orient to face the player. Each series of images would contain effectively a little movie of a more complex phenomenon like a wafting puff of smoke or a flickering flame and so on. For the monoscopic rendering used in non-VR systems, this approach holds up well and is widely used across the industry.
Monoscopic?
Because of the stereo rendering used in
Stereoscopic.
VR, however, players can easily see the flat cards, resulting in the unconvincing effect seen on the left. To address this, we had to update our particle rendering techniques for VR. The particle system on the right is an updated VR-friendly version of the older effect seen on the left. One technique we used on large cards, like the ones used in this smoke effect, was to create some drag on the card's reaction to the player's head movement. To do this, we created another particle system which lagged the player's position and was used as a player camera for the facing direction of the smoke cards. By removing this one-to-one relationship of head motion to sprite rotation, we were able to give the impression that the smoke effect was volumetric. In addition to using more 3D elements in the creation of our effects, we also often use the post-processing bloom on particles to help visually merge elements that otherwise would appear as a set of flat planes. This made the cards harder to stereo fuse, which gave them a more diffuse volumetric feel.
They did a good job. Bro friends. This where I interrupt their slumber party. Yo guys, what's up? What's up? Oh, that was a horrible throw. Oh, that hurt me. I'm back. There we go. Toilet sounds. You're just there watching him use the toilet? You're just chilling over here? Well, here, maybe this will make your wounds feel better. Look at that, I can tell it's helping already. Oh. Here, patch up those wounds. Still going. I went to bed right after you started. Yeah, join the club. All you people just falling asleep while I stream. How dare you all? How dare you go to sleep at like 3 in the morning or whatever. Actually, no, I started at like 11. Central time. Come on. Wait, let me take that real quick. There we go. Oh. Ooh, I love this part. I love the way it looks anyway. One of my favorite parts of Half-Life 2 were the tenements right at the beginning of the game, the long hallways with the rooms on all the sides and the wooden flooring. It's always kind of shiny like this. And these guys gotta show up and ruin it. headcrab just died. Ooh, fancy bathroom. Hello, Maho Sloth. Fancy seeing you here. Loved annoying people as a head crab. In zombie survival, can't hate those little fellas. Zombie survival? What are you talking about? Is that a mod? This is an old Gmod mode. Oh, that sounds fun. Always wanted to play as zombies and stuff and go against players. Oh, thank you for the follow. Slick Suit. This stream isn't that long. It's just 9 hours, 30 minutes. The rookie numbers.
One of the tenets of Half-Life game design is creating crafted, moment-to-moment experiences that players participate in as they progress through the game. Sometimes this means playing with emotional responses to turn something undesirable into a memorable highlight. This collapsed section of the hotel features this type of experience. Players are often instinctively pulled to the safest looking location in a given area, and here that would be the well-lit corridor above. But when they get there, they find their way blocked by a Combine power shield. The power cable to shut down the Combine force field leads them back down into the poison headcrab-infested darkness below, a place they really didn't want to go. These larger gameplay spaces also need to be resilient to player choice, so even if a player chooses not to head up to the well-lit corridor, they likely will still have the same trepidation about heading down into the darkness below. After the player has braved the darkness and sheltered themselves in the lit room where they're safe from the wandering headcrabs, they're faced with the daunting task of cutting the power to the Combine force field, because this has the side effect of plunging the area into darkness. Not only does that make the situation worse, since the player must make their way out of the pitch blackness with only a flashlight, but the path to the exit is back through all the poison headcrabs. We spent a lot of time tuning this experience through careful playtesting and evaluation. And often, when recounting their travels through the hotel in post-playtest discussions, players would recall this moment of being plunged into darkness as a high point, managing to combine a feeling of amusement with the overall sense of dread.
Very good. Alright, let's go. Yeah, you gotta be really accurate with these things. No, not you. Not you, no. Oh. That was my main executioner of poison crabs, damn it. One for the road. Love the combine tech. Just don't give a fuck. Just slam this thing down in the stairwell. It got shut down a few years ago. Unless someone picked it up, the whole community died with it. Oh. Yeah, the grenades don't have much range at all, these Zen ones.
Combine shield blocking your path.
I'll figure out how to shut it down.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about this part. I think in hard mode the ranges give you way less health back. At least it seems that way. Yeah, this part of the game does go on for way too long. It's cool looking and all, but it's just like, I mean, the climactic moment that happens here is pretty cool. This takes a long time to get to it. Alright, gotta jump down. Oh, they just respawn so quickly. Rip. Whoop, whoop, whoop. wait, it's where I started. God damn it. Wait, is it? Yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah, it is. Oh, I gotta get into that room. Whatever, I'll just run it. Easy. Ah, yes. This is where this happens. I like these metal combine boxes, they look cool.
Alyx, it's your lucky day. That combine weapon's unbonded.
How are you sure?
It's still in the case. They never leave them in the case.
Nice.
I didn't even need to edit your genetic code.
I know.
Code?
I love that.
That's okay. There'll be a next time.
Oh, this is the early adopter skin. Have some sick skins already. Whoa. Wait, what does this say? No, 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 no. Never noticed this label on here before. It's like a combine shipping label? Huh. Oh my god, stop grabbing boxes. Just grab the thing that's in the box. There we go. Pretty cool. I guess there is a combine postal service, I guess. I mean, according to the lore, that, you know, the Combine enslaved a lot of humanity for their own purposes. That didn't just use humans as a basis to make their synthetic warriors. They also just employed / enslaved a bunch of them too. So I imagine they could do it. Turn them into postal workers as well. Oh. Hold up. Settle down over there. I do like how their behavior is a little randomized, so they're not all doing things in perfect sync with one another. Alright. Any of you have special weak points? No. If you guys would just settle down, we wouldn't have to do this. Sorry. Guess it is technically a mercy kill. In Half-Life 2 they actually say kill me, so... Jeez, when I played originally it didn't have all those blood effects. Since I was running on really low graphics settings. Come on. Yeah, there's a lot of Combine activity that we haven't been shown. It's probably even more horrifying. All right. So let's just hide in here.
Oh man. I actually have more ammo for this than anything else. This one's a lot harder to aim though. Instead of wasting ammo, let's just do this. Alright, can you guys play fetch? Alright. Ow, he hit me through the wall. Go, 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 go. Excuse me. Coming through. Stop! Let me move. No, let me move. Oh, I gotta go all the way back up again. Here we go. Glad there's barnacles on this part to help you out.
Otherwise I'd be using so much ammo. Come on. Ah. Give you one for the road. Oh shoot. Now this is a situation. God, how many hits do these things take? Good. Yeah, you can post links. Oh yeah, the Combine horse concept art. Cavalry. And that was actually, someone modeled the horse and put it into VR chat. So you can be a Combine soldier and ride a horse around. One of my favorite things to do in VR when you have doors that you can open manually like this is just to be like... Wait, sir. No. Hold up. Is there a thing that I have to do for this? Like a slide? Oh. Wasn't shooting before. Oh nice, look at that bullet hole. Good. Yo, where'd that grenade go? Oh, that was a close one. Jesus. No! Why? No! Oh, I'd rather have died, actually. Go away. that wasn't so bad. I guess it's like such a waste, but one door.
A common game design problem is that of resource placement, and this spot in the game is a good example. Players have just left an area where they acquired the Combine submachine gun, and whenever they get a new weapon, we try to give the player the opportunity to experiment with it right away. So, right after the SMG, we make sure to give the player a bunch of ammo for it and a supply of not too threatening enemies, in the form of confined zombies and wandering headcrabs to experiment on. But playtesting has shown us that there's a wide range of ways that players respond to that setup. Some shoot a headcrab or two and move on, but some players take their time exploring the weapon, even using up all the ammunition we gave them. Now, after the headcrabs, the player is heading towards a new area, which features one of the hardest combat arenas in the game, where they must fight 2 revivers at the same time. How much ammunition can we expect the player to have here? How much should we put in this area between the 2 arenas to ensure all players will have enough to fight the 2 revivers? If we don't put in enough, player may be in a position where they cannot succeed at the upcoming encounter, and reloading their save games won't help them. They will need to go back and replay the previous area, this time conserving more ammo. That's not something we want to happen, nor is it something that we can expect all players to realize. Instead, many will repeatedly try and fail to be the 2 revivers. So, at its core, the problem with resource placement is that the dynamic range of resources carried by players can be significant, and it gets even wider as the game progresses. In Half-Life Alyx, we would see some players end the game with barely any ammunition, while other players had over 1,000 unused rounds.
I remember doing my first playthrough of the game, I had so much ammo left by the end because I was just conserving everything all the time. But I like playing that way. I don't like going Rambo. I like using alternative methods to kill if possible. Which is why it's disappointing to me that I can't just like throw big physics objects at people and things instead of shooting. That would be a lot more fun. Thank you for the follow, Bran Van Flakes. Bron Von Flakes. So you don't play survival horror stuff that much, you just hoard everything. Yeah. I only watched a playthrough, but the only new thing I remember was Larry, I think his name was, but I don't remember any new Freaky Combine stuff. Why did they make the grub murder visible? I don't know, some people are into that, I guess. They can't truly feel like they've gained something until someone else has lost something. In the case of the grub, it's life. Wait, did I do this one? Yeah.
Those Combine shield doors are effectively
For Half-Life Alyx, we moved to a system that allowed us to craft a more specific experience, using a dynamic layer that attempts to reduce the dynamic range of resource gathering between players. Instead of placing generic resources that switch types, level designers carefully placed each resource type throughout the world. Some are easy to find, and some are more difficult. Then, as the player moves forward in the world, the system opportunistically removes resources in the path ahead based on the player's current resource levels. This had the benefit of allowing level designers to have a lot of control over the player's resource amounts in different areas of the game. They were able to craft areas where they wanted the player to be starved of one ammo type or encouraged to use another. For example, in this area, designers could provide enough ammo to ensure that the player would have enough to fight 2 revivers, with the knowledge that the ammo balancing system would remove much of it if the player was already loaded up. We could safely give the players a large amount of Combine SMG ammo in the previous arena, and know that the players who ran past the poison head crabs without firing a shot wouldn't find more here. There are a number of additional features to address complexities that result from this system, such as ensuring players always find something inside a Combine locker, or ensuring that players are still rewarded for searching carefully and regularly, even if they're carrying a lot of ammo. Ultimately, we want a player who is paying more attention to the environment to come out ahead resource-wise. We just needed some dials to be able to control how far ahead they got.
Nice. Notice these pool balls, that the center of gravity on them is slightly off. When they fly through the air, they like wobble. I remember that being a thing in the Source engine. Oh no, lost it. How am I gonna play a full game of pool? Oh wait. Are there any pool cues? What about pool QTs? Two cue balls? Oh, guess that was the one. No, and it's back. So hard to get out of there. Are you asking about, what is it? Oh yeah, the Reviver is the electrical dog thing. That's new. Also, there's the hard-shelled, head crab. Yeah, all the Combine types are new except for Civil Protection, which is pretty much the same. In the Civil Protection, we're holding a like precursor stun stick that looks different than the one that you see in Half-Life 2. And the new version of the Grunt, which it looks like relatively cheap armor. It's not even really wearing armor, he just has kind of like a makeshift hazmat suit. And we also have a lot of different civilian Combine characters that are new, which is infestation control. Have several variations on like the worker that are piloting the construction strider. And they also kind of see them around in dead body form. You really only see them working in the very beginning. Yeah, there's the wall hammer / heavy / charger, ordinal, suppressor, and the grunt is new as well. Okay, I just want to do one pool-like thing. This table is really not balanced. Since there's no pool cue, I'll just have to do it this way. Oh yeah! Nice, it wasn't even a scratch. Yeah, there's no melee weapons in here, and they explain why they didn't do that. Alright. this fight gets a little crazy, so I'm gonna get all the supplies I can. Then after I do this fight, there'll be the ending sequence of this section, and then I'll end the stream there. Giving me a lot of stuff. Little canisters for the shotgun shells are pretty cool. Go away. I'll just replace the grenade, or the Zen one, with this one. Reading what you all are saying. I mean, I more just wanted to be able to just throw objects at enemies to do damage. Kind of like the gravity gun, except just like using your regular hands. Okay, yeah, I remember this whole ordeal. Oh no, I dropped the commentary.
Up until this point, each Reviver encounter has been focused on teaching players something new about the Reviver so that they can defeat it. This arena represents the culmination of the training. There are no new rules, there is nothing to learn about the Reviver itself. By this point, players are armed with the knowledge required to progress. The challenge then shifts into a combat problem where strategy and execution are required. Players have to juggle and prioritize multiple targets, utilize all of their weapons, and manage a constrained supply of ammunition in order to prevail and make their way back out to the exterior of the hotel, so they can deactivate the combined substation.
Oh, they were both standing together, too. I could have dropped a grenade. Alright, well, let's do this. Gonna get crazy. Yo, zombies, can y'all get close together, please? Damn it. Okay. Where'd you go? Shoot. Sorry, gotta put her down.
Did that dog come back again, Alyx?
Yeah. This one was kind of rough.
You're all right, though, right?
Yeah, Russ. Good.
Well, we've got to get you out of here and up to the roof.
I'm working on it.
The hole in the world. Whew. I mean, it's just like, it's formulaic. I don't think it's lazy, it's just that they want players to be able to test all that they've learned. Like, this is the most involved of the fights with the revivers. So they didn't want to keep adding more features or more mechanics to them. They just wanted to try to step up the challenge a bit. And now I gotta remember how all of this worked. I gotta do a whole deal where I open one, open this one,
any extra ammo that I missed. Like this. Oh. God damn it. Are you... How am I having so much trouble with this? Hoping for some health. Don't think I missed any of the needles. How's this guy still electrified? What's going on, dude? Yo, give me that clip. Magazine, sorry. I think it's glitch. Okay, I think it's everything. Okay, so that's there. I have a request for when you get to substation. What happens if you use the panel that opens the cable ends while the station is charging its pulse? I'll try. Oops. No! Stupid teleport. That's one thing I'll note, is that on the index controllers, it's way easier to accidentally teleport than it was on the Vive controllers when I originally played this. I keep accidentally doing it. And it's actually gotten me killed a few times too. What the hell? Well, how am I supposed to get the other one? What? Wait, what? That's white. Where's the blue one? Oh, is that the one down that I just pulled from? There we go. These are cool. Nah, this isn't Half-Life 3 because this is a prequel to Half-Life 2. Going from 2 to 3 would be a sequel. Love seeing this model remade in high def. What we got here? We got headphones. Got prochny. Can't remember what that translates to. It's just like product or something. Tovari I uslugi. Wait, uslugi. Tovari uslugi. Cool. I need this, please. Oh, wait. Thanks for the follow, Bimmer. Thank you, grub friend. Goodbye. I didn't kill it. The machine did. Does kind of look like Mountain Dew. Okay, I'm just gonna check what he said to try. What happens if you use the panel that opens the cable ends while the station is charging? I mean, that sounds like a pretty common thing people would do. I don't think it would break anything. I'll try it though.
All right. Here it is.
Now just snip those cables and off we go.
Off we go.
One of the core subplots of the storyline is regarding the Combine imprisonment and use of the Vortigaunts to trap the G-Man. The multidimensional power of the Vortigaunts to detain the seemingly invincible G-Man is established in previous Half-Life lore. Through the use of their prisoner pods
In
and
episode 1
substation
and 2.
technology, the Combine extract the power of the Vortigaunts' Vortessence chant, tune that energy, and then transmit it to the vault to contain the G-Man. To communicate this Combine process to the player without explaining it through lengthy exposition, we used musical sound patterns to represent the process implicitly. If you stand near the pods holding the Vortigaunts, you can hear them groaning their chant in a slow but semi-musical pattern.
Charmander.
Just past the pods is the resonator, within which you can hear a distilled version of the chant energy. Finally, the cables are activated with the concentrated Vortigaunt energy, which is harmonized in varying patterns and intermittently transmitted to the vault once the energy is sufficiently tuned. If you stand near the cables while they're tuning, you'll notice the sheer size and height of the sound. This was achieved by placing the sound emitters for each cable at the locations of the actual cables themselves. The sound of the cables covers a broad frequency range, which emphasizes Steam Audio's head-related transfer function processing. That simulation, combined with the feedback of the observer's inner ear as she looks upwards, gives the same impression of scale that VR is known to give visual objects.
Huh.
Character performance within a VR game has a unique set of opportunities and challenges. In our efforts to keep control in the hands of the player, we must create a performance that is interesting enough to maintain players' attention, but flexible enough to allow for player freedom. This scene has the most face-to-face interaction in the game, and there is no physical barrier between the player and the Vortigaunt when he first appears. At one point, we played with the idea of a jump scare when the Vortigaunt is released, upending the player's expectations of what had been referred to only as a battery up until that point. Not only was it a bit ham-fisted, but the Vortigaunt came flailing out of the pod, frequently into the same space occupied by the player. To solve this problem, we cut the jump scare and slid the pod back out of the player's space as it opened, to allow for the Vortigaunt to emerge at a comfortable distance. We faced a similar challenge when determining how to get both the player and Vortigaunt to their next locations without intersecting. We wanted to get the player and Vortigaunt side by side overlooking the vista, while the Vortigaunt delivered critical exposition. It would have been awkward for the player and Vortigaunt to take the same route along the catwalk, so we looked at other options, including exploring ways that the Vortigaunt may have once moved in its native environment. With long forearms, it's feasible that the Vortigaunts may have moved around as quadrupeds, so we chose an agile four-legged scramble up to the higher platform where he can deliver exposition without contending with the player for space.
Alright. I like how loud it is here. Like this.
I don't see any way to disconnect the cables in here.
I feel like the game deserves to be loud at this point because we're inside a giant machine.
This isn't going to be as easy as it looks from the ground.
Oh, it's so cool. Alright, so... Sorry. So if I just open the thing
while it's charging to see what happens. So it's charging. Looks like it just kind of stops the charging sequence from actually happening. Yeah, it's like as soon as you mess with the controls, it just like no longer sends energy to there, I guess. Yeah, I agree. This game does look fucking gorgeous. So I have a hard time just speeding through the game because it's just like I just want to sit and look at it and listen to it because I just love this universe. That right there, that purple and green, is a missing texture. Actually, not a texture, but like the reflectivity is incorrect. Kind of error. Gotta refund the game now. Okay, anyway. So anyone who isn't already aware, I have played this whole game already. This is a spoiler-friendly stream, I guess, as in it's okay to talk about spoiler stuff in the game. Because the developer commentary that I have on already spoils stuff, so it's like it's fine. And I'm playing it again because I got a new computer earlier this year, and because I want to do the commentary, and I love VR, so always down to do VR stuff. Okay, so
Russ, I can't figure out how to disconnect these cables.
Maybe try opening the cable
to
shielding
follow
and shooting them.
maybe replicants.
Got it. Nice.
There you go!
Security alert. Re-administration in progress. Asset allocation adjustment occurred. Clearance. Inspect. Extirpate. Priority. Immediate.
Extirpate. Code 3. Alright. Love that. The sense of scale, how big the cables are. God, that's so cool. It'd be cool if it just like demolished parts of the buildings as these things released.
Great. Now go inside and deactivate the power source.
Oh.
Good grief, it's a Vortigaunt.
Wasn't letting me shoot.
We have been trapped in the dark.
You're free now. It's okay. Your friend sent me.
The Alyx bands. You are our friend.
What are they doing to you here?
What they do to us all. The Combine drain from us the power they use to protect their weapon. There. We are ripped from ourselves.
We have to stop them from killing your friends.
The Vortigaunt will extract ourselves and exact our own vengeance. You must go to the weapon.
Well, I can't get into the vault if the substations are still online.
Do not worry, Alyx fans. They will not be. We will not allow it. I will clear the path. Our paths diverge. But remember, there is no distance between us. We are coterminous.
Thanks. Good luck.
I said that in Half-Life 2. I want to look at some cool screens. Let's turn more of these computers on.
Ooh, I didn't know there's labels on these buttons too. ER, RVR, IRL, FRS, MIL. Turn.
I forget that I have that chest arm. Great. I don't know if I should end the stream here right before the big street fight. I'm already at 10 hours, 37 minutes. And this is a pretty difficult fight. It has like multiple phases. I should end here so that next time I start right away with a big fight. But then there's still a whole lot more fighting that happens after here. This one was rough. It's midichlorians. Yeah, Vortigaunt power. Well, there's still like 95 people here. I'll go ahead and do it as my last thing. Alright, I'm gonna stand up. Which during my first playthrough of this, I stood during the entire thing. And my first stream of Alyx was 11 hours, so this will have been about 11 hours as well. Oh god, I got cables tangled everywhere. Okay. Oh hey, Ruined. Long time no see. And Lol Dog. We actually finished Alyx a few days ago and ended up skipping... You skipped chapter 7.
We're putting a lot of trust trust in that
How
Vortigaunt
could you
to shut
skip
down all
any
the
of it?
substations.
How dare you?
I trust him.
Yes, me too. Because if he doesn't, well, that vault isn't going anywhere, and we'll be standing there with no vault to break into, surrounded by Combine.
Russ, trusting him is our only plan here. He'll do this. We can do this.
Yes, you're right. He'll be fine. We're all going to be fine.
Alright. I'm gonna miss out on cool Combine lingo. I'll have to get the commentary after this. See if my grenades are still over here. Oh, Jesus. Wow, that was fast.
Alyx?
This is on hard mode, too, by the way. Okay. I need to throw the grenade right away before the wall hammer gets close. Keep forgetting about the little teleporter thing. Oh, Chapter 7 is that one. Yeah. I can kind of understand that. Okay, my grenades are gone. I left a bunch here for this fight. Jesus.
Alyx!
I forget that the Ordinal has like an extra powerful gun. Damn it! you kidding me?
Alyx!
Gotta get the ordinal down right away, otherwise it's gonna keep throwing man hacks. Weapons free. God. Thanks for the follow, Miss Bastard. Owl? Oh no, ow. This fucking guy. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Alyx?
Where did that come from?
Alyx, you still there?
Suddenly, manhack inside me. They also like doubled the size of the manhacks compared to Half-Life 2. I think Viscerator sounds cooler. That's what the Combine call them. Fuck. What the? I swear to God, that one just spawned inside you. No, don't deploy a Viscerator. Please don't. God. Alright, round 2. Like no health. What directions they come from? Oh. Mecha 1 is time limited. Time limited means he's about to die.
You are now charged with multiple level 5 anti-civil activity violations. Please cooperate with ground protection team. Ground protection.
You think, Russ?
Alert.
Guess we better cooperate.
Yeah, she sounds like she means business.
We had a good run.
Cooperate.
Alright. Earth surrenders. Those fights are a lot of fun though. VR totally makes the combat fun. I mean, they've designed it for VR, so it makes sense. Alright.
The tarps used by the Combine to cover buildings in the quarantine zone are animated procedurally. This animation was added relatively late in development, so it needed to be both computationally inexpensive and technologically conservative, so no new systems. Simple overlapping waveforms are used to displace the tarp geometry where it hangs loosely away from the building. The displacements are oriented along the wind direction, and their propagation direction is further modified by the gradients of a texture we refer to as a freedom of motion map. This map is derived from the shape of the building geometry under the tarp, and is used to attenuate the displacement so that the tarp won't animate in places where it is meant to be pulled tight against the building. The result is a flapping tarp that seems to conform to its surroundings and responds appropriately to the wind.
Cool. Even though it looks like these aren't moving much? I'm gonna have my graphics settings on high, but there is one step above. Okay, there has to be health or something around. Oh yeah, then there's this one.
While developing Half-Life Alyx, we had a large number of people in many disciplines contributing to a relatively small number of maps. This meant that we frequently had multiple people working on the same map at the same time. One way that we managed this complexity was to break our maps into smaller pieces referred to as prefabs. A prefab could be built out of the same types of geometry, logic, enemies, particle systems, or any other elements as a regular map. As long as people were working in separate prefabs, they could make changes or additions without stepping on each other's work. A prefab could contain a large physical space like this whole street scene, or it could contain only a handful of elements. Large prefabs that partitioned a map to allow for collaboration were essential for a project of this scope. But many small, reusable prefabs were created for Half-Life Alyx as well. A good example of this was the set of reusable vehicle prefabs used here and throughout the game. Each vehicle was authored as a configurable prefab, enabling designers to quickly place them around the game, setting a few parameters to customize the vehicle for the context. Parameters include things like the vehicle's paint color, the amount of pre-existing damage, whether the doors were open or simply missing, and the type of ammunition or other resources the vehicle might contain. This sped up our workflow and also meant that updates to a prefab were automatically propagated out to all of the maps that used it.
Nice. You got any? Hey, I want your viscerator. Can I have it? Hey, can you actually take that off? Give, please. No, let me pick it up and use it.
The Combine soldier you see here won't fight.
Oh, nice.
It's been programmed to run back and forth along the path shown on the ground in order to illustrate the stride retargeting system developed for Half-Life Alyx. One of the challenges of animating digital characters is making sure that their feet don't slide along the ground as they move. Humans are very good at picking out irregularities in the movements of virtual characters, especially in VR, and Combine soldiers in particular need to look like their feet are planting and their weight is shifting as they change direction. Otherwise, they appear weightless and unconvincing. In a pre-processing phase, our stride retargeting system analyzes the steps of each authored animation and stores them as a direction-independent trajectory. At runtime, our system predicts where each foot will land on the next step based on the motion of the animation, the character's path, and the height of the ground. The pairs of colored boxes on the ground illustrate this process. The red boxes show the previous foot positions, the green boxes indicate the soldier's current foot position, and the blue boxes are drawn where each foot is predicted to land next. Once the predicted foot positions are calculated, the system guides the feet to the predicted locations using the trajectory information to preserve the style of the original animation. Once the foot lands, it is locked in place until the next step. In the end, this system was so effective that we could essentially make any animation walk in any direction without foot sliding. You can experiment with the system by moving around the area, since the soldier has been set up to always face you while running the specified path.
Nice. He's getting a good workout. Okay. Don't think these guys dropped anything. So I will shut the stream down after I use this health container. Yeah. Neko Nyanser, thank you for the follow. Are you kidding me? God damn it. Okay, it didn't damage me that much. I don't think there's anything I really even want to upgrade. Oh, there's such tiny details on this. Incredible. Oh wait, no, I want the reflex sight on this. Actually, extended magazine. Wait. Actually, I'll get extended magazine. Actually, I could do both. I love this. Oh my god, the extended mag is gigantic.
You can put that to good use. Wouldn't want to be on the wrong side of that.
Went from sleek and simple to like just absolutely insane. Especially that this is a one-handed weapon. I expect it to be like... I guess you can kind of grip weapons. Look at the detail.
He left.
I don't think there's anything else in here. Ah! Actually, I need this to tumble longer. Oh, they removed the function. Oh, remove the functionality. You can even have like the detergent thing in here. You can do like that. The only functioning machines were in the beginning of the game. And this is another fight. So I will end here. Welcome dungeon, you just got here, yeah. Yeah, I remember the Alyx's multi-tool in Half-Life 2 is just like a rod with a square thing on the end, and she just kind of moves it near something and it electrocutes it and then it opens the door. In your playthrough, you fully upgraded the pistol because I noticed that it turns into Alyx's gun. There was even a joke about it when it's finished. Huh. The Alyx gun. Yeah, I do like the over-the-top nature of the Combine weapon. It's just funny how ridiculously complex it looks. Very alien. I did, when I did my full hard mode run originally, I only got the upgrades that I have now, I'm pretty sure. I didn't want the grenade launcher, I didn't want laser sights on anything, because I really like the challenge of, like, if you're shooting at a weird angle or something like that, just using your own hand-eye coordination in order to do that, rather than having the laser show you exactly where you're aiming. I just think it's more fun that way. And I didn't use a grenade launcher because I like throwing grenades. I think that's more fun.
I don't know, like making it more challenging. And I was going to mention too, before I sign off, is that if anyone knows of any good mods in the workshop for Alyx, I know that there is like a list that Valve actually released of a bunch of ones that they like. There's like a compound bow mod where you can shoot arrows. There's a bunch of custom maps. There's like a zombie survival kind of thing where you sit in one central area and it's just continuously zombies attacking. God, I really want there to be some kind of multiplayer with Half-Life Alyx. That would be a lot of fun, especially doing like a cooperative mode where, like a cooperative like zombies kind of thing. One of the custom maps is where you play on the Combine side. You have AI Combine fighting with you, which is cool. And also there's, I hope they have some kind of physics mod where you're able to just throw things and do damage. Like I want to be able to throw chairs at zombies and have it ragdoll them in comical ways. Thanks for the follow. Blurpily. Blurpleppy. Yeah, Sven Co-op VR. Like I said earlier, that Sven Viking, the creator of Sven Co-op, is really big into VR. I remember he was on all like the Reddit subreddits and the Steam pages related to the Vive when that was coming out, and it was cool seeing him so into it. Alright, now I'll spend the next 30 minutes trying to get this ordinal into the trunk of the car. Here we go. Okay, this went a lot faster than I thought it would. This is just, you know, a valuable life skill everyone needs to be good at doing. You never know. Life has some weird twists and turns. There we go. Booty, exactly. Trying to get some concrete for his feet. No one ever knows. Okay, so I think if I just go back to the main menu, it should save, or I could tell it to save. Oh yeah, I can just do that. Okay, 11 hours.
Be advised, this is Helix 6, taking over for Monotonist. Anti-Citizen 2 will be dealt with in a future so-called stream at a later date. None of the anti-citizens will succeed in their wishes. They will all fail and be discovered later as a discarded dead body in the acidic canals of the city. All the other UPIs, HVTs, all of them will become DBs. Don't know what else to say. Now I'm off to get some non-mechanical reproduction simulation, if you know what I mean. Gonna swipe that, update that biodat. Perhaps be rewarded with some mercy to my family and, some desiccated sustenance bars. Favorite flavor is water. It's either water or egg, but they're all out of egg, so it's just water. It's the Combine life. It wouldn't change a thing.